Cooper. Do not hate me. I am familiar with over 600 dance moves and I am programmed to get freaky.
Hello, chatto! It's Thursdat, and coming up today on Building a Nation with Wisła Kraków, it is youth intake time. We've been promised an absolute abomination thanks to our brand new youth intake legend from Luxembourg. He may be a model citizen, but will he be a model shitterson? In other news, the Polish sides are smashing it in the Champions League. We have got a record number of points already. It's going brilliantly, and £100 million worth of players are joining us in just a few days. All that and more coming up today on Building a Nation with Wisła Kraków. Oh, he got multiple topics. I've never wanted to knee slide after an intro, a successful intro, but I feel like that was almost worthy. Let me just shut this curtain a tiny little bit. Take some of the light off my face there. There we go, that's better. Controlling the lighting settings. Rehearse that before. Basically, the way it usually works is I go, right, shit, what have we got to talk about today quickly? Can I formulate into like a 30-second thing? Usually no is the answer. Today was apparently yes. tell you, it's all that extra dopamine what I have got because I went for a run before stream today. So because you know what I really needed? I think you'd all agree that the one thing I was really missing was more energy during streams. Because I think I've been a little subdued. I think I've just been a little subdued as of late, personally. So it was about time that I started picking things up a little bit energy-wise. So I figured, hey, fuck it. Let's start running on stream days again, because I always used to really like doing that. So I did. We're back, and now my heart rate is like 116 stood here, which is not ideal, really, when you think about it. But think of how many calories I'm going to burn today. Ooh, right, get your points out, friends. Let me get that sorted for you. Choose prediction outcome. Willie Mehul. Ooh, not so many believers today. Chaser, which, out of interest, which way would you have gone? I'm curious now. Would you have lost or gained points? It's actually one hidden behind that. With the LAFC, no, the LA Galaxy scarf. It doesn't, yeah. Oh, I was kind of already like that before, Prince. It's just now I've got that natural dopamine as well. It's brilliant. I've got natural dopamine, artificial dopamine. And never the two shall twain. But it seems that today they have indeed twain. Silent Matter is retired. Yeah, I know. The me of barely saying a word on stream is gone. Those days are behind us, my friends. Shit is on the fly. Yeah. Because I accidentally mucked up the sentence I was saying before, but managed to stumble on through it. And in that time while I was recovering, my brain was able to think of a joke. So I thought, hey, fuck it, we'll slide that in there too. Didn't also help that I couldn't hear the intro music particularly well for some reason. My ear's feeling a bit weird today, and I wasn't sure exactly where in the intro I was, so I was just hoping and praying that it was working. Don, thank you for the 32 months.
Arrest this man. He is artificially dopamining our crypto.
It's true. Even my hair is looking decent today. Whoa, what's going on here? Oh! Oh! There's like a little skeet. Oh! Hello, back of hair. That's unusual. I'm getting a haircut on Saturday. Thank fuck for that. That's new. I don't... Got that Ventura hair. Yeah, as long as I don't turn sideways, we're fine. Does it like that on the other side as well? 22k points. You love to see it. A duck's ass. I'll take it. Would you say perhaps a goose? Could I raise you to a goose, perhaps? Alrighty then. Now, 1 second, actually. Mushroom Man, yes. Head to the hospital. Finally! Mrs. Shroom was in overnight. They did the induction about 3 this morning. Also bought a new car and I love it now. I need to work out how to charge it when I get to the hospital. They usually have, then again, varies from hospital to hospital, obviously. They usually have reasonable facilities for that, I guess. But also, have you done tests with things like child seats and stuff like that and in the new car? Because obviously you may have done it with the old car, but I don't know if you've worked out how all that stuff on the logistics works. It's like a terrible point to get a new car, if I'm honest. But congratulations, finally, to you and Mrs. Shroom. It has been like 10 days, right? I feel like we talked about this, not most recent Sunday, but the Sunday before was when this first came up. Am I correct in that? Hello, J-Tux. Playoff final. It's a different type of haircut. Yeah, exactly. It's nearly the same, except I'll be much more chilled because I'll be no doubt listening to the most unhinged stories that have befallen my hairdresser in the last 8 weeks since I saw her last. I'm genuinely considering just bringing my phone and a little microphone so I could just record her telling me the stories and then just show it to you guys on stream instead. Much easier if it came from the horse's mouth in this case, I suppose. Hello, Fowler. Morning, friend. Now, obviously we've got an update to the fantasy today. Fantasy's ready to go as always. I need to just quickly sort something before because I forgot to put in the new thing because I'm a moron. Let me just add in the latest update. And hopefully that will work this time. Let's see. Does this work correctly? No. Let's see if it works this time. There we go. First round, obviously, it was a little bit of a mess because so many of you tied for first place that's how I had to award the points. Now, technically, I did award points to the top 11 because it was a draw, but it did it on alphabetic, so Anarith sneaks into the top 10 with 1 point. Ignore the changing thing. That doesn't really work for the first round of it because it's comparing it against stuff. So there's a lot of you. One of you still being Dazza, of course, on that one. They got you 25 points for the first round. But there's a lot of games today. A lot of games. I reckon that we've got 2 Champions League matches. We'll have 2 more Champions League matches later, no matter what happens. And so I think it's about 11 matches to go through today. So a good amount for a lot of points to potentially be earned, minus any massive injuries we're likely to get. Because it's just what we do. It's in our culture. And breathe. Right, let's go off my big face and catch up with things, shall we? Hello, Steve. Felt sick last night. Shit. While asleep? Oh, mate. That sounds like... It's like acid reflux, but somehow worse than normal. And I used to suffer quite badly with acid reflux when I laid specifically on one side of my body, but I guess that's because of where the stomach entry is. I thankfully don't anymore, and I can't quite work out why, but it was nasty, so I would not wish that on anybody, because that's like... somehow you've discovered the evolution of acid reflux. Something you probably didn't want to discuss, but hopefully you're feeling better today, at least. How strange. Weight related. Possibly, yeah. I mean, there's a strong chance that it probably was, right? A lot of those things can be. And, yeah, no, you're probably right, actually. I haven't really put those two things together, but yeah. I haven't certainly had it for a while now, at least. Morning, Crytox. How are you, my friend? Welcome in. Meds related. No. This was ages ago. This was way before meds. We're talking like 2018 kind of time. Actually, 2018 would have been when I was a bit skinnier. So yeah, probably was during that. It's never a bad idea to shed a pound or two here and there. It's not going to make your health worse for the most part. That's the way I look at it, right? Space Mar mashing. Well, you'll be pleased to know I've already set us up for the match to get jumping straight in today, which is beautiful. Before I do though, I probably should at least tell you what's happened off stream, because there wasn't really a lot to keep up with. There was basically one league game, or was there a cup game too? I think it was just this one league game, which we won 1-0 with Dudu, played a load of friendlies, did a load of stuff. I think there are a couple of injuries, which I want to show you just quickly before we do fantasy, so you can get a chance to change things around without taking too many penalties. Where is the injury centre? There it is. So the current state is JT's out with a tight groin. Herrera is going to be out for 3 months. That's the major injury. Everybody else is fit and ready to go in theory. Oh, thank you, Big Booty. What a sentence that is. Oh, and also thank you for the follow earlier. I did see that. I appreciate that, my friend. Who do you support? I like guessing people's clubs these days. And I don't know why, but I'm feeling Notts County. Further maths revision. Do you know what's a better combination? Double further maths revision, because then the grade will be better. Actually, I suppose there's probably diminishing returns after a while, right? Oh, Zanko, yes, sun update. So I was actually quite excited to see this. If it would load. Gasso. I'll be okay, darling. Gasso. Ooh. The suspense is killing me. There we go, finally. Lucas Zanko. I tell you what. As Suns go, I would be proud of him. I mean, I'd be proud of him anyway. I just wanted to be happy. But your son is actually good. God, the odds of getting a son in FM are so low in the first place. So the idea of actually getting a good one on top of that is, it's just a dream, man. It's just a dream. What a team of rental was injured. They skinned for use for this. Do you know what? Not what I thought I was going to be seeing today. Zanako Hackett. I see. Oh yeah, nepotism is bound to happen in those situations. I'd play my son no matter what. If he had 17 PA, I would make sure that he reached 17 CA, because bro needs a chance, man. League below, they lost to Scunthorpe. Oh, league below Notts County, so that's what, National League, right? Mechanics Minor, ooh. First exam is a week today. Hey, ultimately, if you feel like you're balanced with it and it's not too much, then that's really the sweet spot. Because the last thing you'd want to do is basically take on too much and then find that it affects everything. You want to sort of find where that kind of level. Basically. Oh, Rochdale. Oh my God, Rochdale. Wow, okay. Oh, did they lose to... That sucks, man. I mean, Asher may disagree, but that sucks. I was rooting for Rochdale to go up after the whole York thing, just because I felt like they just need 3 up, 3 down. They just really do, man. Pause at the unholy time. I mean, every time is unholy when it's me. Oh, Giasso's being a slow boy today, isn't he? Or she. Bloody women. Right, come on, Giasso. At least I don't, it's not my internet. Do you know what? I'm not sure the suspense was worth it, if I'm honest, friends. Me when I find out my intake's actually 5 stars. Me later, maybe. Just with... What is going on here? It's like my eyes are disappearing. Maybe they should. Take a holy, then it is holy. Yeah, I mean, obviously. I've got my holy right here. I've got the... What is it today? I think it's the peach one I've got in here now. Undead, yeah? Literally. Right, moving off of that. There we go. 2 exams before half. So, not too bad then. Right, let's get into the game. I've already set the squad up for this one. We're just going to go for it because it's Sheriff Tiraspol. This feels like a... Oh, yes, you can see the squad. Well, the squad should be on the fantasy thing anyway, but this is the lineup for today's first game, if that will help. And generally speaking, I would say this starting 11 is probably my preferred beginning. Like, if everyone's fit, this is probably the 11 I'd start with currently. With regards to the bench, obviously Alvarez will likely come on quite frequently. Gomez will get some more game time today. Obradovic, of course, is more flexible these days. Fila probably less so. Mikic is a youngster. Molski will get more game time because he's a youngster I'm trying to improve. Kowalski as well will get a decent amount of game time. And Coffee, I've just given a new contract to. Yeah, basically what Who's Me, the way it works is it works in real time. So after every game, I just whack a screenshot into the system and then we get points allocated for different things. It's really, really cool. I'm a huge fan of it. It's just a nice little thing to have in the background. There's a little bit of fun. I watched how beat Scunthorpe the other day. Okay, that makes sense. So who is the final between... because that presumably means Rochdale went into the final, no? That would make sense, though. Then they clearly are a lot better. But then in a one-off game, who could... Boreham Wood, really? Wow. There is a part of my brain that goes, that would be quite cool at the same time. Because I feel like Boreham Wood in the Football League would be quite fun. But then I also, my heart just says, you know, Rochdale. I don't think I would be able to accept that as a situation. Yeah, so Coffee has a new deal. Originally, I tried to... This is a weird thing. So I tried to offer him a new contract. He said no because... reasons. I think it was interest from elsewhere, but he only had 6 months left. And then about 3 days later, he comes to me and says, boss, I want a new contract. I feel I'm underpaid. I'm like, brother, I just offered you one and you said no. But on the plus side, he does now have a new contract. So Coffee is now locked down on 27 grand a week for 4 more seasons, which I think for a backup player at right back is exceptional. Oh, Southend, up the Shrimpers. I think we actually have a few Southend fans in chat as it happens. Used to love going to Southend when I was a kid. My dad would always hand in his VAT return in person. So it meant, and it'd be very late, of course. We'd always end up with an emergency trip down to Southend because that's where you did it, apparently. So that was the only time I used to go to Southend was because of that. Intro go, do you know what, Ginger? Chat will agree on this one. I genuinely think that might be a 10 out of 10 intro. Perfectly timed. Got all the topics out. Threw a joke in on the fly as well. You'd love to see it. Hello, Mike. I was meaning to reply to you this morning. But yeah, send any prints over after stream or whatever, and I'll just run them through the system for later. Right. We're going to jump straight in. If everyone's got their squad stats, I will... God, I just saw my own face again. Horrifying. Thank you, Jinjo. I missed it. I was like, this doesn't feel like a real streak until Jinjo tells me, you know? Wait, okay. I'll give you a couple more minutes. Or I'll give you like another minute before I close the betting, or the betting, close the thingy for the game. Is set, and you never know. So just bear in mind, if you've not played before, at the moment the way it works is if you make a sub, you lose the points of the player you're subbing out, but you don't gain the points of the player you're subbing in. So if you get an injury really early on, that's when it's most likely to want to do it. That I think possibly will change when there's an update, but that is the current thing. You're right, I'll do the lookup, of course. Incompetent streamer as always. Mike with the gifted sub to Budapest in general. I hope you managed to get a ticket, mate. I really do. You were at the semi-final second leg, right? I saw on your Instagram story. Let me see. It was in... Oh, he's been busy. He's been very busy. Wait, has he? Yeah, because he'd moved to West Ham in January from Fulham. And actually, he's playing a lot for West Ham. A lot. Annual Football Weekend away. Fair enough. Oh yeah, by the way, the new tactic is now part of the tactics pack, so you can now get this exact version of the tactic as well. That was another thing I did yesterday as well. So the version you're seeing on screen when we're in the tactics, I don't want to change anything about it right now because I'm quite happy with it. That is now in there. It's the wood chipper version 3 or something. Let's take for the final. I imagine it will be very, very difficult indeed, right? It's locked. I haven't locked it, I don't think. As far as I can tell on my end, it's still open, but I can now lock it, which I'm probably going to do so we can get into the game. But yeah. Yeah, it's a nice little addition. Now that I've got used to using it, I feel like I was worried initially that it was taking up a little bit too much time on stream, but I've got better at just using it now, so I don't feel like it hopefully doesn't anyway. Right, let's go. Let's get in. Family from Southend, fair enough. Yeah, it was the only time I really would go there. I'd meet up with like my aunt and uncle sometimes down there with my parents, because there used to be a fish and chip shop on the... I mean, there maybe still is, on the seafront called Bailey's. That's where we always used to go. Tom Townley. You legend. You beautiful man. Thank you very much for the 13 months. You've moved club. Finally, after years and years at Burnley, you have moved club. I know, Millennium. It's almost like we really should have known that something was a little bit off about that when my dad would leave everything to the last minute and, like, never filed late, because obviously that urgency would get to you. But it was always a case of, like, last-minute thing. Weirdly, though, in many cases, I've become the opposite with stuff like that. I've become very money-conscious to the point where, because I know that I have to pay attention to it perhaps more than a normal person would do, so it kind of goes the other way a little bit. So I file my tax returns, like, middle of April kind of level. I don't pay them straight away, but I file them. That way, I know exactly how much I owe for, and I don't have to pay it till the end of January anyway. But then that way, it gives me time to actually accumulate it. No, this tactic is wood chipper version 3, I believe. The copy of was the version where we had the advanced wingbacks, but didn't move over to this absolute batshit system. What is this kit? I like the way the numbers are disappearing into the back of their shirts. Kind of looks like they're wearing like the top of a cape. Big fan of that. Right, let's go. This should be the kind of game where we could absolutely eat up a game like this before you find the game starts punishing too much for rotation. I rarely ever rotate for this, mostly because... Oh, hang on. I will come back to that in a second. Sorry. Forgive me. Robbo appearing in these videos. Oh, did he actually? Also, we're already in front with Naeem. Amazing. As if that, inside 30 seconds, Naeem scored again. Robbo is amazing. And he deserves all the success that he's such a hard worker. He grinds like nobody's business, but he's not just like grinding nothing. He's creative as hell. You know how funny he is just from listening to him. And he is just the sweetest dude as well when you talk to him. So yeah, he is just the nicest. Obviously he is as well, but it was a really cool video, that one. I really enjoyed doing that. So, Champions League wins. We're at 1. We won one in Season 7 out of nowhere. Came from a goal down in the 90th minute against Arsenal. We lost the final the following year. Last year in Season 9, we got dumped out in the round of 16 because we lost 5-0 on aggregate while being the better side. It was one of the dumbest things I've ever seen. This year, though, I think we're one of the favourites for it because this tactic is absolutely chefing at the moment. We are 100% record in the Champions League so far. And as things stand, Gornica beating Barcelona away from home. I would just like to note that Gornica Shropshire are winning at the Camp Nou. They will probably lose 7-1, but they're ahead, and that's the main thing. Now, as for rotation... I, generally speaking, don't rotate at all before Champions League matches. Because, good save. Because I want to make sure we put our best foot forward. But even if I was the kind that would do that for a game like Sheriff, there would be no reason to, because this is actually our first our first competitive match since before Christmas. So the squad have had like a week off from friendlies as well. They're about as rested as they can be. So there's really no reason not to play the first team squad. And same with the following game as well, because, lovely. I think he might be offside though. Because the following week's game is also Champions League, but with no league games in between. So it means that there's really no reason for us to not play the first team squad here. I guess, like, to give people a chance, but I kind of just want to keep the points going and stuff, you know? Ilano as well. Thank you so much for the 41 months. That is a load of months, man. So thank you. That's very, very kind of you. Hope you're well today. In a great way with... Yeah, I bet it does. That would make total sense. He just has the right personality for it. He's just very affable, you know? Hello, Cardinal Wiggles. How are you, my friend? Alvarez as captain is a bold move because John really has locked down that position in our squad lately. Oh, that's a good effort. Love to see that. So it was 3-2 in the Arsenal game. We took the lead against the run of play, and then Arsenal scored a really annoying goal from a set piece. Imagine, Arsenal. As I live and breathe. Then we conceded a really flappy goal because our goalkeeper hates big matches, or did at the time. The goalkeeper at the time. Then we threw on attacking, just threw everything at them. And I accidentally made an error with one of our subs where essentially I tried to make 3 substitutions. I then couldn't... I made a mistake with the subs, which meant that I had to redo it. So I went out, come back in again. But then I only made 2 subs there. And it meant that I used all of our sub slots while still having a substituted player available. What then happened was the player that I was supposed to take off then scored the equaliser in that game to get us level, and then a youngster came up in the 93rd minute to score a winner for us, to win us the Champions League. And we'd never won a knockout round of the Champions League until that season. It was just the most like lightning in a bottle thing for us. It was crazy. Really exciting though. Hello, Hadrian. I see you and Pastor have been doing some busy chat regarding youth intakes. I did have a little peruse with it yesterday, but I'm still not entirely sure what the conclusion was. Were you talking about like getting foreign intakes in other countries essentially? And how like sometimes it's hard coded, sometimes it's not. And how to actually go about doing that, because I thought it was fascinating, especially the stuff in San Marino. League with the winter break, more competitive domestic fixtures. Would we still tempted by probably simply I wouldn't be in this case because I don't really think there are any super competitive domestic fixtures anymore. I reckon that we've got to the stage now where our squad is strong enough that even the rotated team could take on a Legia, for example, who albeit are a bit all over the place sometimes, but they are still one of the better teams in our league. They will lose occasionally, but we tend to pick it up enough to the point where I've never felt it useful yet. Now, obviously, were worse comes to worse, and we actually definitely needed to do some stuff later in the season, then, of course, I would perhaps take that into account. But it's not come up yet, I suppose. Good finish from Monperus. 100% all unbeaten seasons. Not yet, no. In fact, I actually think that the chance of that happening has gone away now. Because there was a little spell where we started to get really dominant in the league. But what's happened since then is... we have reached like not a plateau, but because of selling all the Spanish Scourge players, our squad quality has actually technically dropped somewhat, and the other teams have continued to get better. So I think the gap has closed. So it's unlikely we'll probably ever manage to get even an unbeaten season, I would have thought, but you never know, right? And in a way, us not having unbeaten seasons is probably a good thing, because it shows that it's not possible based on the quality of the teams around us, despite how good we're getting. Now, maybe that will change when the £100 million worth of players joins us in January, which is going to be very, very interesting, because there's a good chunk of guys in that are going to be game changers for us, potentially. One of whom, obviously, is the new goalkeeper, who I'm very excited about, because I've actually been okay with Diakite this season a little bit, as if he's got another one. He's scoring headers now. Also spraying the crowd. It's 4-0 in the first half, and Naeem has now got, I think, 14 goals this season. He's going to get 20. I'm feeling it. Scored 19 points without scoring a single goal. Wait, so 19 0-0 draws and then 9 defeats. Did you stay up? I'm guessing not, probably, right? Marino's Benfica. Yeah, I did see that they will most likely go unbeaten and lose the league. That is mad. Hasn't that happened before? I swear there was a situation in Turkey a few seasons ago where one of the sides went unbeaten and didn't win the league. I can't remember which one it was. I think it was Turkey. Exempt from relegation. Oh, I see. Yeah, I mean, the other sides are improving. I mean, the fact that Gornik are actually not matching Barcelona, but they're 2-1 down, right? It's genuinely wild. I would say that Naeem probably is maybe even higher than that. He goes under the radar because he's a fullback, but truly, he's probably one of the best wingbacks in the world. He and Montparnasse really do carry this team, and it allows us to have some sort of gaps in it elsewhere, and that's absolutely fine. But I mean, look at this. He's underrated, if that's even possible. Because he's not just scoring goals this season now. He was providing before, but now he's scoring as well. He's our top scorer from right back because of the way that we set this up. It's actually crazy that the stupid idea I had has actually turned into something that's genuinely workable. And it's weird as well because it feels like it's not actually bad defensively either. Yeah, Diakite has obviously seen the new goalkeeper coming in and gone, I might have to actually get my act together. But apparently not. Was it Milan as well? Wow. Naeem's face, I absolutely can. I think that shows him. Can't really see it very big on this screen, unfortunately. Yeah, Freiburg have kind of cooked in this save. They've actually been quite decent. They were the first team we ever played in a knockout round. They also have a couple of players that are in like the high, close to £100 million values, including one guy we sold to them, as it happens, who's linked with Brighton at the moment. So yeah, Freiburg have they've been really good at bringing through young players and signing through some of the German lower league players. They've got some ridiculous talent that they've picked up very cheap, and they're a very good side. I don't think they've ever gone like close to doing anything in the Bundesliga, from what I know. We'll have to have a look, but they are a very good team in this save. It's nice to see a bit of variation after a little while, to be honest. I was talking to Sai about this in the podcast last week about how this save, especially the Premier League, has had very little variation in it. But he's had all sorts of things in his, like after 7 seasons, he had Sheffield Wednesday in the Premier League, which is dope. He is, but when we sold the whole Spanish Scourge thing, I basically said to chat, we'll like protect 2 of them. But in the end, I think we only ended up protecting 1, and that was Naeem, just because he was so integral to the story. And everyone else we basically sold. And Montparnasse, we weren't really sure, but because he was French, he came from the 2nd tier and not... We didn't really think he counted. He may well be something like that, but he was a 2nd tier player rather than a like lower tier French player, I believe. So yeah, Naeem technically would come under that bracket. I don't think anybody else in our team is actually under that. The only other player that would fall under that is Herrera, who just hasn't found a move yet, basically. And now he's out for injuries anyway. Volarenga without a manager at the moment. I mean, I don't think I can manage both or Hoosby, although, you know, if they'd have me, I'll have a little, I'll be polyamorous with Rosenborg and Volarenga. They can have joint custody of me. One can have me on, like, Wednesday through Saturday. I'm going to make it awkward for him. Screw him. Why not? Yeah, Barca winning makes sense. But while it's only a goal down, there's every chance of doing something magical. Like Gornik pulled 2 back against Tottenham and drew 2 all against them. John's having a blinder without actually doing a great deal. Now feels like a perfect time to throw Mr. Analysis on. Where is he? Also, I had a little look at Molsky. I think he's 2-star CA now. On his profile, I swear it shows... There you go. 2-star CA. Molsky is actually starting to look quite good. Oh, of course he has the assist for the Naeem goals, doesn't he? Literally fullback to fullback behaviour. Do you know what, right? Now that I look at him a bit deeper, he is actually starting to look like a really, really big talent. I thought Molsky was going to be, you know, there's somewhat in the shadow of Kowalski, even though he's a year older. But now, starting to enjoy him more and more now. And he's still only 17. Looks to have bags of potential as well. Fairly professional personality, which is always a good sign. I'm a fan. He just needs to get a bit more football under his belt, honestly. I might now use this opportunity to get Christian Gomez on, actually. Because we really need to give the poor lad some football. Bless him. I spent 20 million on him and then don't play him. Maybe Obra? Which of the two midfielders has done worse? Damn, they've both been excellent. Maybe Paolo today. Nice. Now he's scoring headers. That is extraordinary work there. They do fly. The other thing about Naeem is I think he has quite good jumping reach. Although it doesn't matter when you're completely left alone at the far post. He has 12 jumping reach, actually, which is better than a lot of fullbacks, I suppose. Oh, I got a Tete. No way. Didn't he score an absolute monster goal once for Norwich City? Like a true banger from 1,000 yards out or something. 0 league goals. Oh, I missed it. Shit. 1 second, chat. Let me just pause that for 1 moment to show the table. So this is Hadrian's anti-football. This is exceptional. Hello, Benny. 19 points, 0 goals. I mean, that is extraordinary. Like, the fact that you've managed to get 19 points without scoring a goal and only 15 conceded. Still not the best defense in the league, though. Like, come on, get with it. I reckon there's a way that you could make this work. I've always thought that. Also, I'm starting to think, and this might be weird levels of hubris here, I'm starting to think that I might not actually be the worst with tactics anymore. Because we've successfully helped like 3 or 4 people recently on stream completely turn their seasons around with minor tactical tweaks. And I think it's the 26ness. Something about the 26 match engine and the way the tactics system works. I understand it way better than I did in 24. And I feel like I can actually make meaningful changes. And I love it. Honestly, on Tuesday, Benny, we were just kind of bobbing through the Champions League. But crucially, signing loads of players. We've got £100 million worth joining us today. And the Polish sides, other than us, already have 26 points in the Champions League phase between them, the other 3. It's genuinely insane. Player scored the last minute win. Yeah. I can't remember the guy's actual name. But was he Iranian? That Naeem. Oh, that's a good finish. I think he's offside there. Helps. No, this is the thing, Bubble. We actually did. Normally I'd say that, but we genuinely did. I've had people, they messaged me after stream showing me the league table before and after. I was like, bro. And all we did was change 1 tactical instruction. It's interesting how close you can get to, like, that looks onside to me. Am I being silly? Because that just looks onside. Yeah, basically, actually, but then I'd get to fix it. The best part about breaking things in FM is that you get to fix them, right? I like tearing it down to build it back up again. You might be right, honestly. It almost makes me want to make some tactical-based content at some point. I don't know if I want to wade into that potential area, though. I just feel like I just don't know how to expose myself to it. Third best away record. Do they actually? Yeah, to be fair, like Fulham's away record this year is appalling. Still beat Spurs away from home, naturally. But it's actually really, really bad. We just don't score on the road anymore. It reminds me of that season when Manchester City couldn't score at home. This was under Stuart Pearce, I believe. And I think they scored something like 11... No, it might have been less than that. It was like 11 goals all season at home or something. It was crazy low. Right, go on, one more. 5 just feels better. Oh, go on. John deserves a goal today, and he's got it. Love to see it. I would be able to play it, but unfortunately I can't on Husby just because, obviously, copyright and stuff. But I do remember the exact goal, though, I think. Abomination tactic. Well, yeah, but this is the thing. You can do that. I truly think that you could almost get anything you like working if you play the right tactical stuff around it. It's amazing. Oh, block both your ears. Oh, mate. That sucks. The thing, because I do suffer from that because I've got quite narrow ear canals. So does Pog. The things I find that help me, I mean, you probably already know this. I find that weirdly, having a shower works because it softens the heat, essentially, with the shower really hot, softens the wax up. Sometimes it might even be best to just literally put the shower on and let the room almost turn to a steam room. You don't have to be in the shower. That I find can sometimes help. And then, in addition, instead of manipulating your ear from the inside, I find actually putting your finger behind your ear and rubbing up the back can like massage it in a way that can sometimes cause it to unblock. But as a person who gets blocked ears a lot, this is just the little things I do, basically. Had a holy delivery. You love to see it. Which flavors did you get? That's a red card, right? He's going to be sent off for this. As a Snorfest, yeah, I mean, I think it was always going to be a bit like that, Dan. But then again, it was always going to look even worse just because of the comparison point of the absolute tactical battle between Luis Enrique and Vincent Kompany, which I think the final itself is going to be fascinating for that reason as well, because it is going to be the two different sides of footballing tactics these days. The sort of expressive pass and move stuff, and then this sort of pragmatic percentage play, set pieces and exploiting chances kind of situation. And I think that's going to be a fascinating final, mostly because I'm curious to see who's going to come out on top of that, really. The soul of Spurs. I mean, I don't know what the general consensus is with Spurs' new stadium, right? From Spurs fans. Because obviously, infrastructurally, it's great. And they've done that the right way. But I think that anytime there's a new stadium, I suppose, you do lose a little bit of the club's sort of mortal soul. This could be another yellow card, isn't it? Surely. Crazy. Olive oil can help too. There's like a little thing you can get that's kind of like that. Sixth at home. Yeah, we're actually quite decent at home. We don't do a lot, but we do win. Which is, I suppose, all you need to do, right? Tier 2 target man. No, we actually tried target man. In fact, I think we have a target man, don't we? Yeah, technically our striker in this tactic, despite him being tiny, is actually a target man. But not for the reasons you'd think, I suppose. We use it for slightly different. Otex is good too, yeah. There's all sorts of things. The crucial thing is to not, like, overly rub it. Chat. I'm just hovering my mouse over something. I'll give you a moment. Yeah, 6th in the league at the moment. I shouldn't realize it was as high as that. I knew we were bad away from home. Motor Lublin have just beaten Manchester City in Manchester. Yeah, if you rub it too much, you'll make the skin irritated and then you won't be able to massage it properly later. And never rub it if you're in the shower and it's covered in water, because that will actually create more friction. I realise that if you come in midway through me saying that, this sounds appalling. We're talking about unblocking ears. Gornik did well. They might have top 6. Wait. Or there could be games tomorrow, potentially. Much Prometano. Yeah. I think that, I mean, I suppose the one team to ask about this would be someone like Arsenal fans, because they've been at the Emirates for quite a while now. I mean, does it feel cozy and homely in the same way that Highbury did, or is it still lacking a little bit of that? I can't believe how well they've done. This is actually insane. Truly. I bet the stats in this game are absolutely appalling as well, by the way. The other thing is, every success we get from Polish sides like this is taking success away from potentially English sides too. So not only do we do well, but it comes at their expense, because it is like a zero-sum game in many ways. Right, let's get that plugged in. Copy that. Whack that in fantasy. Where's my thing gone? There it is. Actually remember to do it during the game for once, which is a nice change up for the books. They get top 8. It will depend. They'll probably need one more point. Maybe. Sometimes you can get it with 16. We've seen it, in fact, even with 15. But 17 is usually the threshold that I use. That's what I tend to like look at as far as points. Jesus, John has just absolutely cooked in this game, by the way. Enjoy that, John Havers. Yeah. Oh, it didn't do the JSON error thing, chat. We're back. We're looking good. Oh, one person as Captain John and the Gooseman, 62 points from the first game. You'd love to see it. That's insane. Yeah, I had to lock it during the game because we were actually playing in the actual match. But it's opened again now, so you can get him for the next one. I only lock it during games that we're like actively involved in. It's different when it's like simulated matches, because then you couldn't possibly cheat. That was a great performance from Johnny Boy. I have to look at these stats. I mean, obviously they deserve to lose, right? But it's the fact that Trevino... I want to look at his individual stats for the season, because I feel like he's never not scoring. Doesn't really show it properly, does it? So he's actually only got 1. Does bro only score in Europe? That's insane. He's terrible in the league, but absolutely goated in Europe. Who's there? Oh, no, it's Marty. To be fair, he isn't actually a striker. They've got a striker called Marty who's always scoring. So maybe I was thinking of him. How close was this? Yeah, they did well to get away with a 2-1, honestly. It's very, very good. Pre-post stadium move. Yeah, I mean, obviously the expenses of the stadium will affect it, because, of course, you'll be having to pay that back, which then factors into the sort of the decision-making of the club, right? The only injury to be aware of that's like an actual player that you maybe see sometimes is Andreas Herrera. Sorry. Yeah, Andreas Herrera. He's out for 4 months, but everybody else is fit and will be able to play in theory. Hello, Andy. Oh, damn. Little one's finally arrived. Firstly, congratulations to you and your missus, of course. Very difficult delivery. Oh, Jesus. 48 hours. That must have been extremely scary for you. Obviously terrifying for your missus as well, but I can't imagine what it's like to see the person you love and your like literal child going through something so traumatic. So just make sure that, obviously, make sure you look after your missus, but make sure you look after you as well, because that is the sort of thing that I think sometimes people brush aside a little bit too flippantly, perhaps. I mean, you probably don't need me to tell you this, but I think sometimes the dealing with that is important as well. Just make sure you're all good, dude. But little boy buzzing with it, doing really well though. That's awesome. Feeding regularly. The point is, everything's healthy. That's awesome, man. Congratulations, seriously. That's so sick. But yeah, that's the situation with the injuries. So the reason that I still think they might struggle to get top 8, it would depend on their last game, is because you've still got a lot of teams down here that are more than capable of winning their game tomorrow. We'll know better once we go over Wednesday. So I think that's our best bet. Just go to Wednesday, see what happens with the rest of the matches. Good Lord, the form at the bottom of this table is appalling. And we are having our own part of that. I think Jagiellonia are pretty much cooked, I would say. Górnik, maybe they could still do it, but they will need a little bit of luck, I would say. But getting Motor through is the best thing. That's so sick. And of course, because I clicked the wrong button on that other screen, the spacebar is broken again. I've got to stop doing that. It just seems so natural to click through to the matches on that screen and not anticipate that it will break anything. But it does. Let me see if this fixes it, actually. No. I forget what actually does. I think it is that, but you have to like wait for certain things to happen and then you can do it. It's very strange. Right, so Wednesday's Champions League matches now will dictate exactly what's likely to happen, I guess. League it will likely be fairly samey, I would have thought, but I absolutely can. So 16 points. So the way things stand right now is they're still 5th, so they would need a lot of teams to leapfrog them in order for them to drop out of the top 8, but there's still every chance that can happen because obviously there's a lot of teams down here that could do the exact thing because the goal difference is quite decent. Like pretty much, even Atletico, but the goal difference is so bad, probably not. Villarreal upwards could all technically still overtake them. It's going to be touch and go, I would say. Groningen NEC prediction. I'm going to say 3-2 to NEC. Some of them will play each other, of course. It will depend exactly on what Motor are doing on the final day. Their last fixture will tell a lot. Brugge at home. I tell you what. If they don't lose that, they'll probably do it. I did not expect that. I figured that the reason they were in this position is because they maybe had played a lot of their tough, easier games. And they'd have like a Liverpool away or something to come. But it looks like they've actually got quite a good points this season off of big teams. So who have they beaten? So they beat Fenerbahce. You'd expect them to do that at home, at least these days. Winning away at Feyenoord is impressive, but also weirdly, that seems to happen quite a lot in this save. The 2-2 draw at home to Spurs was exceptionally good. Lost away at Porto, that happens. Beat Anderlecht away from home, good result. The 5-2 over Marseille was a huge moment, and obviously beating Manchester City away. They had quite a good run, to be fair. Like, their toughest games were like Manchester City and Porto, and I guess Tottenham as well. But Tottenham have been a bit ass this season, so they have had quite a fortunate set of fixtures. But you can only beat what's put in front of you, and they have. It certainly beats the sort of ones we used to be getting. That first season we had the Champions League where we basically just seemed to be playing what felt like pot 1 teams in every single match, basically. It was wild. That's still good, though. And where that leaves us... I was about to say, what's happening in the Conference League? And then I remembered we don't have any teams in the Conference League this year. I'm looking at you, Piasklevica, you absolute boring bastards. What about Górnik? Because they're still right on the bubble here. A point would probably do it because of the goal differences of everybody else being so ass. But it's still not locked in. I reckon they're going to have... They've played quite a lot of tough games lately. They've got Porto at home. Porto are quite good. But they have a chance to take points off Porto, which helps both them and also Motor Lublin. So, there's definite pathways there. Now, as for the Europa League, that was looking a little bit sketch. Because as you can see, Arca are 22nd, Brookbet are 23rd. That needs to not be the case. They very much need to sort their shit out, and they've got 2 games in which to do it. One of which will be coming up in just 1 moment. Oh, dear. This bloody spacebar, man. I think it will probably do it now just fine. Also, our transfer window this year doesn't open until the 29th. It feels like even later than normal, but then maybe I'm just imagining things. Madrid want to buy Thomas Hernandez for like 16 million. Right now, I'm okay with just letting them bid that up for the time being. And also Chelsea are after Lucinho. He did kick off about it, but I did the usual thing and just sort of like, hey, you're an influential player, aren't you great? Hernandez might be... Oh, actually, is he a Scourger? Good question. I think he might be slightly younger than that. Let me just check his age. If he's 23, he might well be, actually. Where did he come from, actually? That's the bigger clue. Albacete. Second tier. It's one of those ones where it's like... It's unsure as to whether he is, given that he was at a second tier side in Spain and not a... He might be a Scourger. He's more on the fence, which you can very well see over because he's 6'7". Tactic is looking very good. We're kind of locked in with it now. We've sort of stopped dicking about with little tweaks here and there. We're kind of willing to... We're willing to... What's the word I'm looking for here? Lock it in for a bit, and have been for much of this season now that we've kind of figured out the weird offsets that seem to do the trick. I mean, I might be able to do the thing here where I say, I'll sell you for a certain amount, and then we could get that amount perhaps for him. Rob, thank you for the 46 months. That's so many bloody months. I appreciate that, friend. How's your Thursday going? It's, mid-weather today. It's sunny enough that we got a bit of light coming in, but not, like, super bright sun like it was this morning. Yeah, I don't think he's, like, I think I'd be willing to sort of negotiate a little bit more with him. Close to evaluation of you. 26 million. In fact, 30 million I'd probably do. He might not do, but 29 million. If they offered me 29, I'd probably take it, because that would also fund some more January transfers. Yeah, Albacete are a decent team. Every 6-7 years, transfer period jumps a week, I believe. Oh, interesting. I guess that would make sense, because obviously with leap years and stuff. It's the same as how our youth intake this year. I swear it used to be the 17th, but this year it's actually the 18th. Now, that either means it's just a weird year, or we've slipped back, but I don't think that's likely. Good to middling. We take that. It's lovely to have you back in chat, my friend. How are you? What was the last time? I can catch you up if you like, but I suppose I would need a reference point. Gone public. We won't be discussing issues with squad because we don't get involved in that kind of bollocks anymore. It's not our vibe. Brings it down. Views and things. The view pack is exclamation mark views. I'm not sure what's... I haven't made that many new views for a while, so it should in theory still have most of the stuff I use. The only thing that would probably be missing from it would be the shot map view that I made like a week ago to keep track specifically of where the shots were coming from in our team. It's interesting that Joao Carlos has now had the most shots in our team over Montparnasse. 91 times he's shot this season. Good Christ. He is just peppering it. That is an insane amount of shots for him to have so far. Shots from distance as well. You can see 4.1. He's taking 4 twats from range per game. But yes, exclamation mark view should have all of the views that you're probably looking for in there. There's like 100 of them because it covers pretty much everything, including sort of views for different screens and stuff. Show your save. Not the save itself as its current state, but we do have a version of the save from the very beginning, which you can download, I think. I can't remember exactly what the... I think it might be exclamation mark save file, actually. That will get you the save from the very beginning of the save. The season is going very well, yeah. There'll be another recap quite soon because we're looking like we may get through this season in like 5, which is kind of what I was hoping to get to a stage of doing. But for a while, we were taking sort of 7, 8... Yeah, that is the right one. Nice. It actually did work. Love to see it. I wasn't sure if that was the correct one. We haven't had that one triggered for a little while. But basically what that save file is it's this save file, but from like the day I set it up, essentially. So you'll be essentially in the same game world with any kind of like random seeds and stuff in the background, which means that any regens, for example, that have spawned at the very beginning of the save will still be present and stuff like that. Napoli are in for Alvarez. Marseille keep bidding on our players. And I find that fascinating because I'm assuming the reason they're doing that is because Marta is their manager and she has really good knowledge of Polish players in our league. I'll say Polish players in the Polish leagues, because that's like the 3rd or 4th time that she's bid on one of our random players, like Vukasin Petronijevic. Not that I want to sell him to them, because I'm pretty certain that he's on loan at Puszcza. He isn't playing, actually, but mostly because he is out for quite a while, so that's not really something we want to do. Plus, I think he's going to be good for the future. Alvarez at 73 million is not happening. He's a Polish citizen. Oh, shit. Venetti. Oh, God. That is really not good. Beat Venetti in some pain following a training session and now appears to be struggling with a moderate hamstring strain. So that's 6 to 7 weeks for Venetti. That might... He might be back for the... Actually, he might not miss that much Champions League. Because the knockout round is there. Nah, he probably will miss the first knockout round. 6 to 7 weeks. Sorry, chat. Had to be done. I actually can't believe I didn't do it off the bat that time, actually. honestly, Toads, I think if you can get it on a sale or find a chance to play a version of it where you don't have to pay too much, like a free weekend or something, I would definitely say give it a go. Because it has improved a hell of a lot, especially with all the mods and the skins, for sure. Youth Intake Challenge, we need to add any other playable league. Honestly, probably not, Big Boot, just because you could do if you wanted extra context. But that would be the only reason for it, essentially. Because obviously you're doing Youth Intake Challenge, you'd only be at the club you're going to be not get top 8. No, we do. Well, we haven't got it yet, but we likely will get top 8. In fact, I think we have got top 8, haven't we? Because we've got 21 points. Yeah, we have top 8. So our next round of matches will be the round of 16 games here. Because obviously we get to skip the playoff round, which happens around about there. So I'm just basing it off of last season, essentially. Ban the streamer! Can't be done. IRL friend? No way! Wait. Is he managing someone? He has to be, right? Or is he like a youngster? Oh! This guy. Our physio. No shot. Yeah, he was actually here when we got here. I mean, at some point I probably could replace him, but ultimately I just quite like keeping some of those men and women around the club because why not, right? Oh. Right, what was I saying? Yeah, so yeah, we got top 8. That's all good. And as for... Hang on. Forgive me, chat. Yeah, so for 26, with the mods how it is, the game is in a much better state now. There is an element of like, as things go along a little bit further, there might be a reason to perhaps just wait. But what I would say is, if you do get a chance to get 26 really cheap, you may as well, because you'll definitely get your money's worth at that point, and you won't then face the massive kind of wall of, oh my god, an unfamiliarity when 27 rolls around. Any benefits? The benefits you'll get really exist in terms of pure immersion. So with other leagues switched on, it's not going to help your youth team in any way, but it will allow you to look in other leagues. So for example, looking at League right now, I only have these set to view only, so there's a little bit less movement than you'd get in a normal one. But this is how it currently looks. Sorry, someone earlier said they wanted to see League and I just remembered. So it looks fairly... Actually, I tell you what, Amiens, that feels semi-impressive. Marseille are obviously chefing because they've got Marta in charge. Sochaux, nice to see my boys back in the top flight. And then Laval. That's cool. They've actually been in the top flight for a couple of seasons in this save. Haven't really looked much at League in fairness. Under Jean-Claude FIFA. I'm guessing FIFA. FIFA! Invested a single save. 100%. Have you tried with any of the mods and stuff, like the skins and things? Because I think that's really what makes a big difference to me. Thankfully, I've not had to play default skin for a while, but when I did briefly, I was reminded at just how bad it felt initially. It's nice to see Sochaux back, because weren't they third tier at one point? I have like a weird perception of Sochaux, because when we managed them on the last save, obviously we were doing really well with them. So as a result of that, wait, they're already big on. Oh, that's good news. We're getting loan bids before the windows even opened. This is amazing. Well, I'll 100% do that. I did set up a little bit of pre-scouting as well. Just a little dusting of pre-scouting with the usual sort of things. And I also set up some transfer room in, including with wingers. Not that we use wingers, but just so that we could... what's the one I'm looking for here? Essentially, maybe see a winger or two that might be able to be retrained as a wing-back in our new style of play. So I figured I'd include... There was like 91 of them in the end. On MacBook. Yeah, so... Nowhere to rest all. That I don't know. It's not something I've tried to do, in fairness. So it's starting there. It's probably because I did... the ones I did... Don, thank you for the 30 bits and the giant cross emote. Oh, yeah, there was a few... Wow, hang on. This is Team Reports going, right? Let me just check. We must be looking at South America at the moment. My God. Okay. I think I may have already... Yeah, I already did those guys. So the ones I did, basically, were... I didn't do natty caps, actually, because I found that that wasn't that useful outside of that. But I did Brazilian freebies. I did a little bit of higher up freebies. There really was no one that interesting other than Arda Güler, who's going to Liverpool, by the way. I did 20 is plenty. Holy Scoop. Booth strats, because we were near the end of the season, so I was able to go for South Americans there. And I saved analyst one as well. So we've got about 700, I think, on here. Wow, that's gone through a few. Wow, holy shit. Okay. That's good news. Control click all. Yeah, in that case, I don't know then. It's tough to give advice on elements of the game from previous that I've actually wasn't really using back then and now. At other leagues, I get players from other nations. You will, but not in your youth intake. So your youth intake is solely affected by the following factors. in terms of the nations at least, your manager's nationality, the nationality of the coaches at your club, but especially the head of youth development, and any kind of weird hard-coded stuff. That's the only thing that, and sometimes random chance as well, surrounding nations and things. That's what affects the quality, or sorry, the quality, the nationalities of players in your youth intake. No, Booty left a little while ago, different Booty, Regan in this case, and he was at 1860. I think he must have retired, but I will be very close to it. Now then. What a... Oh, J-Tux, you might have just locked into something crazy here, my friend. Firstly, let's just see how this career finished. So yeah, he did 1860. Then he came back on trial here. Then he went to Stalova Vola. Good name. And he's now become a manager. Please, 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 please. Yes! Right. Wait, before I want to just make sure we've got a slot before I appoint him. Obviously, I'm going to, but the question is where? Oh, we've got vacant roles. Please tell me I've got a coach. I actually don't, but I'm sure we can get rid of one of these guys. I think he needs to be first, or do we? Because it feels like the first team guys don't get poached very much. It feels like the youth team are the ones that get poached more. But now I can't remember how to get to it. Ah, wait, no, it's on... I go here, and then there. That's still incredibly bad design. Like, massively bad. First team coaching youth staff. Interesting, okay. So what would you say is the best job to offer him at this point, right? If youth only saves, yes, I was going to say, anything you want to know about youth only saves, ask Dazza from chat. Man is like, you're my idol, Daz. I have Dazza posters on my wall. Mascot, I mean, hey, he's been our mascot for many a year now. I guess I could just go with whatever he wants in a way. Let's get back on. They were a gift. I'm going to need some more. They're a bit sticky. Right. Try that again. He looks really different in that face pack picture. Like, massively different. I'll do first team coach. I'm going to go with it. I'll offer him a longer deal so he gets that. And he's got that in there already, which is a good sign. Oh. Wow, okay. Sure. Why would you want to be a first team coach when I could make you the under-19 assistant manager? Sure, I don't know who our under-9 assistant manager is right now. Hopefully it's not someone we want to keep. It's either Iron Robin or... Oh, well, there's loads of them. Why do we have 3 assistant managers? I feel like Steph Joe might well be not long for this world, unfortunately. As much as I love my boy Steph Joe, I kind of can't get rid of Balotelli or Iron Robin in this situation, right? You just really like that. So Kosovo's potentially is off to... Where's this? To Gornik Zabsha, not bad. Vichev won a bit of Mirko Juric, don't mind a bit of that either. Love to see it. Oh, I would say enjoy the rest of your day, Mushroom Man, but I imagine it's going to be quite stressful. But what I would say is just congratulations, man, in advance, and we look forward to hearing all the good news on Sunday stream. You've got to keep Balotelli around, yeah. He's unhappy, promise not kept. Acceptable bid from Napoli. What was the acceptable bid? I don't actually see what they bid, in fairness. 66 minutes. Okay, yeah, that's quite high. Oh, well, I lied. Hello, Goosery. Right, windows open, friends. Yes. Right, times, they are a-changing. I did take in a couple of the, there was like 3 Patreon players that were released at the end of the year, so I brought those guys in as well. They're off kilter at the moment currently. What I probably should do, actually, is immediately check transfer room out. Because there's bound to be some interest. Gornik again, they always want to... Ooh. Anyone that doesn't want him. Anybody that doesn't want him. Every single one of them wants him. I'm not giving you Damasiewicz. We need him. He's my boy. Bad expensive Belgian. That's a good question. So just to catch you up, we've got £100 million worth of players joining us in January. I may have splashed out a little bit last stream and the stream before. We've got a couple of guys like these, like £3 million here or there, Egyptian guy, Japanese guy. Those are just punts. We also have random guy I got from Sparta Prague. But that's not where the big money is. We've got a couple of guys from Bodder as well, £6 million for a 16-year-old who had like really high CA, we quite liked him, and another guy here. The big ones, though, are these guys here. So Maxime Marion is a goalkeeper from Saint Etienne, £60 million. It's a lot of money, I grant you. And then this guy is Francesco Marabit, who is my expensive Belgian for the save. £21.5 million. The second we basically agreed to sign him, I just got an achievement for that. The second we agreed to sign him, his PA dropped from 5 to 4. So that's fun. 12 new players are in. Right. Well, that's a good sign. Oh, lots of... Okay, this might be even better than I thought. Belgian always worries you, right? Milton Evangelista. He was a random Argentinian amateur player I found. He was just more, you know, keeping the loan farm stocked, essentially. It's not enough. Right, so this was the first of the Bodder guys. Not the one we really liked. This is the 4.8 million Bodder guy. To be fair, at 17, already consistent, fairly professional personality, lacks technical ability, but I'll tell you what, I'm okay with that. Anyone who's into that 5th star, I'm happy with at this stage, given how good some of our like elite level talent is. So Hindering Naja Seung, he already has good physicals, which is awesome. His technicals are going to be the thing that he needs to work on. Not entirely, which is annoying because unfortunately physicals are really good for this kind of age at this point. I'm not really sure what we'd even put him on at that point until maybe I would just whack him straight on defensive positioning for the time being, just so he's doing something. Extra skipping for the 3rd time in a row. Do you get 40 million? That's a really good sign as well. If he's got high value there, it probably indicates there might well be something to this potential and it's not a lie, which is nice. You should get money back on your university stuff if your lectures skip. Like, to me at least. So he's actually rated lower than the other guy. He's a year younger. Maybe it's because he cost more. Nah. He's way better. This guy, if this guy came through our youth academy, I would probably run around the house with my shirt off. Levels of good. The only things about him that I'm not a fan of is that he is a bit fickle. Probably, yeah. Because he's already good physically, although I would like to maybe put him on quickness just to get that pace up a tiny little bit. Yeah, the 5 tackling is the issue with him, really. He's not going to be... He's one of those guys that might turn into an elite loan farm talent more than anything else. But I will do, though... Nah, I think I'll still whack him on something like final third or attacking movement. Get that off the ball up a little bit would be nice to start. Only revising. That doesn't fair. He's there to help with that, surely. What if you needed to ask an important question, J-Tux? I would say so. Get him up there right now. That's the contract he wanted. I think it's because that's his youth deal. He will sign a pro deal at some point. It does usually say. There will be a pro deal in there at some point that he will... When he turns 17. Around for homegrown. We could. But... I mean, he will count as homegrown Polish, but if we kept him around for homegrown Wisła, it would mean that he's never out on loan, and he wouldn't play for us anyway, because he's not a, he's a winger. Go on the contract. I don't think I can. Used to be able to. It most likely would just switch over the second he turned 17, which is probably not for a little while. Actually, it's not for another 7 months. Oh, up here. Ah, yes. Wait. Or not. You'd think that's where it would be, right? But no. You're taxing that? What's the income tax? Like, Jesus Christ, Poland, calm down. Like, this is one of these situations, like, you shouldn't be taxing a 15-year-old on £5 a week. That's pocket money, basically. Yeah, you should be able to see that normally. That's weird. 20% tax on £5. So he's getting £4. Polish government would be like, yoink, have a bit of that one. Yeah, so with him... It's just going to be a case of make him good, get him out on loan, and hopefully another Polish side will have an absolute legend, basically. Which is fine. Still be 19 when that happens, you can loan him out. True, but then we miss out on 2 years of him being loaned out, which seems a bit pointless to me. Like, I don't know. He'll be homegrown trained in country if he's loaned in Poland anyway, so the only thing he wouldn't be is homegrown trained at club, which would be irrelevant to us because he wouldn't play for us anyway. So there's no point in me getting a player to be homegrown trained at club because that player would not actually play in our team. So we've just got a sort of random player that then isn't out on loan doing anything for the loan farm and isn't ever going to play for us because he's not in a position that we actually use. I mostly signed him because I thought he was elite for the position he plays in, and he'd be one of those loan farm guys that if he works and gets into that loan farm could be exceptionally good, which is awesome. Really? I didn't realise Booty was at Boreham Wood again. Bro moves around a lot. I think they've got a hell of a task to overcome Rochdale, though, let's be honest. Right, it's the rabbit time. Please tell me you've got decent PA. Oh, no. I like his attributes. That's the thing for me. I like what he has in terms of his attributes because he's got good tackling to begin with. He's aggressive. He's consistent. He's got a decent work rate. I was just wishing he had a little bit more PA about him and maybe a bit more room to grow. But I do think he's a very, very decent option in our midfield. And I think he's probably first team. Not quite. So I will trial it. I'll loan him for the moment if we can do. But I don't know. I think there's a player here He's very much in that kind of Yenzi. He would need to work on passing, actually, more than anything else. Coping a little bit, Anna, a little tiny bit. It's a lot of money to spend. Watch the goalie come in and be 3 stars. I don't think he will, because you could already see his ability is 4. Hello, Shadowface. How's it going, friend? How are you feeling, man? Dostal at sea. Straight to the loan farm. I mostly signed him for the loan farm anyway, because he's a winger, of course. And now, if there's a goalie called Dostal, things are getting a bit... this guy I signed because his name was Apollinaire Baker-Menga. And he's not bad. We'll absolutely get a bit of Apollinaire. Have a bit of that. Right. I'm going to save the goalie. We'll swing back to the goalie in a minute. Mateus, C-rated. He's just a random Brazilian freebie. These guys are just fodder for the loan farm, and that's absolutely fine. I want to try and get to the 300 loans this is. Now, this guy's A- rated. Ooh. Okay, that's annoying. Everything else, though. Ooh. Kosei Yonizawa. 5-star PA is a good sign at 18. The jumping reach is not, and he's 5'9" at 18. That ain't going to change. Everything else about him, though, is exceptional. But he can play in midfield. Can't pass to save his life. He may end up being like a lone firm lifer type of dude, but even if that's the case, that's absolutely fine by me, because he's exceptionally good, and they'll find a place for him. Get back on track. That's the most important thing, is just to find that balance again, I find. Abdurrahman Afifi, we overspent on him slightly, but I think I got lulled in because I thought, oh, wing back, except he can't actually tackle to save his life, and we're kind of stacked in that position, but that's okay. Chauki Mefta. Okay. These are guys I'm just mostly signing because their attributes are fairly solid, and they're sort of 2-star range kind of guys, and I think this guy's a bit similar to that as well. No, he's a bit more of a waste of money, although he's got some good attributes. Right, goalkeeper. This is the big one, the one we actually care about the most. Is he good? Yes, yes, he is. World class now. Has he got better, essentially? Yeah, I'm a fan of that. I would say that's actually genuinely money well spent. He ticks all the boxes. Fickle, at this point, I couldn't care less. Fickle would only matter to me if it was going to affect his development, which evidently it doesn't, because he doesn't need to develop anymore. The only thing about him that I'm like, is that aerial reach of 12, but he's so good everywhere else that, yeah. What I really like about him is he's got the things I look for in a goalkeeper. So agility, these 3 with that being reasonably good. Handling, one-on-ones are exceptional. Reflexes are good as well. Eccentricity, we're still unsure of. But it's the fact that he's got anticipation 18, concentration 19, and decisions 20 with positioning 19 as well. Those little extras on top, I'm a fan. I mean, it's £60 million, so I better be a bloody fan. But the relishes big matches is awesome as well. The only thing about him is the fickleness. Has he got any hints of like... and he's consistent. Yeah. The fickle thing at this point is irrelevant to me. I more care about that on younger players when it means that it might harm their development slightly. But honestly, I'm a fan. He can't take free kicks, though, which is a bit shit. I wish he could. What a guy. Right. Just immediately, can I register him for the extra classer? Well, not can. I need to. Let's see. Champions League registration obviously isn't open for a moment, but that's okay. We probably do have slots in our squad. We actually don't. Okay. But that's fine, because I can just swap a goalie out and bring him straight in. Because he probably ranked quite high towards the top, right? Wait, where is he? Is the game doing that thing where it doesn't... Oh, no, it's because I've got goalkeepers filtered off because I was building the... There he is. Right, so who do we take out? Have to be a goalkeeper, presumably. There's bound to be a shit goalkeeper further down that I put in the squad for absolutely no reason. It's likely going to be Mr. Windles. Ah, wait, he's homegrown. Oh, no, I've got loads of homegrown players. Never mind. That's absolutely fine. Income's made Marion. Gomez doesn't need to be registered. Is there anyone else that needs to be put in here? What about my rabbit? Nah, he's not technically first team, is he? That'd be okay for the moment. I could maybe put him in the first team. Yeah, I'll put him in the first team maybe, depending on what the squad looks like towards the end of the window. And then things might change a little bit. Sure, why not, lads? Honestly, oh, true, yes, of course. Jose Alvarez, no, I'm not loaning you, you silly boys. Come on now. Silly. Oh, I didn't look up the Tanzania. My apologies, Manda. Jesus, we had loads of loan offers. These will all be from foreign clubs, I suspect. Still worth doing, but you never know. Oh, I take that back. This is why it's worth doing the random loan toggle thing sometimes, because that I did not anticipate. I'm just going to reject that, actually. Make it a little bit easier. But those, they're all Polish sides. That's back in his home nation, fair enough. It does seem that players like from Brazil and Argentina are way easier to get loans for in Poland, or any country I've noticed, and also Spanish players too. I looked through all of the saves I was sent, and I noticed a theme that, generally speaking, the most common nationalities of loanees were Brazilian, your home nation, and Spain, with Argentina being in there as well. So this is the Tanzanian national team right now. Got a couple of our own guys in there too. Lots of guys at Young Africans, of course. Surprised there isn't any other Polish teams in here, actually, now I think about it. Got a few of slightly older players, obviously. Not too many, though, given that we are 10 seasons in, I guess. Salford dude. Haji... Wait, I recognise that name. I think I recognise his name from Pompey, and I don't quite know why. Or am I thinking of another player that's got a very similar name to him? It could be the case. Also, with that goalie, I don't think we've actually had a player that relishes big matches for a while. Because I think relishes is it above 15 or is it even higher than that? I forget what the thresholds for that actually are. So yeah, that is the Tanzanian national team as things stand. Yeah, I mean, he said he was at Portsmouth, but it was a question of like, I was trying to think why I recognised him from that. And it must be Fallingborg. Oh, wow. I like that. Because doesn't that mean something like Falling Mountain? Because would his name be like Frederick Avalanche? Because I'm a big fan of Frederick Avalanche as a human being and as a concept at large, you know? That's decent. What we'll do is I've got a transfer room in set up. But I want to let it cook a bit more yet because we've only had maximum, I think, 6 responses to any of them so far. There's also 90 different options I put in it. It's quite a lot. Jeremy Monga. I think I probably was actually thinking of Jeremy Monga, yeah. Did a bit more work on the automated tool yesterday. Still haven't quite got the maths right for it, but I think I'm damn near close. The issue is basically trying to figure out how to get the calibration tool I'm making for it that will allow me to give it to people to know what things it needs to calibrate with regards to the minimum ages, because that's the only part that's dynamic, and then to allow it to work out the dynamic sizing on the different rows based on the text scaling. That's the thing. Broadcast. Oh, it might be. Maybe I was thinking of Berg in like Norwegian and Swedish, which means mountain, right? Berg, yeah. Beasterek, thank you so much for the 4 months, bro. That's super kind.
Thank you for entertainment.
I like that. Thank you for entertainment, just in general. I am responsible for all the entertainment that you've ever seen. That is me. Hello, Stewie. The Wisła wrestler today. I am. I'm wearing my new spiffing shirt. What I bought off of Vinted, and it is linen. Therefore, I'm not sweating in it, which is a nice change. Pog and I went shopping on Saturday to have a look at things like, because I wanted to get some sort of linen and cotton stuff just because it's the summer coming up and got to do the summer wardrobe, right? And the prices are just embarrassing. Crumbling Castle. I guess so. I didn't realise that Borg was castle. Ah, Björn. Okay, that makes sense. And I presume that also means that Borg is castle in like Swedish and Norwegian as well, because you've got like your Helsingborgs and teams like that, right? Never got Swedish and like Scandinavian surnames are just really cool because a lot of them seem to be like nature based, and I just quite enjoy that, right? Like Kvist. I forget what that means, but doesn't it mean like thistle or something, or some kind of plant? I don't know. It's just nice. And I press, yes, branch. That's close enough, right? It's been a while. Oh, God. Yeah, we can't be losing 2 of them here. That sounds very different. Oh, that it does. I'm going to have to get used to that when it comes to the next save, potentially, for building a nation. That is not going to... Because I'm going to be so... I'm going to be annoying so many people. Because I'll just be instinctively pronouncing things like Swedish or Norwegian style. Oh, the game linked us with this dude, Tom Thompson. Like, the wages are absurd and he's 30. But how good is this guy just chilling it into Miami and has never left them his entire career? Wait, hang on, he's 30 and he... Oh, he's probably one of those players that gen when the MLS got turned on for 1 season. Legia want Julian Smith. Yeah, you can have him for that. Corona Kielce want Pablo Clerc. This was the guy, he is Spanish Scourge, that I was never allowed to play because I accidentally gave him a contract that meant if I played him in league matches, he'd get a 40 grand wage rise. So I've never played him in a single game, and they want him on a free transfer, and you can have him, lads. Adelaide United, that will not be happening. Now feels like a good time, actually, to do an offer out. Because the window's open. Do a big old bulky boy. Want the second team for this. And probably a better view as well. And there we go. Filter out. Oh, no, I do want it to filter out unavailable, because that filters out the first team dudes that are randomly set available for it. Oh, good. Can I FM? Hi. Awesome, that's useful. We just got off the screen and back into it. Maybe that'll fix it. How bizarre. I've not encountered that glitch before. So who we got? Because there may be some younger players as well that now count in this set that weren't in there before. So you're under a bid already. So I won't loan you out. The rest of you, I think, should be okay. Unless there's any out-of-contract players in here. I don't believe there is. There's a few expiries that might prevent them. Some of those red ones may not let me do it. Oh, no, it will. Love to see it. Always do that first. West Ham Woolly Jumper. I don't know if I'm the right person for that. I know a guy who might. Harv. Fancy a West Ham Woolly Jumper? Is it one of like the CFS ones? Because I've got way too many of those. Telerish as well. Another scout report. Did I actually look at that scout report last time, or did I simply acknowledge it and then move on with my life? Because I feel like we just... I think that's what I did, didn't I? That would be why it's still full of players. Right, let's go back through that properly then. He's reasonable knowledge, so we'll send him around again. You... Is anyone extensive? Or is no one extensive? Does anyone stand out as being goated? This guy at Miami... So Gerga Gagalic, if you recall, a player that I nearly signed out of spite once, has actually turned into what looks like quite a good footballer, which is fun. He's also injured at the moment, which is less fun. There's a few freebies at the bottom of this list that might be worth picking up, particularly if he's wanted by someone. Ah, he's also Spanish. What about Tiki? I think it's important that I do start to just scrape up a few of these lads when I do get the chance to. Just got to keep that farm pumping, you know? Oh, he's a Brazilian freebie. So I actually have to buy him properly. I might expand the scope on that slightly to allow us to get... Oh, he's already on loan somewhere. Where's he on loan from? Daniel Kessner. Bit much for that. I don't really want anyone over $1,000 in this like initial loan farm part, because if they're going to be around for 8 years. Are you based in Spain? No, he's based in Costa Rica. That's okay. So he's not a Spanish Scourge player. Oh, he's actually quite good, Fran. If he doesn't want anything dumb... I'd maybe stretch on him just because he is actually a little bit better than the other players I was looking at. Particularly, he still wants youngster contract too, which is perfect. So we could still... And he's 18, so I should be able to offer him... Okay, 4 years is okay. I think that's just because January, though. Because technically that is actually 5 years, isn't it? It just looks like 4 years. It's like 4.5 years, essentially. Right, I'll have those two. And then the rest of them, I will send around again so we get a bit more knowledge. Burrow it down a bit further. Right, nice. Those 26, 27-year-olds will be feeling part of the loan farm. Yeah, I mean, there's some pretty old players in our loan farm. Wait, who's this? Okay. Again, and I cannot stress this enough, this is why the Brazilian freebie method is goated. This guy came from a team called Nova Venezia. But... actually is worth a little bit. He's got some crazy good attributes in certain places. Maybe he doesn't have the PA. He's nowhere near as good as that Augusto dude, but my god, for free? And he's good on both feet, which might be why his CA is a little bit higher. He's exceptional. That's the second one in 2 years we found like that. Those are the guys, man. That's why it's 100% worth it. Lekpos and Garwowski. Oh, that's one of the Patreon regens. Booty transfers blocked, but that's okay, because we're going to get rid of, sadly, Stefan Johansson, provided they'll let me, because it actually is going to cost money. Confirm. I feel sorry for him there. Right, we'll get those guys back in again. Nobody's retired, which is a good sign. No interest yet. Off trial. God, I wish there was a way you could just offer them a trial for like a year. Be nice. Yeah, you put a potato in your throat, everything sounds Danish. That's what I was once told by a Dane, importantly. So Booty's in, which is excellent. He looks so different in that picture. It might just be because I've had the same face pack for ages. You were blocked. How do you mean? Bit of that. So that's gone as well. Huld will come in as well. There was a couple of other players that were potentially going to get released in the end of the year as well, but they actually did find clubs. One particular one was that, it was another one of the guys in Scandi. Right. Oh, we didn't look at the bloody Europa League to see if this is actually even workable anymore. I fear that it may be in trouble. I think they both drew. Yeah, Brookbet got a 2-all draw at Athletic Club. That's exceptionally good, actually. That's ridiculous. 2-all draw away at Athletic Club. Very fortunate to do that. Aranda is just the GOAT. He's probably the best loanee that we've got at this stage. And then, what was the other one? Arca. What were they up to? Were they at the top? No, they're away from home. God, there's so many matches, man. 1-all draw away at Slavia Prague. Ah, man. I mean, probably a fair result in the end, actually. Is that Maxim de Kuiper? It is Maxim de Kuiper. But yeah, we managed to sign in the end anyway. Regan Booty is a bit of a meme on the channel and has been for about a decade now. Ever since we first got him. What was the first Booty save? I can never remember. I think it was it Stockport? I think it was Stockport. That was probably the first time we ever signed Regan Booty. But for many years, he was just exceptionally good. Even when his attributes didn't suggest that he would be. Okay, that's going to be a bit annoying. And it's by Leverkusen, which means, do we start Molski? Oh, how do you do the Brazilian freebie? So basically, what you're looking for is, it's in the filters pack. Technically, they aren't actually... Oh, they are freebies. Was it Stockport? Yeah. Right. It is this one. So what the filter essentially is 15 and 18 as always, plays in Brazil, and transfer value is at most 0. Because Brazil doesn't have amateur players like that, but it does have a lot of players that are essentially available for free because their contracts are worth nothing, because there's all have really low release clauses. Sometimes you can bump it up a little bit. And what I do is every couple of years, I'll just go in here and ignore the ones I've already scouted because I've been doing this recently. And I'll just go in and look for anybody that's potentially playing some games perhaps. That's why I have that filter on as well. And just scout them. And I pick up, I don't know, 5 to 10 of them a season for the loan farm. And occasionally, like Augusto is the best example of this. This guy, I think he actually maybe did cost us that. Why was I expecting him to show up in there? Just like for the word Augusto and hope that man appears. Not how it works, Matt. Who did he come from? Oh no, he was free. This guy. This guy was a Brazilian freebie. Need I say more? He is possibly the best one I've ever seen. So don't expect him every single time, but do expect a load of like 4-star guys, or even 5 when you're a bit lower down. The fact that he's even got 5-star PA, God, I wish you'd find a loan. I'm desperate for that to happen. Right, next match only for Montperus. Do I play Obradovic? I might actually start Obradovic there. And then it's Duru time. Why not? Vanetti and Montperus will both come off the bench, which will allow us a bit of space. Obviously, we can't put the new guys in yet because it's not had a chance to do so, which means I'm going to break my cardinal rule, chat. A goalkeeper is going onto my bench. Bear with as I allow that to happen in my lifetime, but it's happening right now. Okay, bye Leverkusen. Get your fantasy picks sorted. Let me just shut off the thing for that, and we can get in. Madman, I know. Floop is a madman. Help us, save us. Don't know why that's come out of my mouth there. Also, Jesse, how's it going? What do you think of the series so far? Like, 2-0, looking good. I think we just need to win one in Minnesota, and it's not over, but it's basically over at that point. And I think we're going to as well. We just look completely different right now. So subs are minus points. I believe at the moment the way that works with subs is that you get minus the points that sub has. So if you do it early enough, it makes sense. Oh, it's fixed. Oh, never mind. In that case, you can make subs freely. Love to see it. So I wish there was like a change log, perhaps, that you get when there are changes like that. But so it looks like the sub situation is awesome. In that case, yeah, you're now free to make subs. You get a 1 point penalty for doing it, but like you do in FPL, I suppose, if you do too many. That's awesome. In that case, what I might do for Sunday stream is I'll up the number of subs allowed again. Because I put it down to 3 because I figured people weren't using them anymore, so I might put it back up to 5, depending on the number of games. Yeah, so if Case has fixed that, that's even better. I think they have definitely fixed some stuff, though, because we didn't have that JSON error today. Play the wild. Quinn is so good. He really, really is good. Like, even in the games that they've been getting battered in places, like, not just Quinn, like Brock Faber as well. They are exceptional. We're just better. And also playing like a team that are good rather than being a bit average. Like Nature's is finally stepping up. Mac is actually doing things again. Devon Taves is the best player in the world apparently now. Right. The games we want to focus on here are Motor Lublin and... Where's the other one? Gornik and Porto. Let's see if I can... Yeah, there we go. I'll put it in a place where we can see it all. Although it may real shuffle anyway, because this is FM after all. I'd love to win this as well, because we've not done a complete 100% in the group stage ever, obviously. Oh, it's beautiful. It's Naeem again! This is from a free kick now. He's actually now become so good in the air that they're actually aiming free kicks at him. That's his 6th goal in the Champions League this season. And his 15th in all competitions. I mean, this guy, he might get to 20 in both categories this year. Or at least a goal contribution per game. He's just so good. Showed 1 point difference. That's awesome then. I'm glad that that's been changed. I think it'll also create more variety as well. Because people will be more willing to switch things around a little bit more. And we maybe get less a situation where you get like 9 people tied for first place perhaps. Database of youth intakes. Oh, man. Oh, I saw this and we were talking about this earlier, postcode. How's that going? They're losing. Gornik are 2-0 down at home to Porto. And with it, technically their chance isn't gone yet. But it does require a lot of other stuff to happen. And obviously, Jagiellonia would need an absolute miracle. I mean, if they beat Inter, maybe they could do it. Well, I mean, Beat's going to be out for a little while. But it's a question of who I play in his place. Because I will put Gomez in for a while too. And we're going to... Oh, that's a good effort. I think I locked it. Let me just check. I locked it before the game, at least. Yeah, it is locked right now. But obviously, people probably would have changed things around a little bit upon the injury to Venetti. Oh, that's the first half ending. Who in the East? I don't know. But it's probably going to be Carolina, isn't it? And the thing is, they're going to have... And I think if we get past Minnesota, then we pretty much... That's the hard part. Getting through the second round is the hard part, it seems like. Because I think Vegas are too gettable, and the Ducks are just way too bad defensively, but they will score a lot. So, unless we get goal lead... Are Gornik losing now? Oh, sorry, they were before, actually, weren't they? So, Jagiellonia is still drawing. Motor still drawing, frustratingly. But as things stand, Motor would still be in 6th place. So they would get top 8, which is wild. Have we ever had another team get top 8 before? Like, for the East, I mean, could we play the Flyers? I'd like that. I'll take a bit of that. It would require some miracles, but it's probably going to be Carolina, isn't it? Let's be honest. Then again, they'd have to actually win a conference final. And Buffalo and Montreal are looking pretty tasty as well. Oh, right. Oh, it did. My God, the game actually remembered where I left that bar. I realize that shouldn't come as a surprise to me, but it didn't even do that on FM24. That's incredible. I'm glad of it. It's just surprising, I guess. Hopefully they're not going to need that. Oh, Motor have now taken the lead. Motor could well be onto, was it 19 points? That's more than we normally get. Duru scored, by the way. Most seasons, I think the most we've ever got was 20 points. Motor are on track to get 19 points in the Champions League group in their first season in Europe. The points they're going to get. Isn't there bonuses for finishing in certain places in the Champions League group? I forget which. There might not be, as it happens. Where are they going to be? That'll put them in 5th. It's been a hell of a year with multiple teams getting over 20. And as things stand, Gornik would actually still be sneaking through, despite losing. But they don't want to lose by too much more. That's the problem. They can't afford to lose like 5-0 or something. Jagiellonia are doing a very good job, at least taking a point off of Inter. They could still sneak through if they got a win. I don't think they will, but they could. Right, John's not been great today. Naeem obviously has been because he's him. Obradovic has been extraordinary in the midfield. Fair play, buddy. Love that for you. It's 2-0 now. This feels like Jersey territory. It's weird seeing Jens not banging one in, actually. It's a little bit unnerving. Jens there. Maybe Mikic? I could do Molski, actually. Slightly deeper this time. No, the Oilers didn't get a first pick. It was the Leafs, which is hilarious. They've only missed the playoffs twice in the last 10 years. And in both years, they've had first pick of the draft. The league is taking it well, so to speak. Hello, Rob. Offline ban save. Have an influx of German players. Interesting. Do you have Germany switched on? In the sense that, like, was it switched on mid-save? Because if so, that's probably why. Oh my God. It's goals like that I feel number one prospect. Gavin McKenna, probably still, although Stenberg is the other one that gets talked about a lot. Like, it probably will still be McKenna, but he didn't exactly have the best start to his career in NCAA. I predicted 16 points. I think it might have been 14 points I predicted, but it was certainly around that. And I don't think anybody predicted more than... I think the highest prediction from chat was someone said 19 points combined. I don't think anyone expected more than 20. They had 26 going into this match day, and it looks like they're going to finish on 30? Unless something goes drastically wrong. Gornik is still right there. I don't know what the permutations are like if Jagiellonia were to win their game. Because they got to 8 points, but I don't know if it would be enough to overtake... Oh, us beating Bayer Leverkusen by more goals could actually help them if they were to get the... I mean, they'd have to do their part first, which most likely they won't, but... Oh, go on. Do something magical, Jagiellonia. Like, actually show some quality for once. Alvarez has done really poorly off the bench, but that might just be because he's pissed at me for me not selling him to Napoli. Because, you know, what he really needs to do is join a club. I suppose he could make the argument that they did knock us out of Europe last year, but we also smashed them this year on their own ground. Don't they care about things like this? That's not a penalty. Naeem is so good at nearly winning penalties. And Dura's done... Actually, Dura hasn't done that well, really, because he's got a 7 rating with a goal. We did win the Champions League this save. Yeah, we won it in Season 7. It was very strange. Just out of nowhere, we'd never won a knockout round of the Champions League. And in Season 7, we went all the way to the final, had some crazy games, and then ended up actually winning the whole thing with a 90th minute winner. Yeah, so what's going on with the NBA lottery? Because aren't they planning to change the way that the draft lottery stuff works, where it would actually punish the worst teams in some manner? I heard someone refer to it as like the silver plan or something, which seems mad to me. Oh, go on. Okay, this is incredible. Oh, he deserved better there. Only have Scotland loaded no database thing. Oh, in that case, that will have nothing to do with Scourges then, Rob. The Scourge stuff only happens if you load a league mid-save. So if you switch on a league... Inter have scored. If you switch on a league mid-save, that's what causes the Scourge thing to happen. So it shouldn't happen outside of that, or I've certainly seen no evidence that it does. Yeah, so Jagiellonia balls it up at the last moment. It is what it is, but crucially, I believe they are, Stewie, actually. James will know more about this than I do, because NBA. But I'm pretty certain, aren't there plans to expand the NBA back to Seattle? Because I remember the reason this gets talked about in hockey is because obviously Seattle is a new hockey market as well because of the Kraken, or the Bitch Pigeons, if you got my other t-shirt. And there's a lot of discussion about them not really being able to get a lot of traction there with it in some respects. And now if they get an NBA team back there as well, Vegas seems like the other place for it because everyone's going to Vegas now. Pretty much every major sports league now has somewhere there, right? Motor, can't believe this. 1-0 win for them. 0-0 there. Gordik lose, but it doesn't look like it's going to matter. Nope, they're through. 8 points. Well played, lads. And we're through as well, which means we've won every single league stage game for the first time. Japanese Wonder Kids, we've got a few of them ourselves. I think Wonder Kids. Japanese players that are very highly rated in our save, which is always what you want, right? I didn't collect the fucking stats out of the match, did I? You silly wee bastard, Matt. Come on. You're better than that. That's the wrong screen, isn't it? It's that one. The benchies didn't actually do a great deal in this game anyway. Oh, what the hell? Oh, no. I put it into focus mode accidentally. I got stuck in that for a while during one of the updates. It was not a pleasant sight. Oh, really? I thought it was like, not all but confirmed or anything, but looking very likely to happen, essentially. So what happened there then? I think that's the one. That's right. Yeah, it is. It's mostly going to be a Naeem fest. I think he does get man of the match for this one. Not that that's a huge surprise. Yes, he does. Easy peasy for him. One basketball team whose uniforms or whatever that I always really liked the colours with was, I think it was the Utah Jazz. Mostly from watching like Last Dance and stuff. Seeing the aesthetic was just glorious. I just love that kind of whitey purple... I think it was white and purple type shot. Naeem did Naeem things as per. And obviously Duru does things as well. Love to see it. Which gives us our new leader of James and Samaboy. Very tight, but it's getting there. So the Anwar Naeem captain brigade, I suspect that's probably doing it. But we win, importantly. And that means that now we only conceded 3 goals in the Champions League this season. That's wild. With a more aggressive tactic as well, you'd think we'd be more susceptible there. Plus 23. Insane. Best rating in the whole thing as well as Anwar Naeem. Shocker. Unbeaten. Brighton come 3rd, which is mad. Motor Lublin, 6th place. 19 points on the board for them. They won their last 4. And crucially, Gornik Zabja, despite only getting 2 wins and 8 points, they do sneak through. What I want to know is, even if Jagiellonia had won that game, they'd have had 8 points, but their goal difference is ass. So they'd have had to have won that game by a lot. Like a lot. Or we'd have had to batter Bayer Leverkusen a lot to make that work, to be fair. Hello, Har. We were talking about you earlier. Someone was trying to flog a West Ham sweater. I figured you'd be the type of man that would enjoy that, particularly if it was covered in, say, pasta
You know if
and
there's
whatnot.
a train coming anytime soon?
Oh yes, very soon. They are
True.
building
I mean,
it
Spurs,
now.
after all, have won the Champions League in this save, so I suppose they're on a bit of a weird bounce back themselves. Oh my god, this song is so, like, nostalgic. Don't blame George. I won't, George. Thank you, though, for the follow. I appreciate that. Who do you support? I'm going to guess Chelsea. Don't know why. God. Okay. We just check the stats before we start burning through some games now. And obviously some stuff And of course, the intake when we get to it. He's nearly double the amount of goals as anyone else on the team now. Off of 9 XG in total. That is absolute filth. I think Montperou's actually has a good amount, but he's injured. Either way, he's having the season of his dreams. What's your sport? Which sport do you own? And why is it competitive Lego Star Wars esports? So this was Whipport, right? 10 million quid for that. Love to see it. Jurich is set to move. Love to see that as well. Those half and half scarves. Yeah, those things are a lot of money. Turns out. Who knew making stuff cost money? Not this guy. That's a lot of loan offers. Oh, it's actually not. It's only 80. Most of which will be turned down anyway, I suspect. Marseille. See what I mean? He's already on loan as well. Pedro Costa? No. No. I really hope we can find one for Johnny 10 because he looks to have he looks to have a ceiling on him. That's all back to Serbia again. Come on, at least show me some Polish ones in here if you please. Lots of Serbia again. That's lots of Turkey. The first offer never seems to quite work out that well. Or we're just in this sort of spot where the Polish teams are maybe a little bit overstuffed at this point. Or maybe some of them are just too good. And the second tier teams don't seem to take as many loans as the top flight ones, with a few exceptions. We're looking at you, Pushcha. Please tell me there's not going to be 0. RB Leipzig. No, thank you. Stuttgart Kickers. I think it's going to be a completely dead... No, they're not either. That's German. There we go. Schlonsk. Finally. They've rescued it. A 25-year-old actually getting a loan. Wow. Usually once they cross 23, they're almost never going to find one. They actually want it. Fair enough. Zarev as well off to Pushcha. And then that's also a domestic loan as well, which is not too bad. Although he's leaving at the end of the season anyway. Let Whipport again. Probably not, Rob. Just because I think that the biggest issue with it, with any creator club save, is that it lacks the inbuilt interest of the team itself. So you sort of are already at a disadvantage from a content standpoint. I think it's really, really tough to do. So I probably wouldn't. The only other idea I had was to make my own continent and try to make a fake Antarctica with loads of countries on it or something. That was the only other thing. Wait. Sorry. How about no? Marta, leave my kids alone. She's sniffing around my children now. She's taking the kids. Future prospect. Fine. Because this guy was one of the sort of underrated fellas from our intake, wasn't he? That I would very much like to keep hold of for a little bit. I didn't realise he was out of contract. Fuck it, I'll throw that at you. You'll accept that, right? You don't want to go to Marseille. It's French. They've got Frenchness there. You won't like it. Promise. Everyone will be saying bonjour and stuff, and you'll be like, you won't know what to say. But yeah, no, I think Whipport was one of those things that's kind of... I like to try stuff like that occasionally. But then I learn from it, I guess. Undergraduate student accommodation is actually the most confusing system ever. So I wish I had done that, honestly. I lived... When I was going to uni, I was just commuting. And I think that I definitely missed out on some stuff as a result of doing that. So I definitely regret that part of it. Big tag obsession. Yeah. So essentially, the worst... Does that mean if a team is just like genuinely bad, they're essentially kind of stuck there, though, and are going to be completely screwed because they won't be able to climb out of it by getting youth talent? It seems odd. They have a system in the PWHL where basically the teams are judged based on how well they do when they're eliminated from playoff contention. So I think it's called the gold plan or something, ironically. I can't remember exactly how it works, but I think that's what they do. And it's basically supposed to reward teams for not tanking. I believe that's the system, or it's supposed to be at least. It was sort of... It wasn't unsuccessful, Harv. It just wasn't any more or less successful, I suppose. So I suppose what that means is that it wouldn't really be... I would say it's slightly less successful. I mean, we're not talking Wesker. It wasn't Wesker bad. It was just sort of... like a 6 out of 10, maybe. To the point where it made me go, okay, I could see why. And it was just because with having fake teams and stuff, you sort of don't have that... If it becomes harder to build... it's easier to build a story, but you need people to buy in. And you don't have that initial fan base of that particular club to look at. And I think that was always quite important with saves I've done in the past, at least. Nowadays, I don't care so much about that. Particularly building a nation, so I'll take on anybody. Like, I can't imagine there was a lot of actual Sirens fans that found that save, Right. So yeah, Klaskowski Netneck, I think this is going to be his last year there. He might go in the summer. He may not. But I think he probably should. Because... Or just take the paycheck, bud. Take the paycheck and sail off into the sun. You do you, buddy. Now, there was a few players in this scout report here, but they all look like they were random guys from... Oh, it's because the window's open and it's thrown a load of these guys at us. I don't think any of these guys are actually suitable. Looks like this guy's already gone. Who's he joining out of interest? Sydney FC. Okay. In fact, I think he's there now. Yeah, those guys are not the ones we want. 2D games. Yeah, I forget what it was. I think pretty much... Was I streaming at the time? I think I was. I can't... It's weird. I forget which YouTube saves I was doing when I was still streaming. And it feels like that might have been one of those ones during the crossover period. Because in my head, I've been streaming not that long for some reason. But then I realised I've actually been... You know, it's been 6 years now. Oh, was that during the uni part? So it was right at the very start then. Oh, that's not what I want to do. Watford want Kotovars. No. Arca, I want Randall O'Riot. Who is he currently on loan at? Rakov. I'm not going to sell him to you for 9 million, that's for sure. Oh, come on, you stupid... I'm going to reject that. Because I don't want to sell him to them for 9 million quid. That's far too much. Yeah, Unial... I'm actually glad I did that. I figured that... Wait, PSG? Okay, I'm starting to get a bit concerned that this might be a really good youth prospect that we've overlooked, considering now PSG are trying to sign him from us. Now, admittedly, Manchester City and PSG were also in for that other guy, the Jamaican fella that we'd signed. I don't really know how that happened, but Clerc is going to go to Corona Kiel, so that's going to be good for them. Maybe I would say they're just trying to make Ukola offer. Who's that? He signed the contract, I think. I'm pretty certain he's just signed the contract. Get in. What a guy. I guess they just want their B team to be better. But who is this dude? Samuel Ukola. Oh, no. He's at... Wait, is he even playing? Ah, he's just... Wait, he came from Spain? Oh, he might even be a Scourge player. In that case, I think I might have accidentally signed a Spanish Scourge player there. One of the newer ones. 3 million quid. Although maybe I shouldn't have done that, because he was probably one of the players that was making Push and Neopor a little bit better. So perhaps that was a bad idea. Oh. Yeah, the Unial one was... What I liked about the Unial one is, not that it took a lot of time, because it actually didn't, as it happened. Another one from Marseille. I think it was just that we had that struggle at the beginning, which I really liked. Where we lost that playoff final, I think, in this, I think it was the third tier, actually, to, are they in again? Oh, it's because it's their deadline day, isn't it? To a guy who we then signed in the summer, brought to our team. I can't remember what his name was. Was it Raposo? I think it was Diego Raposo. He had like 19 free kicks or something wild and truly just destroyed things for us. And now, Europa League. Who did we get through? Please tell me it was both of them. I think it is. I mean, I can't see them. Brookbeck came 18th. Where the hell are Arca? Oh, they're right next to them. They're literally right next to them, Matt. They're both through. They're both through. It's not quite top 6. It's annoying that they're not 6. They're going to have a tough ask in the second round. They beat Red Bull Salzburg, though. And Brookbeck beat Rapid Wien. It's more points for Poland, importantly. Which actually is probably a good time to check coefficient, because we should have got some nice GT points. 13 is not bad. And we've now leapfrogged back ahead of Germany and France on the year because of that. Sensational. I think we're going to be safe in third spot this year. And it's good to know that we've still got 5 teams left in Europe going into the knockouts. 2 in the Champions League, wildly. That's so weird to say in the first year, and then 2 in the Europa. I actually get the feeling we'll have teams in the Champions League longer than the Europa League. So the next round of games, Brookbeck are playing Brøndby, and Arca are playing AFK. Those are winnable, I would say. There's certainly worse teams they could have got paired against, for sure. We absolutely take that. This is good. Hello, Dan. Biggest thing you missed. We won both of our remaining Champions League games, albeit a little bit narrowly against Bayer Leverkusen, but we did go 100% record in the Champions League. And Motor got 19 points in the Champions League. They came 6th and got into the last 8. Or not the last 8, sorry, the top 8. Genuinely amazed by 19 points. Yeah, they beat Manchester City away from home. They they had a reasonably winnable set of matches, more so than normal, but they still had to go and beat City. They got great results whenever they needed it. I think they only lost like one game. Marta's just all about Poland these days, isn't she? Yeah, GKS have been appalling this season. Like, look at the amount of goals they're conceding. Meanwhile, Pushta have still only scored 8 times in 19 matches. They're probably going to get relegated, but they might not, and that's the thing. When I went to uni, I went to uni in Cambridge. Now, notice that I caveated that slightly. Oh, the XG table. Do you think their one's bad? Like, they've underperformed their goal scoring by 5, underperformed their conceding by 9. So, yeah, they should be a lot higher up. But look at this for Pushta. Their goalkeeper has protected 9 goals. He's the only reason they're even in this battle. They are so bad. Vauxhall Brooks, yeah, pretty much. Ruskin. No, at least they didn't go to Anglia Ruskin. It's true, yeah. They did get a... what's the word? They got a consortium takeover. But as far as I can tell, it doesn't seem to have changed their finances a great deal. So, yeah. I get the feeling they'll probably be quite good in the second tier next year because they're only 6 points from safety, and they are playing Pushta on this potential day, so maybe they'll start turning it on a bit. I don't think they will do. Shit. We're still missing quite a few people, actually, aren't we? Montparnasse is back, but I actually don't think I want to start Montparnasse for this game. I think I might actually start Molsky for a game. The opponent is reasonable enough in terms of their lack of quality that he should be able to play. Oh no, he was already that, wasn't he? And we'll obviously start up front on Gomez today. Which means Vanetti comes out of the team entirely. God, the second that our youngster qualifies as a under-22 player for Poland is a very happy day. Just to clarify, he doesn't, right? No, not yet. So strong. I wonder what the criteria actually are for that. Because he is under 22, but he's not earned it yet. I think it's because he has to be here like a year. In fact, does that mean I'm going to have to... Yeah, the bench might as well just stay like that as it happens. Start Marion. Good point, yes. Maxime's in. Manuman. Nobody would believe I have it. No, of course not. I'm the guy that had to retake general studies in order to get enough UCAS points to go to university. I'm the guy that nearly went to an agricultural college accidentally. So yes, I don't think there was any real danger of me accidentally getting into Cambridge, let's be honest. Right, here we go. Has it actually gone in real life? God, that would be good, actually. We don't talk about it, though. You know what? I think my parents actually are quite proud of me. I think that the way they look at it... these ones, I don't lock them for these because there's no way you could, like, manipulate things because you can't see what's going on in the middle of the match. The reason I lock it when we're playing the games is because you could see stuff happening in the match itself and then make the changes. But we do get the dub, which is awesome. Love to see it. And John and Duru score the goal still. You can leave them out of the team, but they will find a way into it anyway. How did Molsky get on? Ooh, 6.6 was yanked quite early in this one, sadly. Right. Get those guys in there too. John is looking like a bold call. The good kind, I would say. Just shut some of these screenshots so I don't accidentally overdo it with that. Controls in there. Oh, wrong button. Catch a bit of that. Did I just delete the screenshot I just took? I did. I just deleted the screenshot I just took. There you go. See? Shout out my mum. If my dad had a Twitch account, which obviously he doesn't, he's going to make one day, but he has to go to Southend first. Oh, I'll tell you what I did. I accidentally saved the image. That'll do it. Naturally. Exclamation mark fantasy will get you the code and stuff. On the veteran. Yeah, I would say so. Like, I think my parents are just happy that I found something that I can do that allows me to be creative, but also ultimately be, you know, relatively happy and content doing it while... it wasn't a clean sheet, was it? But there was a player of the match, which I believe in this case was Duru. Who's in fantasy now? We will see. The changes after that bring it to... It's still James and Sam. 95 points apiece, but at least underneath that it's a lot more spread out. But there's still loads of stuff that can happen, especially with John being captained by Gooseman. That's a bold call. Playing FM. Oh, I bet. That I can completely believe. No Dazza at the moment. Interesting as well, yeah. Like, I think my parents are just like happy I'm happy, so to speak, you know? Yeah, no, Dad's good. He obviously, those are aware, he had a minor stroke. I forget what the actual name of it was. Doc will probably have the answer. That obviously scared people. It wasn't like there's a certain type of stroke. And he was obviously quite unwell for a bit. But yes, a transient ischemic attack. That's the one. Yes, thank you, Doc. God, I'm so glad you're here with things like this. But obviously, while treating that, they found that he had a brain aneurysm. So he then had to have surgery to remove or try to... Not remove, but like try to fix that mostly. And it's a weird one of those things where because of having the stroke, that's the only reason they found out about the brain aneurysm. So in a way, that kind of led to it in the sense that the discovery of it, in a way, which was somewhat serendipitous, even though it was a negative event, so to speak. Now, he's F-rated, but I still kind of feel like there might be something to him. I believe in you, Oliver. Right, back for you. There's still all these guys. Is there anyone that isn't just a random loney from these big... There is no way to filter that out as far as I know. I've tried to, but it just doesn't... Top priorities, standard priorities. Expiring contracts. Aging players, cover for depth. There needs to be a ticker box in here that is just like loans. Because that's all they flood these inboxes. Really? Click card. Wait, you can... What does that do? Loan notification. Wait. Am I... Where... Is it in here? I'm not sure. Because this is on card, but I don't know what I'm looking for specifically. Highly graded advice cards. On the request page. This one here. Ah! Scouted player placement. No, that's not the one we want, is it? It's... But these guys aren't scouted. That's the thing I'm finding weird. But that will probably be the one. It probably is that one. It's just odd because I've never scouted these players. Oh, it could be because of opposition report. Maybe, but like... Okay, I see your point. Yeah, that's still annoying though. I just wish there was more ways that you can control. Like, they give you a decent amount of options, but still. Total wildcard one. Most unhinged hairdresser. I would hate to even like poison the well with that, honestly, Paul. You got to let it be. I genuinely might take my microphone with me though, just in case. Just go in the video. Giving the others a chance. I see. Is that what it is, Daz? Right. Yeah, I believe they fixed the thing with the changes to substitutes. So if you now make subs, you only get like a 1 point penalty instead, which makes sense, I think. Hello, Chris. The £100 million worth of players, I would say, have turned out pretty well. The goalkeeper is somehow even better than we thought he was going to be, which is awesome. The overpriced Belgian, I still think he's good. Chat disagree because obviously it's chat. Saturday. I'm going to see my mate Emma on Saturday, so I should have stories from the hairdresser on Saturday coming up. Have knowledge of this player. Yeah, that's annoying. I'd like it to mean something like I'm actively scouting them rather than just... Because obviously we have knowledge of thousands of players. Sunday should be wild. Watch it just happen to have had a really like mellow time of it as of late for absolutely no reason. Lost my points. I don't know. Because I know people have been making subs today without any issues, in theory. First ever FM save today. Literally everything. Mate, that is entirely how every single person feels when they start playing FM. That actually is how you know that you're probably going to like this, because if you didn't feel overwhelmed, I'd be surprised. The best thing I would say to you is don't worry about too much of it. Get very friendly with the responsibilities screen. Because in here, you can basically just say to most of your staff, hey, you handle this. Go through and be like, I don't want to do this right now, particularly this shit. And then just go, right, I wouldn't mind having a little go at that. And at that point, just start... Yeah, the best thing is just don't do everything. Delegate as much as you really can at first, and then just choose a couple of tasks and things you'd want to be in charge of, and then learn those things first. You might start branching out later into those things and go, actually, you know what, I do want to take a bit more of an interest in that stuff, and that's fine too. But yeah, I would just hold off on, like, there's loads of, I mean, you see there, I still have 65 things delegated. Like, all the media stuff I just completely throw away every single time. And you can even delegate tactics as well. Although what I would say is I think that the tactical system, despite being perhaps more complicated for newer players, probably is more intuitive, at least, with them figuring out what to do with it. Actual match. Yes. There needs to be a proper tutorial mode that throws you in and guides you around an existing match day. So, like, you join a club in the tutorial. You can choose the club or whatever, and it will just build it. And then it kind of guides you through all of the different features in, like, a real-time situation, rather than just throwing you in and giving you advice on it when you can't see it in context. I think that's what it needs. Final 3 months of... Yeah, or something. Or even you get to choose the club and it just puts the same scenario in every single time. Just to sort of allow it to actually demonstrate things in context. Because I think that's what's missing a lot of the time. Get rid of those. Down to 14. He actually doesn't play for us. Or rather, he plays for Thingy. Are they none of those guys scouted properly? Is anyone here that stands out as being goated? Ooh! 16-year-old Kaiser Chiefs goalie. He's fun. What's his name? Kyle Mabanjwa. Okay. Only 16, but definitely worth scouting further. And then this guy here, Jorge Cabezas at FC Dallas, although... Oh no, it's Levante. It's Levante. It's fine. He's not a Scourgy boy. We're all right. The second I see Spain's second nationality, my hackles go immediately up like a cat who's been scared by a cucumber. Anyone else fun? No one free in this one, so I will just select all and get them scouted again so we can get those guys going once more. The tactic stuff is very fun. Especially... No, stop bidding more. Lads, I beg of you, stop bidding more. That's not what I wanted to do here. I was rejecting it not because you weren't bidding enough. Why is it not negotiable? Silly boys. Hello, Drew. How are you doing today? The weather's turned nasty. So it's value to low. That's a good point. Good shout. Because the other windows are closed now, right? So it means that we shouldn't get a bid from anyone random. And he's not going to kick off about it. The board might. Asking price. Like, I was going to let them have him for, like, I don't know, 3 and a bit. Because they offered me 9 originally. And I figured, like, 3 was fair. It does, of course, take a player away from Rakov. But Rakov have already shown that they can't be trusted. And therefore, they should not be allowed to have nice things. Oh, he absolutely is, probably Wills. With players like that, unless they're free, I tend to want them to be scouted fully. Because it won't take long, given that we've not got that many in there at the moment. Uipest as well. Nice. Bit of Tarnov. That's one of our affiliate scouts. Nice. I like how we kind of glossed over the PSG buy-in thing as well. I guess it's just because nothing really... Wait, Kowalski. Nothing really compares to that first leg, I guess. But I am excited, genuinely, to watch the Champions League final now because the sort of... The contrast of the styles of the two teams involved in it, I think that alone is going to be fascinating. And I've got to admit, I could quite like PSG to do that. Because at least I enjoy their football. It's up on the day. I mean, I think it would be interesting just to see how Arsenal's style contrasts against that PSG team. Because Arsenal have obviously played some good teams in the Champions League this season. I don't know who they played in the group stage, actually. David K. Oh, we're getting a few more offers in here now, actually. I have also changed our offer out default settings, but it doesn't carry through into here, unfortunately. But luckily it does at least remember the ones you've selected before, which is a bit of a bonus. Oh, that's something at least. I guess. But I'm just talking purely on the actual quality of the football. I don't want them to be rewarded for playing like that. I hope that if they do win a Champions League and a title, they actually come back next year and try and, like, play football sometimes. I don't know. But, I mean, hey, if you're successful with it, then ultimately people don't care. Because if it works, then that's what matters. I'll send Tug and Kara around a little bit more. Others will discard. Why is it showing me so quickly? Amaya's back, and now he's going to go on a free... Wait. Oh, he was already on loan. Shit. With Schalke 04, I mean, youth intake saves are extremely difficult, regardless. And in Germany, you will find it tough. But, you know, Germany does have a high youth rating. Schalke, I don't know what their sort of youth system's like there. Probably quite good. But also, you could improve it quite easily as well, because you'd have enough money to do so. So, any youth-only save is going to be crazy difficult, regardless. Wait, am I not allowed to... Oh, no, I can't. I just have to do the same thing as before, don't I? I have to take out Yenzi. Not Jens, sorry, and Maxime. There we go. We're actually over our... just about on quota there. Is there anyone else that needs to come in? Not really. Windles. Molsky's already in. He could be in. He's a goalie. Nah, I think we're okay. God, Kowalski as well. He's already in as well, which is good. Help me wish, I suppose, yeah. I mean, we've got a load of form. I think it's... Of all the big 6 clubs, certainly a little while ago, Arsenal was the one that I had like a little soft spot for. I don't know what it was. Maybe it's just because they were never actually winning anything. But... And maybe they seemed more like a soft touch. I'm not sure. Loan manager. Really? So what exactly have you got him doing, Chaser? I'm curious now. Because that's fascinating. Because that... Presumably you'd have to give him like certain responsibilities, right? And what are those? Oh, a bit more of those. Nice. What a challenge. I mean, that is definitely a challenge for sure. No doubt. It will not stop linking us with this dude at all. I don't really get it. Also, I had a bid from Manchester City for that New Zealand guy we got, Max Curry. Which surprised me a little bit. I don't know if they're still interested in him. Was it Man City? Oh no. Yeah, Bayern and Leipzig are interested in this guy now, who has 6 New Zealand caps. I signed him as a joke. Hello, Almas. Yeah, I figured Germany would be a good place. Now we got a chance to test this now. So Mikic is going to go to Arca, which is dope. But it said that GKS were interested in David K. And now they're not. Damn it. Now, the question is, can I still do part exchange to force it through? Because this is what I did before, and it worked really well. So I should go to their B team, or their A team, or no, the like youth team. In theory, now it shouldn't matter too much, so I should be able to just take any random. He's ineligible to the Champions League. No! Now it's players to exchange. You're right. What the hell order is this in? Is this in any kind of order at all? There it is. Good Christ. End of next season. Let's see if this works. It does. Okay, so that's definitely a good sign. Yeah, there being no interested one is a little bit sussy, but let's just see. Because I had success with this when I tried this last time around, but those at least still had the wanted symbol. It seemed like a way of forcing through those ones that for some reason just weren't happening. And I think the other thing you've got to do here, if I remember correctly, is you offer them, like, crazy money. They sign the deal immediately, and then you release them straight away, if I remember correctly. Make sure the responsibilities are set up with pun. Interesting. So basically, the offer out settings are you leave them as they are, and then it. That is a very interesting idea. It might be worth a proper look into that actually. Miguel Mead. He's at least reasonable knowledge, but he's very expensive, unfortunately. He's paying that US tax a little bit there. Cat 1 clause. I can't remember. I swear we used to do that. You offer them the high wage so they agree to the deal straight away, and then you just release them immediately. There was something we did. I mean, that actually worked, as you'll see here. So the deal did go through. So David K just say, oh, in that case, that's fine then. We'll do that. I think that's what we were literally doing last save, though. Fuck it, we'll do the cap clause thing in future. It's been a while since we've done a part exchange deal, to be fair, and now I should just be able to release him. But yeah, that will cost us more money, right? If they'll even accept it in the first place. Fair play. Right, Diakite out, because we want to go for this guy in future now. And obviously, send these guys back through. Vanessi's still going to be out for a little while yet. I'm going to persist with Gomez again, because we're still winning matches, even if it means he's coming off the bench in order to get the... Or not coming off the bench, he's getting substituted. But I want to give him starts in games and stuff. Who else? Oh, no, I don't need to, do I? I can't, essentially. Right, back off, at home, bang. But yeah, that's sort of proof of concept, because it means that the interest was there recently, but not enough to show the wanted symbol, but it still pushed it through. So I think that part exchange is definitely... Oh, 5-2, okay. Well, I murdered last night. Did they really? I haven't actually looked at the stats for the game, to be fair. Was it more Bayern dominated than I thought it was? I like how we've now gone to having played more games than everybody else. The fact that Motor have done what they've done in the Champions League whilst also actually being good in the League too, it's a rareness for Poland, so I'm taking advantage of it while it's here. A Montparnasse Hattie. Oh, penalties. Oh, wait, hang on. Surely Champions League handballs just has to go near your hand, right? That's usually how it works, right? Yeah, hat-trick from Montparnasse. That's more like it. Man's finally started cooking. Marion's still letting... Jesus Christ. I'm not sure we're ever going to actually have a goalie that does it in these games. I think it's just... It might just be the types of chances we give up with this tactical style are going to lead to that. And as long as he does the job in the big games, then I'm fine with it. He's just going to be a bit icky sometimes. Right, get that in there. Certainly not going to be any clean sheet bonuses for today. So one of those, like, it's a Champions League penalty, but for some reason it wasn't given in the Champions League, even though it normally would be. Right, yeah. I do hate the handball rules in Europe. It's like, it's just way too punishing. So Momper presumably would have got man of the match for that as well. Get the points for the Momper. Love to see it. It's quite a defined top three, though, although Adam captain in Montperouse has definitely been a smart decision, you could say. Right. Oh, John's hurt. Tight groin, he'll be fine. That's certainly going to have moved Montperouse back up the scoring ladder. Yeah, he's up to 12 now. I mean, Venetti was doing fine until he got the injury. I think he actually has double digits as well. Medium eccentricity. I think, weirdly, all of our goalies from before have low eccentricity. Not because I was intentionally looking for it, really. They just seem to for some reason. So what about... I mean, let's actually just have a look at our goalkeeping situation at the club. He has 5 eccentricity, and he did okay when he was in there. And who's this other guy? Freddie Sharma. 1 eccentricity. I mean, ultimately, I've played £60 million for the guy. I'm definitely going to keep playing him, but I think that there definitely could be something to the eccentricity thing, for whatever reason. Second year, oh, fucking hell. Just punch the microphone. My apologies, friends. Right, sick. And that's good. I mean, yeah. I don't know how that wouldn't be given in the Champions League, really. Like, fight me. Why I order? That's what happens when you don't watch your language. All this Dutch speakery. State if that happens is not given. That's really weird. I think a handball is just a very difficult situation to deal with in general, but the European rules are just... They don't sit right with me, I guess. It just seems too easy to just club a ball at someone and have them give away a penalty. I know that's not always the case, but it seems that they get given for that kind of stuff quite frequently. Wait, so if your teammate kicks the ball against you, it's absolutely fine? That seems like a very strange caveat as well. Most will win again. Naturally, it's just what they do. Piast... Not Piast, sorry. Piast did it. How do they keep doing this? They can't keep getting away with this, but they are out of the relegation zone. In general, it's ridiculous. Well, I mean, you have to have some handball rules, otherwise no one would use their feet, right? But I guess it's tough to write a set of rules that you can follow completely rigidly, I guess. Because there'll always be exceptions to it. But then that's what rules are for, right? You always find little caveats to it, I suppose. That's the thing. All I was looking for is just pick a set of rules and stay consistent with it. Even if it is rules that I disagree with, I agree. That's the thing. If they're going to establish that you just basically need to get a penalty for pretty much any time it touches your hand, then at least see it through, right? Don't change it later. Oh, according to the rule, that's wild. I mean, I'm not sure what you'd have to gain from doing that, but it does seem strange that they would just be like, oh, no, actually, this is fine. Chop all the... Yes, indeed. No hands allowed. Or you have to wear gloves that have got special paint in them. And if the ball touches it, the glove lights up and then you immediately know it's handball. Immediate penalty and 6 points deducted from Everton. I think that is my decree. Make it happen. Problem solved. I will not be taking questions at this time. Bit of that. It seems to have at least stopped showing us those random loan players. Now, that might have been because I sort of culled the whole lot of them, but with any luck, it's actually not that, and we can avoid that. Because it is a pain in the ass to deal with in these reports. Oh, no, we looked at this guy before. He's way too expensive. Got a few Dutchies in here. Oh, Rivers United. Only marginal knowledge on Kevin Habib. But that said, tell you what, there's enough. Has he got a single attribute in the red? I'm kind of tempted. He's 18, so he's obviously had a bit of chance. Oh. Okay, Kev, I see you, bud. In that case, short listy. Santa baby for you. I don't know, that's weirdly developed attributes, considering his age. I suppose he's 18, but even so, I like him. Those are the kind of players I quite enjoy. Oh, Porto will owe us 10 million quid in a minute too. What is our balance, actually, in case I accidentally start spreading money around I don't have? 8 million quid. It's not... Oh, our wage budget is actually starting to get a bit feisty. I guess I have had to hand out a few new contracts recently, which is probably eating into that a little bit. Getting Mikic out on loan to Arca is really good because he means he'll probably play in the Europa League after Christmas for them. And I think he's a good player. He just wasn't going to get enough game time in our first team. One of my favourite types of players for the loan farm are those guys that you think are going to be a first team player for you. You have them in there, and then they randomly find a loan, and then just sort of almost fall down into the loan farm after that. It's great. As long as there's a chance for reconciliation later. Oh, Ragnarok. That'd be nice. One of the Patreon players getting a loan. Oh, Vichista in here as well for Zarev. Nah, he's already been offered out, I think. They want Mary as well. They'll probably say no when I actually offer him to them, though. But that's fine, because I'll just bundle him into a package deal. That's how we do it. Do it that. Beer of that. Any more further down? The one thing that could make transfer out better would be if they implement a system where you can filter this by league and club. So I could just hide all of these guys and go, I'm only looking for loans in these specific leagues. Like you can, right? That would be a nice touch. So that's gone. Apparently, he's leaving to... Did I sell him, or was that a different thing? Mika's just dropping that, naturally. Probably should look at transfer him in now, actually. I feel like I've had nearly 2 weeks on it. Maybe I'll do it before the GKS game. That might be an opportunity to actually take a little gander at the transfer room in situation. So, yeah, Gornik versus Bayern Munich. It's not going to go well, is it? But, hey, we can believe. That also means there should be Europa... Oh, no, it's off-centered, isn't it? So you get like a week offset from it. You never know. Maybe they'll surprise us. Actually, what do you reckon, chat? What is going to be the aggregate scoreline between Bayern Munich and Gornik Zabsha here? Because if I had to bet, I'd be saying 7-2 on aggregate. I think they'll score just because they seem to, but I'm not anticipating them getting a lot more than that. Bayern are quite good. Although, this is Poland. And I realise he's fully scouted, but because of the way this fucking screen is broken, he'll come back around again in a minute. You're at Barcelona, you're crazy expensive. Is anyone actually extensive knowledge in here at all? No, they're not, right? We'll narrow this down a bit further. Oh, it's the Barca guy. Real Mercy, oh, he could be a Scourgy player. I mean, if they take any points from Bayern, I thought maybe one of them would get... I quite like Football Manager sometimes. Gornik 1, Bayern Munich 1. It's a start. They could still easily finish with all those scorelines, but my God. 92nd minute equaliser from Alberto. Oh my days! They probably could have won this game. I mean, logically, blue sky scenario this season was one of the Polish teams in the Champions League with us gets top 24. That's that. That was all I was expecting. So the fact that 2 of them got through, one of them top 8, it's a dream. So the coefficient, we got like 13 points at this stage, which feels okay. We obviously got some cheaty points because of the both us and of course Motor getting top 8. So yeah, it leaves us at the moment at least 13.7. Crucially, clear of Germany and France, although France have just gained a little bit of ground on us there after some round. We're in very little danger of losing top 5, or top 4 at least, this season, which is good. Probably not going to be catching Spain or England at the moment. They do seem... At least Spain are eating into England's lead a little bit, though. That's definitely coming down. I mean, England are still putting up crazy numbers, but at least somebody's fighting against them. And ultimately, if we're getting all these extra points, they have to come from somewhere, and it's most likely going to be the English sides. Or we just make the other teams around us even worse, which probably is not even that good either. He's kind of fun. Christian Kouassi. Wasn't there a real-life player called Christian Kouassi? The name sounds stupidly familiar. For Ibanez, who's he currently playing for? Piasklavica. The problem is, with a deal like this, he's playing loads for Piasklavica. They're going to be in the Champions League next year, most likely. And Arca probably aren't. And I can't guarantee he'll play there, whereas he is playing right now. So I actually think I'll turn that down. I don't like selling our loanees from other Polish sides that are playing to other Polish teams, just in case. But yeah, I have no idea what sort of cheaty points we actually got away with. It's hard to say. One day I'll actually sit down and try and work it out. New skin, yeah, this is a skin that I'm using. It's the only reason that the game is like fully enjoyably playable for me is because of the skins. But yes, I've been using this one for pretty much the second I heard about it, really. Oh, it worked this time. So Katowice are going to be getting Mary. He's quite decent. They are desperate, aren't they? Wroblewski's loan's finished. Oh, he's gone on a different loan. I gave the wardrobe a new contract because I thought, you know what? He's not very good, but he is finding loan deals still, which means he's doing something for the loan farm. And there's more of them now. I might just ignore those top 3 every single time now because clearly they've established that they have zero interest in loaning anybody except Adrian Damasiewicz. I might even have to loan into them for 6 months just to get rid of these messages. That's how bored I am of it. Ooh, no, he's happening now. They want him for both of those, apparently. It's not quite how that works, lads. Hibby Matty, thank you very much for the follow. I hope you're well. Are you a Hibs fan by any chance? Christian Kwame. Maybe that's who I was thinking of. I think I was thinking of a player from days gone by, which I suppose just means any player from the past. I'm nice and non-specific like that, you see. Probably worth checking on that in a second as well, but I need to... Right, screw it. I'm going to go grab a drink and have a quick wee, and I'll be back, because then we can look at the transfer room ins, burn through, get to the youth intake, and our knockout round game, which will be good. I promise. And then I've got some other random things I need to tell you about. Anyway, so I'll be back in a second, friends. This one is, I believe, a La Liga player to start you off with. Not a Premier League player, foreign-born La Liga player. Just to give you a little clue to start us. It was, of course, Lichnowsky, a player I'd never heard of. I thought it might throw some of you, just because, obviously, with him being, I believe, Chilean, if I remember correctly. But, of course, having a name that doesn't sound especially Chilean. The other one I've got underneath that, if there's a second week break, is actually even better. In that it's way more obscure. And I'll be honest, I'd never heard of this fella myself, but it's just a very big list. Right. God, this just never ends, does it? Right. I feel like I've been using this tub of holy for like 2 months or whatever, and it's still over half full. It seems like you get way more servings out of these things than they actually say you will do, which is, I'm not complaining about that at all. Exclamation mark holy, you know what to do. And I'm staying on brand. It's a bit like when you're in a pub and you say, oh, I love like a Moretti or whatever. I don't have a Moretti glass, I'm afraid. It's going to have to come in this Peroni glass. I'm like, oh my God, what am I going to do? Well, not here, because I've got it in the correct shaker for once. There we go. So, just get rid of that right there. We probably could do VOD comments as well, actually, because we have got a couple today. Also, volleys, apologies that the VOD was up a little late last stream. I am doing it manually from now on, just to make sure I'm in control, but for some reason, YouTube's processing time was absolutely ludicrous. It took like 3 hours to process it, even though it was only a 20-minute upload, so that might just happen sometimes, so forgive me on that one. I will try to get them up as soon as possible, but that sometimes is just going to be a thing. So Whitby Goth weekend, do you know I haven't? No. I was never much of a gothy person, you know? I was more of a greebo, I believe the term used to be. Well, the thing is, I download the VOD myself and upload the actual video file manually, and usually it's fine. Because what was happening before was I was doing the export feature to YouTube, and I had been for a while, but the problem was it would just never work properly. Half the time it wouldn't export it, and then the other half of the time it would just never process it. So I started doing it manually, and it's at least faster, but YouTube's just a nightmare with that kind of stuff. Yeah, what Holy is basically an alternative to energy drinks and stuff, and hydration, and various things. If you like milkshakes or iced tea as well, actually. They have all sorts, including the new syrup things as well. So that's essentially like a fifth pillar, if you like, to their... But this, what I've got right here, is Cola Koala. It's essentially... This one is an energy drink, but it's a powder that you can make yourself, basically. And just add water, shake it up, and you've got a delicious beverage. And I actually just... I would drink this non-caffeinated, honestly, because then I could drink more of it. But it's nice to have one of these a day. Just keeps me going through the afternoon. And, I mean... Someone said there's a really good raspberry energy one as well, which I haven't had a chance. Give it a they are sugar-free. Sorry, they're zero sugar, so it should be, in fact, I would say quite good for that exact reason. Split videos to save some time. Yeah, that would take ages. I've basically, what I used to do was the manual thing. The problem was where I live, my internet was so shit. It was like 30 meg down, 7 up, and it meant that when the file sizes were like what 7, 8 gigs. It would take forever to download it, forever to upload it on the other end. So I just couldn't do it. But now when I moved here, I realized, wait, why was I doing that? Which is obviously now I stream at a much higher bit rate. So the files after, so to give you an idea, an average stream file is now 17 gigabytes because of the higher bit rate I stream at now. Which I'm glad I do, because I think it just makes the VODs look better in general. Even if the stream looks no different sometimes, but the VODs will look better. But it only takes like a 20-minute upload now. It's crazy. God, it's nice to have internet that works. Oh. We actually are, Gatto. We're doing very well. Not just me, but the rest of Poland as well. They're kind of chefing. I will continue that, but that's a little bit worrying for me. Decline to make an offer. Aha! Do you know, actually, with a player like... Oh, I know. He's actually good enough that I would weirdly be tempted still. Strangely. Check your... I will in a sec. Let me just drink my Poli and make this one in. Oh, honestly, it's worth. They have some like trial sets you can do. I believe they're giving stuff away with a lot of the trial stuff right now anyway. It's a shame actually you went in the last week because they had I think it was like 50% off with the codes on top on the trial set. It was a crazy deal. But I think there's usually discounts to be found on top of the codes that I have as well. Because I have two. One does like 10% off, one does £5 off depending on the way it works. So I'll choose a random dude. Maybe I'll choose players that are 17 and older just because... This should work, though. The problem is I've now forgotten who the player was. And it's not going to show up as interested, is it? So it was... I can't believe this is not in any noticeable order. I wouldn't even care if it was like first name order, but it's the fact that it's in no order. Can anyone remember the name of the guy I was trying to loan to them? It was a Hakim, I believe. Ah, Hakan Akin. That's the dude. See if they accept it. No. Oh, interesting. So it doesn't always work. Fascinating. I wonder if it's because they think he has a lot of potential. Probably not, but I'll do that anyway and just see what happens. That is surprising. So it's not like a 100% chance, it seems. An hour is not too bad, I guess. Although lately I've been having issues with the rendering side because Adobe updated and it broke the thing that I used to do some editing, so I had to roll back to another version. Now it's broke the connection on my graphics card, so I'm having to use software encoding, and it takes a long time, man. He could have signed a cut. Maybe, yeah. It might be that actually if I tried a bit harder there, I probably could have got him out. Let's just check the Europa League before I go any further. Otherwise I will forget. That's the third qualifying. I'm like, where are they? There they are. Right. Arca with a 0-0. Brookbeck with a 2-1 defeat. Lads. Really? That was the home games. That is not ideal for Poland there. Where did Brøndby and Partizan finish in the league phase? I mean, obviously top 16, but how close? Brøndby were 10th, and Partizan were 40th. You've got to be doing better than that. Hello, everyone. How's your day going, friend? How's the Palace move? Really? I guess that... It doesn't make no sense. It's just... I guess I'm just a little bit surprised. It does make you wonder if he left thinking he was going to get the Athletic Club job, and now that that's not happened, he's sort of flapped about a little bit, I suppose. I might have to change that. It does seem strange. Like, because I feel like at that point, wouldn't he be better off just staying? I mean, not that he can now, but I'd have thought that Bournemouth were perhaps even slightly more upwardly mobile. They're back in again for him, which I won't be doing. Those trials are going to come to an end in a moment, but I will let them pass away. Not pass away, that's not what we want. So the biggest thing that happened, I think, in the last hour is we had the crazy glut of players join us, some of which are now into the first team squad, including Mr. Marion here, which is nice. And we found out the draws for the next round of the Champions, or like for the next round of some of the European competitions. Gornik have also taken a 1-1 draw against Bayern Munich in their round, which is more exciting, I would say, and just kind of fun in general. That'll be okay, actually, I think. It might not let me do this. Is it going to kick off? Yeah, I knew it. Who are we taking off the bench then? Sorry, Mr. Uche. I don't blame you for this. It's not your fault. Palace have had a very weird season, because obviously they're realistically probably still going to win a European trophy this year. Ah, it's because Mikic is gone. Right, thank you. Wait, is it still not? Oh, hang on, not at club. That's the one that gets shown. Sorry, FM. Oh, it's because it's unavailable. Fuck's sake, got there in the end. Right, let's get rid of Mikic. I'll just switch this one for all matches just so it doesn't bring him back in again. Because remember how long I had Krzyzanowski sat in my bench for? I don't need that again. Right, we'll have that. Now I'll bring back in... I guess Tomashevic, actually. Yeah, why not? Get him back in there. It's one of the problems when you loan out the first team guys like that. Right, GKS Katowice. Vanetti's not going to start up front. Wait, did I bring Gomez in? Yeah, Gomez will start. I think he'll be back soon, though. Palace just seem to be the most 12th place team imaginable. Could be for personal reasons. I guess if it's personal reasons, though, surely joining Palace... I mean, I guess you don't know what's going on in people's lives, right? But it just seemed odd to leave a club like Bournemouth, in this particularly in the position that Bournemouth are in, to then just join someone like Palace, which does not seem like a step backwards because they're likely going to be in the Europa League next year anyway. It just seems odd. There's been any new... Oh, look! Brookbet did sack their coach. They've done extremely well since sacking their manager. There is a really strong chance that Brookbet might actually still get back into Europe next year, despite the fact being in the relegation zone for much of the first half of the season, which is genuinely impressive from them. So fair play. Joao Carlos, Naeem, and Gomez finally did a thing, and Harvey... I always forget that Harvey Elliott plays for GKS Katowice. Him and Jaden Philogene, what a pairing. To be fair, Philogene actually tore us apart earlier this season, so Naeem, man of the match. And slap that in there. Get that going. Read the stats. Hello, Daz. I was chatting with a friend the other day who asked me if I could pick what European comp next season with Conference League be way more fun. Yes, 100%. If I had a choice. I mean, actually, there is a sort of thing where if it's a choice between Conference League and Europa League, then for me, I'm choosing Conference League. If it's a choice between all three of them, then I'd say Champions League, just because the idea of Fulham playing in the Champions League is mental. And that would be the thing. But yeah, 100% Conference League, because of the different teams as well that you'd come up against in the Conference League compared to the Europa. I think you'd see much more cool places and get to play against cooler teams, like the early rounds of the Europa used to be in many ways. So yeah, I think I'd 100% choose it. And you've got more realistic chance of winning it. I'm such a huge fan of the Conference League in general. Alec, thank you for the 2 years. That's super kind of you, friend. Hope you're doing fabulously today. I really do. From the bottom of my stubby legs. Oh. Last round manageable. Yeah, I mean, the Chelsea job is... It's starting to feel a little bit like the United job was. Somewhat poisoned chalice in many ways. £10 million for the Arola deal. Love to see that. How much does that actually give us, though? Personally. Oh, excuse me one sec. Not very much. Jesus Christ. We're not keeping a lot of our... transfer income anymore, are we? That was less than half of that actually went into our kitty. The Conference League does look very fun. If you take it semi-seriously, you've got a realistic chance of winning it. It's... Well, that's just not happening, is it? It seems exciting. I would love to play in that. Because, then again, you get to maybe come up against someone like FC Thun in the Champions League next year, of course, having them won the Swiss League, which is dope, by the way. I didn't realise just how bad the other... teams in Switzerland, the sort of established teams in Switzerland had done as well. It reminds me of the Leicester one just because of that. Like Basel, I think, were miles off it, if I recall. I was listening to Sweeper this morning on my run. I don't know if you could probably tell. You probably need more information on you. Oh, yours is actually extensive. Maybe not then. Oh, there's some proper shit in here. See, this guy was the guy we nearly signed. And part of me would still be tempted to maybe go back in for him. Ah, he's 19 now. You're at Leganes, but you are Spanish. He's a goalie. Oh, wow. Yeah, I don't know what he is. And there's this guy here, Philip Era. Oh, amazing hair. Probably a bit overpriced for what he'd actually be. This guy at Hips here, but it's not the guy that we really... Or is it? No, I don't think that is the guy at Hips we really liked, is it? There was this free Brazilian, though. Although he's only 2 stars. Yeah, no, I'll leave him off, actually, right now. We're walking through these very slowly at the moment. I might put that back to being... Where did I change that setting? I think having to deal with that every 2 days is a little... I wish there was like a setting in there that was... Nah, that's probably right, actually. I know that you might occasionally get someone fall through the gaps, but having to deal with the scouting report every 2 days is a bit much when you're inside transfer windows, to be honest. The last thing I need is slowing down, because if I slow down, that's when the yapping begins, right? Bold of me to assume that the yapping has ever stopped. Okay, I do feel bad for Abramovich here, but I don't think I'd really realistically... I know begins. You haven't heard anything yet. I was locked in on dopamine today, mate. Went for a run before stream. Which I'm probably going to regret later, because I don't think I've drunk enough water, especially as I had creatine as well. Which is normally fine when I'm not streaming, because I can make sure I drink enough water. But I feel great when I'm on it. Just, my mouth becomes even drier than it already is somehow. To be fair, if you selected the right lineup, Sammy, you can sometimes set and forget. I really don't want Abramovich to be going anywhere. If anything, he's found like another gear in himself recently. I could maybe try to get him to... Where's that one about... I don't think this is going to work, but no. Oh, I don't want to make him upset. I feel bad, but I have no choice. I like how Jens... Oh, wait, is Jens the one that told me about it? Oh, he is. So me and Jens, we're tight like that. Right, trials are finished. There was a suggestion, actually, about some of the trialies potentially on the VOD comments, which is what I'm going to move over to now, because I think there's possibly... It's got legs, so to speak. So let me find the VOD comments first. The problem with opening all these tabs all the time is I miss stuff. So yeah, this was it, actually. With the players we keep trialing, obviously the Patreon guys. Load them out anywhere that would have them with an option to buy for 0. Obviously, I think that probably is a better idea. Because why not? If they can't get a loan for a little while. But this does also come under the... There is also sometimes this assumption that because you say, I'm going to loan a player out, that means the player gets a loan, because it isn't as simple as that. Although this might potentially open up the options a little bit more for them, if nothing else. So maybe that's something that's actually worth doing for those guys specifically. But I suspect that some of them still won't find loans, particularly because their ages are much older. You find less clubs are going to be wanting to loan players that are sort of 27, 28, 29 than, particularly if they're not actually that good. Some of these guys actually are quite good though, so that might help a little bit. And obviously we've got Vale. Doing Vale things. So yeah, this was it. The Raspberry Energy. So what's the Raspberry one called? Not the blue Raspberry one, although that is kind of banging. There's a Raspberry Energy one. I think I might have a sachet of it lying around somewhere, but I can't remember what it is. And naturally with the Shakhtar thing, that was just me doing my normal thing of not actually reading what I'm reading. My brain just makes things up. Raspberry Raptor. Ah, yes. I think I have had that. I wish there was one that tasted like the blue raspberry one, but was energy as well. Yeah, Lautaro being on goal 50, it's because of the reputation. So he will have obviously built up a massive reputation, and that's why he's on the goal 50. It usually takes between 10 and 12 years of a save before you start finally seeing regens actually starting to dominate it. I think there was still only 2 on the latest goal 50 in season 10, which is wild to me. Yeah, Mark Hughes was at City. I think right towards the very beginning of the era, I believe. I might be wrong about that. Was he the first man? Oh no, was Sven there because of that? Or was that when they had that different owner that spent loads of money as well? I forget. Yeah, I don't really do Instagram so much these days. I try to not scroll as much as I can. I'm trying to watch my screen time a little bit more lately and keep track of that sort of stuff to see if I'm overdoing it a little bit. Because at times it can get quite bad, and that's when I know that I'm going through a bit of a rut and I need to pull myself out of it, really. I need to go back to reading books more frequently. I was doing really well with that a few weeks ago, and then it just sort of dropped off a little bit. I find it it's quite a delicate balance to try to stay on board with. It just takes a minor gust of wind, figuratively, to knock me off of it, that it's really difficult to climb back on. Yes, was it Takshin Shinawatra was the guy? Was that the Thai guy? Not the Thai guy. Obviously, the Thai guy will be someone we sign later, probably from Bangkok United. I think it was Takshin Shinawatra. I think the only reason I know that is because it's quite satisfying to say, words-wise. Words-wise? You know, words-wise, chat. We're all linguists here. So, quick little check on this, just in case there is anything magical in here. Former Thai PM guy, yeah. So who was actually the first manager that was appointed under the sort of the current City regime? It feels like such a long time ago. I suppose it was, wasn't it? That's a Real Madrid player. How did he end up in there? Am I scouting Real Madrid? Guess I must be. Oh, Mancini. Of course it was Mancini. Yeah. That makes sense. Right. The other thing I wanted to do is transfer room in. Let's have a little gander. There's 195 players on there now. There's bound to be someone banging in this list. Okay. Oh my god, there actually is... Okay, there's some Spanish guys to ignore in here, but there's actually some workable talent in this list for once. Good news. He's free. This guy is free. And he's quite good to... Oh, baby. Just why we got a little bit of extra cash to play around with, because these guys are intriguing. Silvio... Is it Chick or Sick? No. Intake isn't until the 18th of March, Mandar, so it'll be towards the end of stream. I thought about maybe moving it to next stream, but then if I did that, I'd likely end up extending the season by an extra stream, and I'm trying to do 5 streams per season now to try to get a bit more progress going. Which will naturally end up with me overrunning a lot because I yap. It's just in my culture. Only 3 managers. I guess, yeah, because Pep's been there for such a long time. Hello, Yellow! Yellow is my father's name. Off and back of kickers. I managed to get the team promoted to the Bundesliga. Now 2030, managed to pick up the Turkish wonder kid for free since he got released at Galatasaray. I would argue he's the best player on my team, playing on the left side. What do I do? Not to be able to get 100% for him. Okay, this is interesting. Oh, he's fun. Okay, chat, what are we saying? Now, obviously, this I might not be able to give you too much here in terms of information because of not knowing certain factors. So he's out with a fractured ankle. Is that it? No, I joke, of course. So he's fast, he's got good agility, these are good signs. He's got very good jumping reach as well, which is cool. Can cross, can dribble, passing's mentals are not bad as well, actually. Not very brave, but that's probably come down because of his injury. The next question, I suppose, is he's a tall winger. We like a tall winger. They're fun. What role are you playing him in, and what sort of tactical style are you running with? Because getting the best out of a player like this, for me, suggests back post headers, but he's also fast enough that he's going to lose his man there. He's not the most creative player. He's very much a battering ram, I suppose, but like a wide battering ram. You could play him through the middle, actually, as well. But I think if you played him more target forward there, he'd maybe lack the link-up stuff. Formation. Love to see it. So he's Okur. So I'm assuming he's playing on the left-hand side of the system in that, right? So he's playing as a winger. I wonder if the fact that he's a winger is meaning he's not getting into the box for those back post headers, perhaps. Does he have any PPMs? Likes to be offside trap. That's quite useful, actually. In Cam, yeah, but you would get punished for him because he can't play Cam right now. I feel like you perhaps need him in a more advanced role. Maybe inverted winger? I guess there's wide target man, but I don't know how well that role actually works. I think what you probably want is maybe something like an inverted winger or some instructions on the winger role itself to get him into the box a bit more. Perhaps. And obviously it will depend on the instructions of the overall tactic too. That definitely will make a difference. But I've had players like him in the past. I had a massively good player like him on my Sassuolo save, an Icelandic guy who I did the exact same thing with on the right-hand side, and he was my top scorer whilst playing as a right winger. This guy, is he willing to sign for us yet? Oh, he is. I say yet, as if I might be tempted, honestly. I like his attributes, and do I scout him further? Nah, fuck it. Live a little. It's only 4.5 million quid. What could possibly... Oh, it's more than that. Okay. It's only 5.75 million quid. So either, I would say, maybe some personal instructions on the player while keeping him as a winger, or try an inverted winger with some instructions on him as well. Because what you basically want is him arriving for back post headers. and getting into those, creating an overload at the back post. So perhaps you might want to adjust where your players are crossing to from the right-hand side as well, if they are doing that type of crossing as well. So this guy, Gianfranco Cassiani, I'm not convinced he's actually that good, but he is an amateur. So really no downside to old Gianfranco. It's another fantastic Colombian name as well. Youngster. Did he actually show up under the youngster search? He might have done, you know. Have you as well for a nice little 7-year contract. No worries, I'll be really curious to know if it actually works. Yeah, that badge is looking suspiciously... Do you know, it feels familiar. I'm sure it's nothing, but it does feel slightly familiar there. It's like, yeah, we'll have the Milan badge, but we'll put a blue border around it. No one will know. Copyright doesn't exist there. You're fine. Danish dude at Rana's. I mean, I'm definitely scouting him. For sure. Spanish dude, Spanish dude, Spanish dude, Turkish dude. Winger, quite expensive. Hassan Hussein Gunadin. Good name. Literally, Gunadin. I'll scout him, but I think he might be a bit pricey for us. Particularly if he doesn't play in our system. Spanish, Spanish. Probably Spanish again. Yep. God, I hate seeing them flooded with these players, but such is life. Oh, you're not Spanish, though. Wait, you're not, are you? No, you're not. Oh. Save a Sport. Laji Sanogo. Don't mind a bit of Laji. He's a freebie. Certainly better than I was expecting. Anyone further down? Norjlin guy. Nick Mikanda. Coton Sport. He's quite cheap too. Get a scout report on him. Same guy. Strömsgård dude. Robert Burr. I like his name. Just like a really northern person saying bear. Huge fan of that. Fawzi Chapman. We've seen this guy before. He is quite good, but he's very expensive. I was saying very expensive. I've paid more than that already today. Fenerbahce dude. He's a bit cheaper. TS Galaxy. Problem with these guys is while they are cheaper, they all seem to be closer to 20 years old. But they are fun. John Jaime Helves. I like that. He's Colombian as well. He's Argentinian and free, but 20 years old. Al-Faisley, he'll be expensive. Oh, he's actually not. Oh, he's Jordanian. Never mind. £11 million Travalia. Another winger. Good player, though. Definitely will get picked up at some point, but he's 22 now. And then there's Gerga Gagalic in there as well. I do like Tamale. Oh, what's his name? Roxon. Roxon as a first name. Huge fan of that as a name. Alicone. That's a Spanish Scourge guy. He's Spanish. He's from Brumby, in fact. Dennis Franson Christensen. OFI in Greece? We haven't had many Greek players in this save yet. Oh, Polish guys. Lech Poznan. That's good to see for Polish football in general. Victor Amika. Just gonna look at anybody who's vaguely interesting down to sort of 4-star PA. Oh, an Australian Rwandan who apparently we're already looking at somehow. You've not even got a contract. I'll just trial you. Can't hurt. This is where he accidentally blends in with the Patreon players and I just keep trialing him forever. Japanese fella. Colo Colo. He's 20 years old, but he's got decent CA. This guy's Scunthorpe here. Ellis O'Donnell. Sorry, not O'Donnell. Odell. Ooh. I just kind of want to sign a guy from Scunthorpe now so I can say I did. A guy from Bury. Junior Mackenzie. Spain again. Guy from Sierra Leone? More Poland. Oh, he's quite low. Who's he wanted by? No, that's second tier teams. Let's get a bit excited there, perhaps. Okay, there's a decent little chunk of guys in there, potentially. It's better than before, but still got a few Spanish Scourgy guys in there. So they changed their badge. Mate. You think they could have at least, like... They could have used that for inspiration and then, like, done a proper mock-up based on the design that they liked, right? Also, the Nike tick? Really? I'm hoping they've got a Nike sponsor. Or they just wish they did. I like this guy, at least. We are going to at least pay some good cash for him. Or is he going to kick off about this? Oh, he's not. Okay, good. He... Only a 2-year contract. It's because he's 17, isn't it? We will have to give him some clauses to at least get the contract up a bit more. Is that going to be enough? It is. Nice. We take that. Leases on their kit. I mean, that's something, I suppose. They just bought them at the shop. Oh, of course he's out injured, isn't he? Yeah. I'll be curious to know how it goes, Tango, honestly. I want to see if I can keep my flawless record of tactical suggestions. I mean, we're only at 3 out of 3 so far, in fairness. But it's more than last year. I remember when people would ask for like tactical help last year and I'd be like, I have no idea, I don't know what I'm doing. And I still don't. But now I can bring people down to my level and beat them with experience. Bring back the showdown, I say. They're not ready for what I've got to offer. My wingbacks are about to tear people apart. Man, what does it be called? Not the instruction. True. His sister's called Cradle. Oh yeah, that's Mustafa. Mohammed will have you. Not bad. But yeah, so the transfer in automation thingy that I've been working on, I had a couple of hours of working on that yesterday after normal work. Actually, I'm fairly content with him, honestly. He's only 17. He's another midfielder. We're finally looking a bit better in the midfield front now, which is nice. I think he can find a loan. He'd be quite a tasty option for somebody. Ooh. Dostal. That's one of the new guys. Would very much like that. And Tihi can't be in for him as well. Pedro Costa. It's always weird when they were looking for a player and I genuinely have no concept of who that player is. They could have joined us years ago or they could be a brand new signing and I would have no way of being able to tell the two apart. But yeah, it's getting there. It's still going to take another bit of work. I just need to get the math sorted really, but I think the second I do, it should be quite easy from that point onwards. It's just once I get that part sorted. But the plan is once I do get that part sorted, I can kind of bundle it up, clean up some of the aesthetic stuff on it a little bit and bundle it in a way that is much easier to use and obviously do a little tutorial for it. I think at that point, what I'll do is I'll probably give the patrons it to test first and maybe some people in the Discord like as a beta test, just to sort of stress test a few things for it before I put it out into the wider populace, because I know that by doing that, I am then opening myself up to the things that Saz has experienced and the things that Mr. Teeny has experienced, and it's...
Do you know if there's a train coming anytime soon?
Not sure I'm looking forward to that, to be honest.
They are building it now.
Hang on. Naka Fisia... Forgive me, I'm really struggling here. Naka Fikis Afmum? Usually I can figure my way through, but this time I haven't been able to, so do correct me. Please do correct me. Thank you for the follow. I really do appreciate that. Who do you support? Oh, Tango, thank you very much for the tier 1 as well. That is very, very kind of you. You really didn't have to do that, though. That's super kind, though. I really do appreciate that, friend. I hope that it does help in some manner. Or at least we get information which we can then use to diagnose further. That's the other thing. Sometimes making a change might not actually make things better, but it does give you data on what doesn't work. So every failure is still learning. Trust me, I've failed a lot. Yeah, he doesn't trust me with that kind of power, and I agree. Which, I mean, they need to do another FIFA E. Give me draft mode in it, mate. I'm in there. Some club will have to let me represent them. Probably Fulham, let's be honest. Right. Bayern Munich versus Gornik Zabsha. This is the one. What was it people said? 4-1, 7-2, 6-3? I still feel like... I'm going to go 1-0 Gornik. I really think they might do this. I think I've been led into this sort of weird optimistic cult now, thanks to you lot. I mean, to get to a 6-7 from this... Oh, no. Now look, nah, man. They are out, but so are Marseille, in fairness. It's a fair result in the end. They did their best. They got through to a round. They scored. Took coefficient points off Bayern in the first leg. That's about as much as I could realistically expect from them. And yeah, we're at 30.8 on the season. I think if we get to sort of 15, 16 points, given the way this year has been, I would consider that a very good, strong year for us. That being said, imagine what sort of numbers we'd be looking at if we didn't have the crazy, surprising success of those teams in the Champions League this year, because I'm not so sure that we're going to be able to repeat that next year, most likely because, well, Jagiellonia aren't even in it, and neither are Gornik Zabsha, unfortunately. Motor, on the other hand, look at this! They're getting better. I mean, they're still 8 points behind us, but they are an absolute shoo-in for second place. I wonder if Motor Lublin are about to become the sort of Sweetie United of this save, because Push have scored goals as well. Yeah, Brookbet have recovered massively since changing coach. The second they appointed Jürgen Samuel, the former Sturm Graz manager, his record at the club must be extremely good. I think I can actually see that, can't I? Because I can do... it's on the other page, I think. I can do... clubs, and then managers, and it should show his win percentage on there. Only 40% as it happens, but they've done well since his appointment. Because they were in the relegation zone earlier this season. Yeah, I mean, look at the form here. After Christmas, though, I mean, they've won 3 in a row in the league. I think he must have taken over the winter break period, right? They have lost a game in the first leg of that, but I think as long as they get back into Europe next year, it'll be okay. That's the thing. I mean, they're still not that close to it, though, because realistically, they're probably going to need to get top 6. Imagine the club... Oh, of course, yeah. Like managerial history. Yes, of course. we can actually see. So yeah, 4 wins, 1 draw, and 2 losses. And obviously one of those losses was in the European games. So yeah, he's got a 57% win rate. Oh, of course, he would only be showing his league win rate, right? But their previous manager, he was only... The guy's already won 4 matches. 69 days. He's halfway to beating the other guy's total already. He really did embarrass himself. I still don't know if they're going to get there, though, because they really are probably going to need top 6, and they are 8 points away from it. And that's going to be a tough ask to get to. His tactical style is tiki-taka. So I don't know if that's going to be good or bad, but it seems to be working for them. They do have a very good team, in fairness. So they should be doing... Oh, Cuesta. Good point. What should also be tiki-taka? He is control possession. Like, he's actually a really good coach in terms of his attributes, but maybe the control possession style just isn't what they need at the moment. Who's the... Fluid counterattack is what Pavel Ozga's got going on with Motor, and he has been absolutely cooking with them this season, both in Europe and in the league. I mean, they're pretty much already guaranteed a top 4 spot in... Oh, that guy. In the league. Yeah, it'd be good to know if we could find, like we did last time around, where we figured out that was it Adventurous that worked really well? I think it was. There's certain managerial styles that just seem to do quite well. So, what was Marta's style? Good question. Because she kind of chefed as well. Marta's style was tiki-taka. Interesting. And the Piesklavica manager has control possession. Then again, they did shit the bed in Europe. So, they have a good team. But it maybe means that they're not going to have as much success in Europe because of that. Who else is kind of good lately? Arca? They've been okay. They won 2 cups. They're also control possession. I must admit, I was kind of hoping to see like some changes there. What about Jagiellonia? What's their coach? He's also control possession. And they did the worst out of the teams in the Champions League as well. Gornik manager? Control possession. There's a lot of control possession. Yeah, I think this is one of those like Hadrian stats data test kind of moments, I think. Because I suspect what those things are directly related to those things, in the same way that they had those managerial styles from last time around. We'll have Sanogo. Get you out available for loan as well. When does our window shut? It feels like it should be shutting pretty soon, right? Let me just check the actual calendar. So it shuts on the 1st of March. So now might be quite a good time for me to whack out the B team. Not the test. The, one of the patron just came back. And try and shovel a load of guys over to Pushtin Mitsa if I can. Ah, shit. It's because he's played for too many clubs, I think. It might not let me do this. Please, 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 please. Oh, no. Right, let me get the other view out, because there's going to be some players that are definitely not on here, but I was on the wrong view for it. Right, so who was on here and why can't they be moved? There'll be a few because of contract length. Maybe Koto? No, that's 37. Why is his contract red then? So everyone's got reasonably long deals other than these two. And I can't figure out what the difference is. Move to affiliate club. Because the game does tell you, but it's also not telling you the right player. Oh, Costa. Where's Costa? He's been there somewhere, I suspect. Ah, yes. Nice. There we go. It's always a bit fiddly there. I probably could have done the other two, in fact, but they've got another... Oh, no, he's got more time on his contract, actually. I might be able to thumb it through at the end of the day. Short contract. I guess, but some of them are like 37. That's 2 years away. Over 2 years. I wouldn't have thought that would be short. I guess the game considers it short. Getting even better. Attribute-wise, he's probably basically maxed out, but what's happened this season is that we've unleashed him way further forward. So his numbers this year are absolutely absurd. He's got 6 goals in 8 Champions League matches. It's actually ridiculous. He's our top scorer this season. From right back. Where is it? 16 goals and 10 assists. In 25 appearances, he's got 26 goal contributions. He is just next level good. It's actually absurd how good he's been. And the thing is, well, he's scoring headers too. It's truly ridiculous. Yeah, Montpellier actually has the most XG. But because of... I think he does. He may not be visible right now. Yeah, Monperus has way more XG. He's at least gaining back a little bit, but he's still needs to do better than that. I think the other thing is that Naeem has played a bit more, whereas the likes of Beat Vanetti has been sort of shuffled around a little bit. He's had some injuries, so he's missed a bit of game time. I still think the striker role is definitely the right one for us, but the striker in this tactic, even if they played the whole season, is probably going to get like mid-teens, I would have thought. But they'll get like mid-teens a number of assists as well. I wrote Mayo. Bot reserves. I need to put in the Brazilian name fix again. I forgot to do that. But it is creating a hell of a lot of XG. Oh, the icons. Oh, I see. Yeah, it's probably because it's got some weird holdover part of it. We probably have like Europa League news, right? I would assume. God, I wish we had bookmarks and stuff like that. Well, they both lost. They are both out. So we've already... Really, lads? What were the scores then? They lost 2-0 and they lost 2-0. Wow. That's embarrassing, man. They've kind of let us down a bit there. Considering how good the Champions League teams have done, I'm surprised at Brookbet. And Arca less so, because they're obviously only in there because they're cup wins. But still, so we only have teams left in the Champions League this year. Would not have taken that one on my bingo card for the season. They've also gained us very few points in doing that as well, which makes it even worse, because that, yeah, literally gained us nothing because they both lost 2-0. Fucking hell. Swiss striker has been decent without being, like, goated, so to speak. Let me just... Is Monperus injured again? Or is he suspended or something? Let me just figure out what's going on with that. Injured. Oh, wait, I must have missed that part. Okay. Molsky time then, I suppose. Why not? Actually, maybe now would be a good time to give Obradovic a run, so he stops complaining for a bit, and then Molsky can come on for him instead. Get Monper off the bench. We will then add in... Hopefully we'll get someone at least passable in the intake this year, right? That's what I'm looking for. Oh, he's his Achilles. Ah. I always knew that would be his biggest problem. A bit of that as well. Nice. But yeah, the Swiss striker, when he's not injured, that is, has been reasonable. Like, it's allowed us to build a tactic that actually kind of works. He's got 10 goals and 7 assists this year, which is decent. And a lot of that was played before we changed things. I was probably reading chat and clicking at the same time. I can't be expected to read everything. I'm here to lead. Bit of that. Nice. Intake prediction. Oh, yeah, we did. Sorry. The intake prediction was like 1 star, I think, with our best player being a C, which we were frustrated by because we've actually had 2 really good intakes recently. And then we went out and got a new... We just lost at home to Gornik Javja with a full strength team. Come on now. 4-3 defeat. Okay, it's fine. But yeah, it wasn't great. The prediction, at least. But yeah, we went out and got another goal for Naeem. Oh, an absolutely shocking performance from Marion. Robin Hood's never going to marry her now. But yeah, so the new Hoyd that we got is a guy from Luxembourg who's a model citizen. He's really good at his job, and he's also got Luxembourg nationality, which we just thought was a bit of fun. And he was better than Trippier. And maybe it will just take a bit of time. I'll give him next season too. Like, I'm not going to jump down his throat immediately. Okay. Bit of that in there as well. Sneak that one through. I don't suppose there's going to be many of the Man of the Match awards in this game, is there? Oh, actually, is there? No, there isn't. Quintero got it. Rightly so as well. Just your base level points for this one, and that's absolutely fine. That doesn't change a great deal of things, as it is still... It's runaway leaders, though, I suppose. Just need another good performance from someone like John or something. Tactical diamonds. It plays worse than it looks. And what I mean by that is that it may look gopping, but believe me, it's much worse to look at when you're actually in a match. Have we got our draw for the next round? It's Tottenham. As if we've got Tottenham in the round of 16. Who did Motor get, by the way? Stuttgart. They might actually get further than us this season. Where did these teams finish? So Stuttgart came... Oh, actually, in fairness, Stuttgart did finish above Tottenham. And we have already beaten Tottenham this season. That might actually be a winnable tie for Motor, which means naturally they're going to lose 7-0. Holy Christ. Won the championship. God, I remember the first game they played in the championship that season because it was at Craven Cottage. And if I recall, it was a 1-0 defeat for them with the ball going in off of Matt Smith's arse. Yet Motor are just going to do it all. Kink asked to be recalled. Oh, no. Don't kink shame. This is where I get sacked because Motor just become the most dominant side in Poland. They do have some loans for us, but I'm not convinced they have that many.
Oh, this isn't where I park my car.
This is where I actually find they have loads. But compared to someone like an Arca, it feels like they probably don't have as many as some of the others do. I hate how this screen randomly stops you scrolling unless you move the mouse sometimes. Oh, there we go. They only have 3 loans. Bilbao, Ayinde, and Latifi, admittedly, who is extremely good. So that sort of shows that they're doing it kind of on their own at this point. Confirmed. Thank you very much for the follow, my friend. Hope you're well. Who do you support? Let us know. Starting more games. Lad, you've been thinking this for ages. If someone comes in, I will sell you. But no one has come in. We are over 400 players now. Only 7 here. The fact that you're maintaining 2 streaks, Watford Wizard, though, is extremely impressive, I've got to admit. Ooh. Yeah, that's the one. There he is in all his glory. Didn't do a lot for us, admittedly. But what it did do, though, was annoy Leeds fans. For sure. That is still one of the funniest things. They don't go to bed yet. Don't go to bed yet, friends. And then immediately proceed to sell their players. Cardiff, nice. Cardiff came second, right, in League One, and they're promoted back again. Or am I wrong about that? Entire Bilbao on loan. You'd think they'd be doing better with the entire city. Think of all the Basque players. I'm tremendous, man. Be a little bit happier if some of the other Polish sides would be doing better in the Europa League. But as it is, it's okay. Because it's just the love story that we didn't know we needed between us and Motor Lublin. Extensive. Tate Spies. I mean, I love the name. Because it's wild. It's a Latvia. Oh, is it Villarreal? Fuck's sake. Got excited for a moment there. He's keeping a bit of value too, which is nice. Sebastian Yusuf. He's Sri Lankan. That's another bloody Scourge player. Oh yeah, I mean, Lincoln City were just next level good this season. It's actually crazy. Tate Spies. He's from Columbus, Ohio. He's not bad, actually. Just that value. It's okay. Not sure. They definitely have some Spanish Scourge guys, for sure. I mean, all the Polish sides do, to be honest, at this stage. Some of them are on loan from us, in fairness. Injury-prone, overpriced Belgian. I'm not convinced by him either, honestly. Sven's mates. Ooh, do you think it's like it's a sign? Perhaps. We do need the next guy. Issue with Sharma. Wait, I agreed to let you be the backup? But that's on me, honestly, there, Freddie. I am going to ignore that for the time being, though, because I can't remember who that guy is. I'm assuming I signed him as a meme. I forgot we had a cup game in there as well. My God, right. Slow motion's coming to an end. That's okay. I might try that thing with actually getting a loan manager and seeing if he's able to do anything useful. Because if it makes my life a little bit easier, then fair play. Right. Has there been a lot of transfers in this window? Oh, okay. There actually has. Just hope there's been... Okay. Did not see that. There have been some sales. Corona Kielce sold a guy to Espanyol for 13 million quid. Lechia just sold a guy to Burgos for 4 million pounds. Carbonell has just left Arca for 37 million quid. No wonder Arca were willing to spend money. They've got 37 million quid in the bank. They're absolutely loaded. Which is great for the future, because it means I've just signed loads of Spanish guys. He's not even Spanish, is he? Oh, no, he is. Look, the one eccentricity. Our goalkeeper's just, like, not allowed to be eccentric anymore. Loads of freebies. Some more here. They then signed a guy for 6 million from Karlsruhe. This guy here, Quentin Pahama. Also no eccentricity. They have a type. Hector's left to go to Real Sociedad. A few little moves in there as well. A few freebies coming in. That was me doing some stuff there as well. Any more big deals? And Inter Poland moved for £2.5 million nearly as well. Some loans as well. Us doing a signing too. He might even be better. That's exceptionally good deal. And they've ripped off Napoli. And I'm still bitter about what they did to us in the Champions League last year. So, am I getting game time? Legitimately. God, there's so much going on this screen. And that's okay. It's nice to see them actually being able to get that kind of cash for a player, frankly, because Torres, Chocolate, Hock and Card. Oh, we actually do have room for them now. So I could register somebody. Maybe Hock just in case. A bit rude if I didn't register me, wouldn't it? Like, it's important to have myself in there. I'm an important member of the squad, damn it. Corona Kielce want James Whittaker. Absolutely, please let me non-negotiable. Yes. Let's get rid of all these. This is a Patreon region, by the way. 3 million. Love that. Martin Rose, that's the Estonian guy who's actually turned into a decent player. Bela Bradic is developing okay. I need to find him a loan, man. Is he still loan listed? He better be. Yeah, he is. He might be one of those players that's like, thinks he's too good for it. Did they sell someone? Yeah, Corona sold a guy for, I think, £5 million earlier in January, so they're probably reinvesting a little bit. Which makes sense. Subway Surfers playing as well. Don't make me break out the Subway Surfers scene. It's in here somewhere. I don't have it mapped to a Stream Deck button, but it's definitely buried in my settings somewhere. I haven't done European predictions. It's usually you reminding me on this one, chat, but luckily my notes have saved the day. So it's Forest away at Villa tonight, right? Or is it... Yeah, it's at Villa Park tonight, isn't it? And then there's Palace and Shakhtar. I mean, I think Palace are through pretty much. And then you've got Strasbourg and Rayo Vallecano. And then the other one is Braga versus... I've forgotten the other team. Yeah, love to see it, Rick. Hopefully it's been a good kind of Oasis and not like a B-side album. So, I mean, I think my head says that Villa winning the Europa League would be funny because of the amount of... The permutations with them finishing 5th are quite funny. It would give 6th place to the Champions League. But I quite like the idea of Forest playing in the Champions League next season as well. I think that would be quite sick, particularly as they missed out on it last year after falling off a little bit. That would be quite fun too. So I'm not quite sure where I stand on that one. But I think Forest are going to win. I really do. I think they're going to win the game 2-0 and just the tie 3-0. And it's just going to work. I need to do all matches here, otherwise this is going to get a bit messy again, isn't it? Because I'm going to have to keep taking Momper out and giving Obra another chance. Which means you're off the bench with you, my friend. And then... Oh, it's the cup, so we've got a smaller bench anyway. So I may just have to leave that as it is, because otherwise it will get a bit glitchy. Now you could probably do with the rest, to be fair. Coffee's kind of knackered too. Piakovsky? That's brave. Actually, I'll bring him back out. And then next match him. But I reckon the problem with putting Piakovsky in the team is we end up losing when he plays matches. He is just not very good. If anything, he's like a bad omen, if nothing else. Yeah, my brother was like, that'd be kind of fun.
It's
but
second yellow card. He's
That's
always
me.
working hard. He throws dogs in the river
like
cause he hates it when they bark. He's making friends with geese just to steal their business cards. It's second yellow card. Second yellow card. Happy 56 months, Matto and Chatto. Happy to be here as always.
He's making friends with geese just to steal their business cards. I presume those are business geese, right? None of this silly geese behaviour. Every time I think about that, I'm reminded that I need to get that tattoo sorted. Pog sent me a video on Tuesday, and it was basically her walking alongside the riverbank, and it was loads of goose families with their little baby geese, obviously hissing at Pog. And she said that a goose family followed her all the way down the towpath, which I just think is adorable. It's important to do it for the business game. Second team are out. Ah, no. The fact they got that far. The chances of our second team doing something, the only time I could see it is in here. Not to alarm anybody, but Arca might be on for a 3rd consecutive cup win. Unless we play them in the next round. 2 B teams in the quarterfinals, though. Love to see it. Oh, I need to quickly do the cheeky little thingy above me. Not one off the bench did anything good in that game anyway. Wasn't like it was a heavily rotated team, though, or anything, so that's good. I just don't know if Thomas Frank was the... I certainly don't think he was the problem entirely at Tottenham, as was evidence. But I also think that some managers are just not cut out for certain types of jobs, and it does seem like that was kind of one of... I mean, clearly he wasn't, because otherwise he wasn't managing Spurs last season, and he wasn't managing them under Igor Tudor either. So it can't have been the entire problem, surely. Unless he's somehow responsible for things that they did before he got there. Marion is the new goalie. He's the guy I spent £60 million on in January. I'll give you points for that one as well. Nice to see. A lot of points for Kowalski in that game, interestingly. Don't know how many people actually had Kowalski in their team, but never know. You're welcome. Yeah, the command is song. And for the playlist itself, it's just exclamation mark playlist. But this is a cover of Natalie Imbruglia, which I've always enjoyed. And the original as well. Here we come. Now come all of the push to Neapol Mitsa rejections. We're actually not far off the Tottenham game now. It's almost like I've timed this out perfectly. Oh, wow, they're taking quite a few this time. I mean, most of these guys probably won't end up playing for them, admittedly. But, hey, you've got to send them there to find out in the first place. 60 million, yes. I spent 60 million on a goalkeeper because I was so sick of Diakite making these giant errors that I decided to scour the database, essentially. Find a few players, and the one guy that stuck out as being vaguely good we then scouted him a bit further, and turns out, I wish Augusto would go. He'd be so good there. Turns out to be him. Cassiani as well. Decent. But yeah, he's very, very good indeed. Mostly because he has all the things I want out of a goalie, as well as relishing big matches, and he's got some additional mental attributes that I don't normally look for specifically, but it certainly doesn't harm him to have them. I think, was it like 20 decision making, 19 concentration, and I think 18 in anticipation as well. He's just extremely good. Wait, did he actually go? Oh, bro went on loan. Don't know if they're going to register him, but we'll find out. A cover of a cupboard, the best kind. And you never know, Leafy. You could make a massive comeback. There's always a chance. Just accept that. Put that. The weekend's going as well, it looks like. Oh. Like, I wouldn't normally drop £60 million on a player unless there's a damn good reason. But I think that, I mean, to be fair, Marion has not exactly done brilliantly in the league games I've played him in thus far. However, I think that might be to do with the way that we play more than anything else. That's fine. And as long as he doesn't shit the bed in Europe, then I'll be happy. We just haven't had a chance to test him in Europe, and we won't get that chance until this Tottenham game coming up here. He's retiring mid-season. How old is the goalie? It's a bit like when I signed Fernandinho on a 2-year contract. He played like 4 games for us at the end of the first season, and then just went, nah, I'm done now. Okay. So that's the transfer window open. We did manage to get at least a few more loans done. Startup levels are actually fairly riced. Will... Next... Oh, I see. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, of course. The benefits for things like the Patreon regions, of course, wouldn't be able to be done mid-save, which is why we tend to get... Oh, sorry. Yeah, my apologies. Don't know why my brain was struggling there. Ultimately, what was... I just didn't want it to be a thing that... It was supposed to be like, hey, here's a little bit extra. It helps support the channel. I get a bigger cut because it's not Twitch. And therefore, I can actually do things back, like, for example, the regens and stuff. It's just a way of, you know... And obviously, you get the early videos and things, too. And first access to things like the transfer room in thing when I finally actually managed to get it working properly. I'll decline that for the time being. With the Champions League this season, also PSG. I mean, I think PSG will win, but I do think that Arsenal are going to drag them down into the mud in the final, which I think weirdly might still make it quite an interesting game, but I'm unsure on that one, to be honest. So yeah, European predictions. Forest, I reckon, will win 2-0. So enjoy your final, Villa. Actually, we can't remember who Braga are playing in the other semi-final, but I reckon Braga will win regardless. And then I think Palace will beat Shakhtar easily in the second leg because they're already in front. Might rotate a little bit, but I think they'll win like 3-0. And then I think Strasbourg are going to win tonight 3-0. Anyone injured? There's a couple of injuries going around. So Montparousse got an injury, but he's sort of recovered from that mostly. There's no major long-term injuries. Oh, Freiburg. I'd like to see Braga go through just because I've got a soft spot for Braga. Yes, I have watched it. Like, it depends because I hate the fact that the waiting game has become such a big thing because it means that not a lot's really happening, I guess. But I always find that with the train ones like this, where it's like a new type of concept, sometimes it can lead to this kind of like waiting game stuff, and it's not as interesting, I guess. I'd like to see Downey and Samwin just because I really like Downey. I just really enjoy his content, and he actually brings quite a lot to jet lag too. I mean, they'll certainly be physical, but physicality only works if you can get the ball off them, and it's just going to be a fascinating matchup because they are such contrasting styles, and that's why I'm actually quite excited to genuinely watch it. Marion's rating has not been good so far. This is a rotation game, massive rotation, so expect to get 0 points basically from this one, friends. Marion, out you come. I'll do full rotation. Duru's in. Herrera's back again. Molsky will get a start. This man who I've never heard of is playing. Love to see it. Diakita, I love how he counts as a rotation option now. Things you love to see. God, there's a lot of match sharpness issues here, but that's going to be okay. We'll get by. I get the feeling we may lose this game. Quite easily, in fact. Winning loads of its class when it works out. I think that's what it is. Like, I think, yeah, obviously, you enjoy the game more when you're winning, of course, but I actually don't mind losing sometimes because it gives an opportunity to then turn things around and win. If you win all the time, winning comes a bit passé, I guess, right? But we do get the dub. Motor are still... They still have a game in hand on us, in fairness. So the gap could still only be back to 7. What a performance. They got the win. That's what matters. Now Diakito is going to start playing well. Duru with a penalty. Did they get man of the match award? Yeah, they did. Eventually. That's appalling. But sometimes you just got to win. They don't ask how, they ask how many. And right now it's quite a lot. Bit of that. Bit of that. I suppose with us not scoring loads of goals, it does make it a little bit easier for me in the post game. That way I can not have to capture as much. Although I'm not capturing all the goals now anyway because I'm doing it a little bit differently. Oh wow, there's not a lot of point scorers at all in this one. Player of the match award. And there was no man of the match. Sorry, no clean sheet either. So I'll send those points out. It's basically just Duru and coffee. Because for the recaps now, with the league being less of a thing, I guess, I'm truncating those sections a little bit more. It's not a big game, this is true. He doesn't have the eccentricity for big matches, it would seem. Hello, Rascodo. Watch on Tavio. Ooh. A double career with Paris FC and Red Star. So, is that Red Star Paris or Red Star Belgrade? I guess it would make sense if it was Red Star Paris, but managing the derbies must be a massive, difficult one to control. Do you keep swapping seats? That's what I'd be doing, because I'm weird like that. Did that as well. Oh yeah, I'm recording the Loan Farm video tomorrow, so that should be out on the Patreon tomorrow night, because it probably won't take that long to edit. I just tried to formulate it in a way that would hopefully help people, but I think it really does. There's a couple of really big conclusions that I've taken from it with the way that the loan farms are, and I think the biggest two things to take away is that people aren't signing enough players and they're not utilising the loan farm tools correctly and missing out on things like setting up the offer out statements and stuff. Motor win again against Pushcha, but only 1-0 defeat. Ooh, that bottom of the league is now fully cut adrift. And there's a game in hand there too. I think these three might be cooked officially. Lacks physicality of the Premier League. I mean, they beat Bayern. So I don't know. I mean, ultimately they weren't playing French league sides on their journey to the Champions League final, so clearly they can do that. I mean, after 40 minutes, you've got half time at 45 minutes anyway, so you'd get a chance to like reset and rest at that point anyway. For Braga, I kind of am, yeah. I just like their stadium. It's just one of my favourite stadiums in world football. We need more stadiums that have a random side missing and just a sheer cliff face on it. I think Oxford United, I don't know if they've actually still got that open side, should do that. Just build a cliff face, obviously. Maybe turn it into like a climbing wall or something for the kids. How is Redondo not playing for these guys? What are they doing so badly? Just quickly check that as well. Oh, there's a 5-star guy at Basel. This is the right filter, right? I do wish, I know it says it up there, but sometimes it doesn't change the name when you switch the filters out. There's lots of Brazilians in here, but this guy at the top. And he's got a cool name. Jacques van der Kolk. Big fan of that name. Hope that he turns out a little bit better than that. But Jacques van der Kolk, and he's only 16, in fairness to him. I love that. Still the opens like, yeah, because he used to like lose balls into the car park and stuff, did they not? I'm telling you, Oxford, build that climbing wall. Make it happen. Molsky's developing even further. Gee, ooh, slight little downward arrows on a few of these things there, but he is looking great. I wonder how my other guy's doing. Freddie, go away. Nobody. Vanetti's back too, which is awesome. So I believe the Braga said, oh, speaking of Jersey, now he's injured. I believe it's in the stadium pack that Bassy Boy made, I think. You'd think it would be. 2 to 3 weeks. Okay, not the end of the world. Has he lost acceleration? I swear he was at like 11 and 12 at one point. But we'll keep him on that for the moment. He's still developing nicely. Look at that value, man. It's worth noting he is only 16 years old. So I think we're judging him. The extra game time he's getting is certainly helping. Was in the car park once again. Yeah. It does. It would have been nice to see this. I have a weird soft spot for Oxford United, and I don't really know why it is. I think it's just because they were one of those teams that always seem to be much lower down, kind of like Cambridge in a way, and then made that progress. The sort of thing I'd like to see Cambridge United do, but at least Cambridge are going to be back in League One next season. But it seems like every time Cambridge do get to League One, they struggle and then circle the drain for a couple of years before plunging straight back down into League Two again. Anyone extensive? There's a couple. Oh, there's quite a few actually. Send you around again. Oh, that's Gurga Gagalic. University Dub. That's good at least. It feels like there probably hasn't been a university derby for a little while. Diego Rodriguez. I'll just send him around again because otherwise we can't interact with him properly. Any freebies? Yes, there is. He's Spanish, damn it. Barcelona guy, Villarreal guy, Stagene guy. Oh, 100% has to have Malagasy second nationality, right? Guy Hubert Rakotondarabe. And Malagasy. There it is. Had to be. He's a very good striker. Like, exceptionally good striker. But we have no room for him, and I don't think he'd ever be loan farm. He's too good for the loan farm, unfortunately. May shortlist him anyway, though. Just to see if there's any wiggle room available there. And now I can't. Just fucking infuriating screen, bro. You think someone would have actually figured out what causes that by now, just by like sheer trial and error. ...2023. Oh, that wasn't that long ago then, actually. Shockley's out for a while. I guess that would have been when Cambridge was struggling and Oxford were probably on the verge of promotion, right? Over Stenberg enjoyers in it. I couldn't believe that. Like, I know everyone's talking about the Leafs getting the first pick, which obviously is insane, but it's the fact that the Sharks managed to get second pick again. Do you think that they'll actually use it, or do you think they'll trade down, potentially try and get a defenseman? But I mean, Stenberg he's fun. And if they do take Stenberg, then my god, their front line is going to be absolutely stacked. Is Vanetti really fit again yet? Probably not. It might have to be Gomez. Or do I go Duru today? I'm going to trust him. I'm going to throw Duru in there. Montperu should be fit again now, though. Oh, he's not. Obradovic it is. John, Naeem. The rest of the team should be okay. Kowalski's, of course, now out injured, sadly. 3 more bench spots, though, which will obviously be Herrera. Click the button, Matt. Montperus, and... I'm going to put a goalie on the bench. Look at me go. I'm a new man. Okay. Right. Let me just quickly lock the points, just in case. Don't want any cheating. As we inevitably batter Tottenham here. It's probably not going to happen, is it? At least we're playing at the same time as Gornig. It probably doesn't help as well that Lucinho's, like, royally pissed at me. It's weird seeing a player actually averaging above an 8 over a full season. That's crazy. Let's do... That'll be fine. Let's go. Champions League. Let's have it. Stick a pick Stenberg. I think excellent. Maybe. Because I don't know where would you be... Because I can't remember who the highest rated D-man in it. Is it Keaton Verhoeven or is he a... No, he is a D-man, isn't he? I think he's right shot D. But I guess the question is what you'd get back by trading away second pick and from who? Number 20 pick, of course you do. That might actually be decent as well. Yeah, Reed has been shooting up. Is it Chase Reed? He's been shooting up the rankings over the last little while. Because he's... Is he in NCAA or is he playing in like the CHL? I forget. Also, good news. You know 8889 from chat? His nephew, obviously, was drafted into the AHL, I think. I think it was the AHL. And basically has gone above and beyond. And I believe has even been getting like decent minutes for the London Knights. Which is awesome. I get occasional messages from 8889 just updating me on those kind of things. And it's just incredible how well he's done, considering where he was drafted from. And I just think that's really cool that his nephew is playing for the London Knights. Traded our first round of this year. Yeah, I can't remember the last time we actually had a proper good first round pick. Oh, slide it back. Never mind. Johnny boy. John Enjoyers once again validated today. Naeem has been brilliant all day, because he always is. But Johnny, my guy. That's decent. That is just sick. You just forget there's that whole system because you've got the drafts beneath the drafts for all the other things. And it's just the age. It makes me think what would happen or have to happen for like a young player from the UK to actually even have a chance at playing like professionally NHL wise, because they'd probably have to move to the States or Canada super young just to get into that system in the first place rather than developing here because there just isn't the competition level yet. And I think that's going to take a very long time to develop. But we lead. We take that. We did beat Spurs earlier this season anyway. I think what's going to be an obvious... A test... Oh, now John's hurt himself. Okay. Less good news for the John Enjoyers. Thank God we've actually got Alvarez. Despite his kicking off constantly about not playing. Cal Rich. Yeah, I wish we'd not sold... Not sold, sorry. I wish we hadn't got rid of Richie. But... At the time, I felt, that sucks to lose a prospect like him because I think he could be really good. particularly as I wasn't sure how really the Brock Nelson thing was going to go. But actually now, I think Nelson's been decent. We conceded a goal just like that to Tottenham last season as well. And it works, confirmed. I mean, ignore the fact that we've just conceded a goal. Outside of the goal we've just conceded, it does normally do the job. Apparently not at Tottenham. But I promise you, the random offsettery and asymmetry is there for a reason. If I moved them centrally, it simply wouldn't work. Oh, no, it wouldn't work. It would work, but it wouldn't be as good. Because we've got the goaltender as well that we've just got back from... I say just got back. He's finally officially signing for us, right, from the KHL. Because I know he's now technically on the roster of the Eagles. Albert Smits is it's just a good name. I love Latvian names because of the extra S's that you get on the end of reasonable names. So you have like Jacob, but his first name will actually be Jacobs. Makes everything sound like it's a possessive. Ah, fuck. Okay. Mikey Moore's just scored his first goal in the Champions League this season. Peace, actually quite a lot. We've been kind of, well, ignore the scoreline currently, kind of crushing it in the Champions League this year. We won every single group stage game, finished on 24 points and only conceded 3 goals. Now, Spurs have admittedly just scored their second in the round of 16, so hopefully it doesn't happen again this year. But that isn't even the real news. The real news is that Motor Lublin and Gornik both got to the knockouts of the Champions League this year, and Motor did it by finishing in the top 8. They got 19 points in the Champions League group stage, qualified in 6th place, and now as a result are playing Stuttgart. So there's a real chance that with a good result there, Motor could actually go further than we are at the moment if we have a little bit of an oopsie here against Tottenham. I really hope not, because I don't want to go out the same round 2 years in a row, especially not with how well we've played this year. Where's the Haha! Rubbish. Always knew he was going to miss that. Don't know what you're talking about. I wasn't worried. You were. Another goalie. Oh no, at the moment, we've finally sorted our goalie situation. Like with Wedgie and, well, with the Lumberyard doing what they do. They're very impressive. It's nice to have youth coming through, but like we've got Trent Miner as well in the system as well. He's sort of been the third choice guy that's played he's played some games for us this year and looks okay. That's a great pass. Naeem is the most advanced player. Go on, Anwar, do your thing. Oh, blocked, man. 9 games in the league this season, but Jesus. How old is Marquinhos these days? Because you're right, that is a very... In the minor leagues, indeed, yeah. For the Eagles, which are moving, and I can't remember where they're moving the Eagles to. I'm supposed to have got Van der Ven in the back line there. Wow, that's going to be offside. Oh, it's not offside. Oh, what a goal that would have been. The little touch there from Duru. That would have been fantastic. Oh, that sucks, actually. I really wish that had been a goal. Not just so that we'd equalised, but that would have been one of the best goals we'd scored in ages. Because of the little, like, the way he controlled that and then just hit that on the half turn. Superb. Are we missing Vanetti today? Oh, Bradovic has struggled a little bit too. So's Jens. Probably the biggest chance that Spurs have had in the entire game was us giving the ball away a minute ago. Which is unlike us. We seem to get away with that more often than not. It's just... I do like it when the game occasionally, even now, surprises me at the match engine with like a random turn of skill or like a less used animation. That's nearly a really good... Oh, he's got it. Having the additional height on Abramovich in the number 10 position is actually kind of an advantage we don't normally have. Because Montperussi's not like super dominant in the air, but Abramovich can win flick-ons and actually hold the ball up a bit more. Look at that. Oh, this is nice. This is better. Just needs something from Alvarez here. He's going... it's so bad. He just does not seem to suit this new style of play in the same way that John does. It's like John's been waiting all these years for us to start playing like this, and now that we finally have, he's just everywhere. God, Xavi Simons, I hate him just because of what he did to us in the Champions League final a couple of years ago, scoring the only goal in that game. That should be nice and easy. Over the bar. Lovely. Greeley. Is Greeley a lot further away than Loveland? I guess at least we're not moving out of state. Have lower dribbling. I don't think he... I mean, maybe. 12. It can't be... Yeah, John's has got to be better than 12. So I think you're probably right. That's partly it. And his crossing probably isn't as good either. He's athletic, but he's not as technically gifted on the attacking side of the game, which is ironic because that's actually what he was really good at in the old style. Not too bad then. So yeah, I think his lack of dribbling is definitely harming him slightly. It's actually quite poor from us. We still shouldn't be 2-1 down. They've only had 2 shots on target. This is so very us-coded. Or if you missed the goalie, this is what he looks like attribute-wise. He's definitely a step up on Diakite. And obviously relishes big matches. Which is... What's his trait? Used long... I actually didn't see that. I don't think it's the end of the world. Right, we have been terrible so far. As long as we don't do what we've done in previous ties, where it gets randomly away from us like it did against Napoli. I'd even take a 2-1 defeat here if it means we can, you know, take them on in the home game. But we only narrowly beat them at home this year too, which is a little concerning. And I just really don't want to go out to them here, not with how well we played in the group stages. Yeah, he's not quite got the aerial reach, but he has got the command... Or is it... Hang on. Is it his command of area or his aerial reach? So yeah, his command of area is very good. He just hasn't quite got the reach, but he has got the right mentals to know when to use it. So I feel like he's less likely to flap at things because he won't come for the stuff that he doesn't think he can get. And I think some of the issues we've had with the other goalkeeper... Oh, what are you doing? Spurs are quite pressing on us. We're giving up a few opportunities away here that we wouldn't normally. They're actually winning the ball off our centre-backs because they're refusing to play the simple pass, which is very strange. Like, they've been actually quite poor today, where they wouldn't normally. It's rare that we see ourselves get caught out in those sort of positions. I'm not really sure who I could reach for on the bench here. Impact on what he actually does. It probably will do a little bit, and we do have short distribution. But that, I guess, is... It certainly will affect him from when he's got it in his hands, at least. But I guess he's not going to have it in his hands all that often. But it probably will affect it in some sense. Motor, if they get a 0-0 draw away from home, I would fancy them in the home leg. I really would. Which is a bit of Naeem here. Oh, here we go. This is Anwar at his best. It's those moments. He's normally so good in those positions too, right? I think I'm going to have to roll a few subbies here because Anwar's been decent. Alvarez has been... Well, we had no choice but to keep him on. Jens has been poor, and we don't even have Molsky to bring off the bench anyway. Most of the best players in that role are on the pitch already. Obradovic has been terrible. But other than Montparnasse, maybe it is Montparnasse. Just to see what he can come up with. Jens has been awful as well, but we're so lacking there. Maybe Uche? At least he's tall. Name's done okay. Well, maybe Coffee? No, I couldn't do that really. Well, Carlos, have we got more options there? We are a bit light because of those injuries. Herrera? He's only just back from injury himself. I don't know if Montparnasse should even really be coming onto this game right now. We're just missing a couple of crucial players, like Montparnasse being fit. We're still sort of getting opportunities. I just can't bear the thought of this one. Quasiopod, he was a Colombian lad that we signed a couple of seasons ago, but he was usually used as a backup option for a while. But oh, hang on, Duru really needs to be a bit more patient with that. And when we sold Adrian because of the Spanish Scourge, it meant that he got sort of thrust into the team a lot more frequently. And as you can see, his... Jesus Christ. So I haven't actually looked at his profile in a while. He's fucking outrageous. He's not like a beast in the air or anything, but he's quick enough and has great tackling, marking, heading, a little low on the aggression side. He's just very, very well-rounded. And at 23, can't argue with that. And then obviously when we moved to having like a more traditional back three with actual 3 centre-backs in there, it then allowed even more space for him. Although he has been quite poor today. Just don't concede another goal. If we're going to have a shit random off day, at least let it not come with some ridiculous result attached to it. But I still feel like we've got enough in the tank to grab that equaliser. Just don't know who's going to be the one to get it. That's what we're kind of missing. Someone to take the game by the balls. And it's probably Naeem, honestly. He's the one guy that can do that kind of thing. Because Marion's not saved it. Yeah, Jediva Quasiel Pud. I just call him the Pud because, well, I mean, who wouldn't, right? We're going to lose this to you. Oh, maybe. Please just let this be nothing highlight. But a 3-1 would start to change things. What a great clearance from Naeem. That jumping reach is coming in handy at both ends. Oh, no, no, no. Don't foul him. Don't foul him. Please not. Oh, just let him... I just want him to shoot from range. Fucking hell. That was very, very close. First win of the season? I think it would be... To be fair, Spurs did come like 23rd in the Champions League group. So that's why I'm even more disappointed about them actually being able to beat us here. Oh, come on. 2-2 now. I think if we do find an equaliser in stoppage time here, we're surely not going to play this badly in the second leg and we'll be able to turn it around. Because then all we have to do is beat them at home. Don't let them get that ball in behind you, though. You're giving them a lot of space out here for Mikey Moore. Right, back post header needed. Nice. Oh, he just shoved him over. Why is he now in a tracksuit? Did that physio just spawn out of thin air? Yeah, can you give us a pen? I'll take that. New keeper bin. Honestly, kind of bad. But at this point, I think our keepers are just cursed. So we've lost 2-1 at Tottenham. That's frustrating, actually. We weren't even that bad. Started so well as well. They just had that little period of dominance right before half-time. I still think we've got them, but that is a little concerning. Exactly, it's Thomas Frank's fault. Lublin getting the draw away from home, though, is excellent news. John's injured as well. Oh, no, we knew that, didn't we? The question is, how badly is he injured? I think we're going to get man of the match here. Because I don't really like the idea of starting Alvarez for the second leg, because he's fine, but I think in these, like, the elite games where we need someone like a John to push the opposition back a bit too, that's where he seems to really struggle. Man of the match was Xavi Simons, yeah. See you later, Dan. Not really, Viva. The closest we've come to a reliable goalkeeper in this save probably was Ibrahima Sané. And even he wasn't... He was probably the closest, but then we probably weren't playing at the like higher ends of Europe during that, so maybe it's not entirely fair. And he might have been bad as well if we'd had more of a chance to play him, but Docampo, who we got rid of him for, or rather came back in when he left, he hated big matches, and while we did win the Champions League with him, I felt like he would cost us long term. Then it was Diakite and various other guys that we tried to throw in there that none of them really took the role, but I thought Diakite was the one. And it just turned out not to be. And oh my god, I thought that was John's injury. That would have been done for the season. Christ on a bite. In 3 sentences or less. Overperforming massively. Ahead of schedule. Poland is cooking. I probably feel like I should explain a little bit more. Essentially, we've already won a Champions League, which was much sooner than I expected. And the Polish sides in the Champions League now, as of this year, have overperformed massively. To the point where one of them is still in the Champions League with us right now. And actually, statistically right now, have a higher chance of going through to the quarterfinals than we do. And I, for one, would quite enjoy that in a way. We need to find our João Virginia, our Bart Verbruggen, our... Who was the crazy good goalie we had at Sirens? Yeah, it was... Part of it definitely was caused by the Spanish Scourge thing, for sure. But since we've rebuilt, that we had that year off where things went a little bit badly. How's he looking these days? Jesus Christ, he looks like he could be a really good player as well. I'm going for the board. I believe they probably will kick off if we don't reach the quarterfinals. But ultimately, if we're the better side and play good football and they just don't take their chances because reasons, then there's not a lot we can really do. It's just one of those things. Hopefully we'll be able to do enough to turn it around the second leg. It is weird though, because last year we got stupidly unlucky in that Napoli game over both legs, and it was truly a catastrophe to lose 5-0 in a tie where we were the better team. This one's a little bit closer, and at least we look we're more involved in it, but I have a horrible feeling that the second leg could potentially go like that. Sultan, no, Sultan was, oh, maybe it was. Yes, the Norwegian guy, right? There was a Norwegian goalkeeper we had called Sultan. We're up to 311 loanees now. Finally above the 300 mark. So if you both get to the final... So basically the coefficient points work no matter who's playing. If you both get to the final, you both get the points you'd get for getting to the final. It's no different to if I was in the final against Bayern Munich. I would get the points for getting... So you get bonus points for reaching the final, and then you get points for winning it as well as the actual win on the 90 minutes thing, basically. So if we were both in the final, I would simply probably throw it to them, honestly. I'd probably play a mad tactic and let them beat us, because it's way more beneficial for them to win than it is for us. So I want to rotate heavily for this game. Hugely for this one. Full rotation. Do Alvarez, except not Alvarez. I want to start Damašević, because Alvarez is going to have to play next game. Same guys in again. Obradovic might be... Yeah, he probably will be okay to play the next game. Hawk's in there as well. Nice. The October Revival, exactly. Gutierrez. He was quite decent too. One day we will find that goalkeeper, and it might still be married. It might be this Daniel Hock guy for all I know, although he's also got... Goalies just seem to have low eccentricity in this save. Everyone I sign, not on purpose, seems to have it. Even when I'm not trying to. That'll be okay. See if we get the dub here as well. We should do. I'd like to just get it for that. But yeah, if we did end up in a final against another Polish side, then I would 100% let them win, because the benefit they get in reputation... Okay, 2-2 draw. Could have been worse. Is worth way more than it would be for us. 2 more goals for Duru. I like how, despite me pretty much never starting Duru, he just does things. It's actually very impressive how well he does. I mean, I know he started this game, but Coffee and Uche getting the assists. Man of the match award for Duru, of course, is just what he does. He is just him. Throw that in there. Get them there as well. Miss Youth Intake. Oh, no, the Youth Intake will be coming up after the second leg against Tottenham. We've got it on the same game as, ironically, a game we have against Motor. So it's the 18th of March is when the Youth Intake will be happening. We're not expecting big things from it, but at least some things. We've got Player of the Match award, which will, of course, be Duru again. Is anyone captained Duru out of interest? No one has, but some people do have him in their teams, to be fair. Not that I can see any captains for Duru, but it's getting tight at the top between James and Sama, although they have the same exact team, so unless anyone makes any changes there, it's likely to be the same. Still got a couple more times to change it, though. Particularly as it now doesn't punish you for making those subs as much. Meme formations. That's the thing, Viva. I think our formation, the biggest meme has been our current formation. Like, when I decided to make this tactic last season, the plan was for it to become the meme formation. And I was like, wouldn't it be funny if I made a system where our advanced wingbacks essentially become strikers in possession by cutting inside really narrow and have everybody else moving outside of them? And then it just started working and it became the tactic. So I think you're right. Maybe, depending on when we go out of the Champions League. So, for example, we end up going out to Spurs here, then Sunday's stream, we could try and make another stupid system, which I'll then end up using in next year's system. We'll have to do something absolutely batshit to see if I can break it in a way. Compare keepers with keepers. Does it really? To be fair, I'm not sure what else you'd want to compare a goalkeeper to, because, like, would you want to compare a goalkeeper to an outfield player? I guess I mean, it's nice if you had the feature, I suppose, but I'm not sure what you'd gain from doing it, I guess. Is Dazza still into the... Oh, he is. 14th place. He'd still need a good couple of rounds to actually get in there. Making us stupid. I know. It's never happened. I mean, you say that, but, like, actually, the tactic kind of cooked. We did really well with that. I was quite pleased. I thought that was his wage rise. It did really well. I was very pleased. But I think what we'll do is I'll choose, like, some random concept and then just build it out from there. And the thing is, I think the match engine is in such a state that if we make the right instructions with it with the right players, we could probably make it work. I reckon there's a way we could probably make an Octo Trek style system actually function, at least domestically. Or we want this, or a everyone in attack, everyone in defense type of system as well. Exactly. Dazza's just like, he's having a race off. He was up playing iRacing last night or something. Reliable use. I really do think so, Comrade, yeah. Because the performances they put in means that I think they should do. But look how well they're doing in the league as well. They're nearly 10 clear of anybody else. So they're managing to balance Champions League success with league success. And the predictions show that they've got one of the best teams in the league as well on paper. So have Corona, holy shit. So I think they're going to be the first team that really establish themselves as well. In addition, I think Arca are going to start to do that too, because they've now got moon money to spend, and they're still third best team in the league, apparently, according to that. That seems to change so frequently, it's ridiculous. So yeah, I think they're going to be the first ones to really establish themselves. To the point that I actually worry about them catching. They're only 5 points off the lead. We really do have to be careful. There's a few draws being dropped here. Abling, I believe, is Christian Abling. I believe he plays for Legia, right? Push to lose to Arca. And a win for Rook down at the battle at the bottom, so it's not entirely done, but I think Pushta are now going to get cooked at this stage. Yeah, they sold a guy to Napoli for £37 million and then replaced him with a guy who Chat and I think is better for like £5 million. I think, what was the guy? Was it Palmer, the keeper's name? How was I checking? Yeah, Ebling. I believe he's at... Yeah, this is him. Christian Ebling. I think he just has quite high rep, because Legia haven't actually been that good recently, but he is quite good. He's a decent guy. Like, he's a decent player. Arca themselves have... Oh, you can't click him from there, can you? Fuck. He'll show up with a key player, surely. There he is. Quentin Bahama. This is their new goalie, who they signed from... Who was it? Karlsruhe. Low eccentricity, but he's got good one-on-ones. He looks really well-rounded, honestly. Oh, did Banner get injured? Shit. Yeah, that one-on-ones is very nice. He ticks a lot of the boxes that even I'd like in a goalie, to be fair. So... And the fact that they were able to sign him for, like, what was it, £6 million? No, 5 point something. When they just sold their goalie for... 34 rising to 37, I think. That's the big deal as well. Completely different. Yeah, they can. Viva, that's what I was thinking. We maybe do something where we have it everyone in defense out of possession, then everyone in attack in possession. Because I know that worked beautifully during the beta. People were trying that sort of stuff out. Now Molsky's hurt as well. God damn it, man. We win today, need more money. Oh, I see. This sounds like collusion, if you ask me. So Raj, I believe, has left. I think he was part of the group of players that left in the summer. Yeah, he's actually not even got a club right now. Which surprises me. I might trial him in. Just in case. Don't really want him to retire. I'll treat him like a Patreon regen. Speaking of, there's a few of those guys out of contract and I didn't renew them. What I'll do after stream is I'll sign them up and try that thing we were talking about last time. So big move today was the £100 million worth of players that none of which we actually signed today, but they all joined us today. And the Youth Intake actually hasn't happened yet. It will be happening on the same day as the Motor game, right before that match. So after the Tottenham game, we'll get our Youth Intake. It's not predicted to be very good, but, you know, with the new head of youth development, I still have faith in the lad. I reckon he could still surprise us. It's also massive amounts of cope. Take what you will from that. 70, that's more like it. I will just do that, and then it fucks me up as always. Pierpaolo Tonini is just a good name. Sounds very Italian. Get you guys right again here. Play non-goalkeeper in goal. For what purpose, I guess, right? I mean, it's always fun, but that's not especially... It's not going to make us better, although maybe it's a secret pro strat that no one's unlocked yet. It's best work further upstream, maybe. Wait, what is the situation with this? Mostly... Oh, there's a few extensives now, actually. Get those guys around again. Eduardo Henrique. Very expensive, somehow still Belgian. 20 jump... He's 6'6" and has 20 jumping reach. Okay. Yeah, Holm is one that we were... is Holman back again? Oh, he is. Nice. Yeah, I like him. I think now that we've got him fully scouted, and at 16, if he'd actually be willing to join us, which he would, he'd be the third player we'd signed from Bodder in the same season. They clearly have had a genuine golden generation. I think they had like 4 dudes, all of whom had 5-star PA. Fuck, I'll pay 5 million, why not? Because I think he could actually be a good wingback. Because he's got the speed for it. Tackling's okay. That's a little sus, but he's only 16. And it'd be rude not to take another one of their players. Expensive and... Did we have a player called Carlos Meza on a previous save? I think he was a striker. Norway's intakes. I forget when Norway's intakes are. I think it's April? It's been such a long time since I've managed there. A couple of expensive Belgians as well. Real Madrid. He's a little cheap. Well, actually, for Uzbekistan, Bobor Ko... I can't... Wow! Okay. Do you know what? I might have him as well. Oh, man. I might even Santa Baby that guy. That's especially quite good for Uzbekistan. Just for the name. And he's actually quite good. South Korean fella. Oh, hello, Parsi Tackly boy. And he's 18. Why not? Is that Gutierrez, the 10 million guy? Because we did nearly sign him in January. Before January. But in the end, we chose to sign another guy from a Norwegian side instead. Because we found a 16-year-old that had like 2.5-star CA. So we chose to put the money in him instead because we actually had no choice. Oh, no, it's a different guy. Oh, wait, who's 10 million? Oh, this guy. Nah, for me, that's not worth it. You can get other players way cheaper than that. There is a guy who was worth 10 million exactly, to be fair. They're a bit expensive, but I don't mind him. There's a guy called Richard Lake there from Canada, naturally. Was he born on the Great Lakes? New Westminster, BC. I say that as if I would have any idea whether that was on the Great Lakes or not. Nice. You take at the end of your season. Oh! God, it really has been a while since I've managed in Norway in general. Probably the last time was the secondary attempt at Tromsø back on the Nordic Nomad save. Right. I will get rid of that. He's South Korea. He probably will get South Korea caps. What skin? I'm using Mr. Teeny skin. Exclamation mark skin in chat. We'll get you the link for it. Relegation release scores is quite low, actually. Is that going to be enough? No. Okay, he's a greedy boy. We get it. What can I offer you to make that happen? There we go. That'll do. Don't like having to do that. You got any new players? Well, they'll be on the team report scouting list anyway, so if they do, they'll come back around. But ultimately, if they did, we probably wouldn't be able to sign them straight away anyway. I mean, they'll definitely have new players, for sure. Yeah, fuck, I'll accept the loan back. But obviously, they would have been sent round again. I don't think we're going to miss out on much if by not scouting them straight away. Actually, it doesn't look like they have had much. Because these are all the guys that we've been after. And maybe that dude is new? But outside of that, it looks like they might have just missed a year. Because after all, the way that youth intakes work for clubs like this is that it only tops up their squad if they need it. So if they've got quite a full team, they just won't get a youth intake at the moment. Or they'll get 1 or 2 players at absolutely most. That can make a big difference. If they were playable, obviously it'd be very different. Hello, Lavinio. Real Madrid in disarray. Are they? In the save or in real life? Didn't actually see what's happening. Oh, they won up against Chelsea in the save, at least. For them. Curry's unhappy. How dare he? Oh, yes, the 16-year-old guy. So, yeah.
One. Chimney to Man
Fine.
United. Here we go.
Thank you
we
very
need
much, man, for the
fighters.
38 months. You love to see it. That's very kind of you. Hope you're having a fabulous afternoon. Oh, in real life, what's happening at Real Madrid? Schumann and Valverde got to another fight. Mr. President, a second... Christ. By the way, hey, if you're broke, like, please don't feel like you need to financially support the streams, man. Genuinely. If that's what you're implying, like, please, I wouldn't want anyone to be doing that over important things like their own finances, right? Waterford Wizard, thank you very much for the gifted sub as well. It's incredibly kind of you, friend. How are you? I'm actually really good today. Got out for a run this morning before stream to try and somehow be even more dopamine riddled, and it worked. Right, so yeah, the guy we signed, fuck, what's his name? Is it Kruta? Oh, his name's Stig. That's the other reason we liked him. Naturally. The question is he still around? And did he maintain 5-star PA or not? This guy, this was him. He's dropped to 2-star CA now upon actually joining us, but still, for the price we paid for a 16-year-old to have this level of quality, not bad, right? Tuvich, thank you very much for the follow, my friend. How are you? Who do you support? Let us know. So that remained. That never happened, I'm afraid. You're imagining that, Tom. There was no Romanian that was ever signed for £21 million, I'm afraid. That one has been memory hold from henceforth. I've done full on Men in Black style on it. So yeah, this is Stig Gunnar Gruta. He's my guy. And yeah, some say he could be one of the best players in the world one day. Just probably not playing for us because he's a winger. But we had no choice but to sign him for that kind of price that he was available for. And to be this good at his age, huge fan. Oh, his personality is ambitious now. Previous record transfer. That would have been, I think, Vanetti. Possibly. I believe it was Beat Vanetti. I think he was our previous record transfer the same season as well. Things you'd love to see. That. You know, since we had to, I simply wouldn't. We were hoping he might have okay tackling. He doesn't. So realistically, he's probably going to become one of those guys like a Haris Živkovic type of player who, if I can get him into the loan farm, then he will end up becoming, most likely, if he's got decent PA, one of those like insane loan players that never play for us, but absolutely chef. Because a lot of the teams in Poland do use wingers. Yeah, I think he was slightly more. I think he was 22 in the end, once all the clauses are counted. So, yeah. What I'm saying is, you can't catch me like that. I'm not going to follow that sentence with what I normally end up saying, naturally. Where did you put Regan Booty? Regan Booty, he is our under-19 assistant coach. For some reason, I was like, oh my god, what happened to Gornik? And then I realised they went out already, didn't they? It's Motor that we're worried about, but they seem to always be playing on the same day as us at the moment. However, Mosby Cotsworth, the inventor of the 30-month international fixed calendar. 30 months is 28 days each. Honestly, guy was a visionary. That seems like a much easier way of doing things. And I, for one, agree with him. I don't think it would ever work just because no one would ever want to switch to things like that. But my god, if it was the established norm, that would make a lot more sense. The question, though, is, chat, what would we call the 13th month? You've got to add a new month. What are we saying? Because months tend to have, in English, I suppose, have naming conventions. They're often named after, like, gods. Smarch. Maybe. We'll just write. But it's not after March. It's, like, later in the year for some reason. Unfortunately, they both got knocked out, James. The second legs, they both lost 2-0. They really did shit the bed a little bit in the second legs of those games. Stupid Smarch weather. Exactly. Smebuary? Trying to think what the other actual... Wow. Other months are named. It's mostly gods and stuff. When in the year would it fall? Good question. But that's another thing you'd have to decide. Not such a big deal as it used to be with clubs being more conceptual with... I guess so. I think it's just the managers don't have as much control as they used to, right? Because they're often working underneath directors of football and sporting directors and various other roles at the club. I still think it matters because ultimately it's going to cost the money, a lot of money to the club in terms of the payoffs, which does matter. It's not God's, it's numbers. Huh. That makes sense too, I suppose. Roman god. All right, who's your favourite Roman god, Chad, that isn't currently got a month named after them? What a strange question to ask any other human being. But hey, welcome to the stream. If you've just joined us, we're talking about why there should be 13 months. Mars. Surely Mars is March, right? Or is that not actually what he's named after? Francesco Totti. Ah, you mean Totembury. I like that more than one of you went with Francesco Totti. And to be honest, I agree. So when exactly is Totemba? Or Francestoba? Totoba? Totoba could work. May, June, Sol. Sol. I guess that makes sense. It's just called Sun. Hades. Ooh. Hadesuary. Too many letters. But they're supposed to be again. Move those bastards around. Would be called Sol. That's boring, man. Yes, Goose Temper. I'm sold. Vulcan. Volcanuary. That works. Also, Jupiter. Actually, I guess Jupiter. For some reason, my brain's like, is June or Jupiter that? But it probably isn't, is it? Or is it? I think I'm sold on Volcanuary or Goosetember. Because obviously my favourite Roman god is a goose. Schwalpetuary. He's not Roman, is he? I thought he was Brazilian. I will put on the bench for this one. I might have to bring Monperus back in to start this game. We really do need him, I think, because Obradovic has not cooked from that starting slot at all. Juno, Jupiter's wife. Ah, so his wife gets a month, but he doesn't. Rude, frankly. Like, what's she ever done? He's got rings and stuff. He was a bit gassy, to be fair, so maybe that's why. Right, Gomez or Benetti or Duru. I think it's got to be Duru. Bro's got 12 goals this season. Like, he is just him. Right, moment of truth. Please tell... Oh, wait, Kowalski's in the team somehow. Where are you? There he is, sneaking out down the bottom. I knew there was an unnatural sense about this team, and I guess that means Herrera gets to come in instead. No, to the 15th month. Google Joao Pedro. I see what you're doing there. I see what you're doing there. I guess Sol does make sense, but I didn't want it to make sense. I wanted to sound cool. Hence Volcanuary. Perhaps. I suspect you might be, Viva. Always be careful when people tell you to Google things. Right, let's see. Quirrelly. Quirrelly is good because it almost sounds a bit like squirrely. Speaking of, I saw a squirrel this morning. I was out on my run in this little kind of narrow bit where there's just little bits of fields, and there was just a squirrel there chilling. I was like weirdly close to him, and he or she was just sort of sat there gobbling nuts, you know, how they do. But eventually we locked eyes, and he kind of just went, ah. It's kind of like I wasn't supposed to see that. Any good two centre-back formations about... To be fair, the system we were playing before kind of was a two centre-back formation. Our DM just occasionally would cosplay as a centre-back. I feel like Volcanuary works better in a way than Volcantember. Too many syllables. Because you think about it, you've got to teach this to children. Like, your 2.5-year-old ain't going to be out and like, Daddy, it's Volcantember. Unless you've got an especially erudite 2.5-year-old. Far be it from me to assume the linguistic qualities of your children. This has to be a better performance. And I don't see how it can be worse. Although I said that against Napoli, and then, well, you all saw what happened there where we got much worse. Mercurio would be good. Oh, go on, John. She's a little roll back for someone. Smash. No, as if that's blocked. This is exactly what happened against Napoli. Every single chance, there was just always a block on it. I hope this isn't going to be another game like that. Johnny boy? Saved. Form began around 1894 when he was working in the North Eastern Railway and found that monthly accounting was greatly complicated by the fact that months did not divide into every... I mean, agreed. Someone has to do their accounts. It's a toughie. Speaks in goose at the moment. But wait. The second that Volcantember comes out of them, that's how you know my kid is special. Let me get them in one of them schools. Otherwise known as a school. I guess there are, but Vulcan Timber is just much more syllabically, and not even I guess there are, this is literally an imperative fact. It seems harder to say, I guess. Good block. Spurs keep it, never heard of him. He must be his brother. He goes to a different school. April Fool's apparently, really? Ooh. I thought I was just a fool all year round. I mean, that is also true. Two things can be true at once, Matt. Jesus. Pogtember. Well, so Pog and I, don't tell her that. She'll get too big-headed. But we do have a made-up celebration that we do, which is obviously St. Crispy's Day, which is the 17th of October. Because I said to Pog last year at some point, I was like, well, see, if you could... This was like in the middle of the summer. I was like, if you could invent any holiday, what would it be? And she was like, a day where I get to eat crisps. So I naturally just went on my phone, wrote... Fucking hell. As if that's gone in. St. Crispy's Day then became a thing, and then on St. Crispy's Day I went out and bought her a load of crisps and surprised her with them. So now it's just locked in my calendar as 17th of October is St. Crispy's Day. This is exactly what happened against Napoli. We create chances, do stuff, and then they just score goals like that. It's now we actually have to score twice now. We kind of had to score twice anyway, just to even get level in this game. I am worried that there's something about these rounds that just... It's first shot on target, first goal. We've been kind of ass in this game as well, to be fair. This has not been like, oh, a dominant game where we're just getting battered. It's a good goal, though. Your birthday's on Christmas. It is. Maybe you were, in fact, St. Crispy. Phil, there's always a chance. I do think we are missing Vanetti, but clearly Duro is capable. He just never seems to do it when we're watching the matches, is the problem. And Naeem's kind of fallen asleep a little bit in this tie, too. I need him to kind of take it by the balls a bit more. Those are not the kind of shots I want. Oh, going out this same round in 2 consecutive years again. I mean, this game was a bit more even, in fairness, than the first one. Right, let's have this. Naeem's already on a 6.2 rating in this game. The last thing we needed was a random, very Please don't. Why does that keep happening against Tottenham? This never happens against any other team. They just don't pass the ball. Right, hang on. I need to just assess something on my wide centre-backs here. Because this never happens against anyone else. But they just will not pass the simple ball. Right, is there a way to tell them to dribble less? Yeah. Because that happened about 3 or 4 times in the first leg too, and I wonder if it's happening more than that. We're just not seeing it. I've not really seen that happen in many highlights since we started using the system, but for some reason, the way that Spurs play seems to allow our centre-backs to feel like they can just run with it for no apparent reason. And I really do want them to be passing it a bit more, perhaps. John, that's offside. He's missed. Oh, he's not missed. He scored it. Yeah, if we all close our eyes for Duru and pretend that he's not there, just Alt-tab out for a minute. Listen to my voice, and I'll keep you on touch with what's going on. Duru would just not... Yes, it's loud. He was miles offside. Christ. Hopefully that's going to make a difference, but it doesn't help that Naeem's been bad. I mean, I'm not opposed to actually getting him out of the team today if it continues in this vein. It doesn't help that Motor are also losing at home to Stuttgart now. Had weird dreams. Even better. Maybe we could all have a collective fever dream where Duru does something. That is the Docampo, yes. We have to us 2-0 to Stuttgart now. Motor beat so many good teams in the Champions League this season, but now they're going to go out to Stuttgart at home. It's very typical of a Building a Nation save, really, isn't it? So Spurs have had 1 shot on target, and naturally are beating us. It's just very... It's like watching the same tie as last year. Injuries at the exact wrong time. Montpellier has been absolutely terrible today as well. Is Naeem even getting any better? 6.4. He is gaining back a little bit of rating, but this may well end up being a coffee break around about 55, 60 minutes. Because we need 2 goals here, and at the moment, it is not looking good for us. I would like to think that the board wouldn't sack us, but they would probably be a bit pissed if it happened 2 years in a row. And believe me, I would agree with them. Oh, the thing is, we probably will. We'll draw Spurs, same as we played Napoli in the group stage this year and absolutely thumped them away from home, like we should have done. But in these rounds, it's like despite having the players with big matches, they don't seem to actually play to their big matches. Okay. Naeem's got worse again. It's coffee time. Montpellier has been awful today. Duru's been bad. Vanetti's going to get in. John's been knackered, but I think I need to keep him on because he's at least playing well. The defence has been a bit ass too. Paulo Enrique or Juan Carlos, but then the options off the bench are fairly limited there. Mostly defenders and Molsky, who's not going to make much of a difference. That'll have to do right now. Suppose that possession formation? I actually don't know. They're actually pushing an extra striker up who's playing a terrible... It's actually Xavi Simons out of possession. And then they're dropping the two midfielders back into that little pivot spot there. Although they're kind of already there, actually. The only real change is that Simons is moving up and their midfielders are moving back. Right, half an hour. Yeah, please redeem the miracle comeback. We could do with it right about now. I just don't want to lose another Champions League tie to their only shot on target, just like last year. Motor are back in it. 2-1. Just let one of us come back at least. Please, I beg of you, do not have this happen 2 years in a row to lose the home game 1-0 to a team's only shot on target. Motor are going to have to carry the flag for Poland at this rate. I mean, at this rate, they're heading out as well. Fuck. Abramovich has done okay since coming on. Jens has been alright. Coffee's at least gained rating since entering the pitch, which is something. That's a lot of spec. Really? I don't know what football is anymore, but I'm not convinced I want to be playing the sport. What is this? Oh, Christ on a bike. It's just a lumped ball over the top that somehow our defender doesn't try to deal with there. And honestly, letting him shoot from there isn't even the worst idea. But both posts and in. Oh, Christ. I don't know what you do with that information. 2 shots on target, 2 goals. Crazy. Truly crazy. We could have anybody in goal at this point. I'm not sure it even matters. Sell the goalie, change the tactic. Right, come on, lads. This is going to wake us up. We're going to get 3 goals in the last 15 minutes of this match. I can feel it. It's going to be a long-range banger, isn't it? That's going to go nowhere. Paulo Enrique. Why is bro shooting there? Why is he shooting from there? I mean, Diakite was in goal last season, to be fair. We've not been as good as we were against Napoli last season, but we still had a good number of shots on target. Right. Right, big header needed hit. Right, here we go. The thing is, we just... It's gone, isn't it? Like, both legs. We were the better side in the first leg, lose 2-1. Better side in the second leg, lose 2-0. What are you... Stop dribbling! I do not understand why they're doing that. They don't do that against any other team that we've watched. They're just randomly dribbling against Tottenham out from the back when there's clearly passing options. It's so weird. It was happening in the first game too. They just refused to pass the ball. How very odd. It's like their teamwork has gone out the window. Wow, look at the space for Abramovich. Oh, I wonder. That's a good pass, actually. Right, go back now, and it's still no chance, but at least it's something. Nope, blocked. It's in. We've got one. We've got one back. It only took 84 minutes and all the chances in the world. Oh. That nearly missed as well. It's those blocks that somehow just come out of nowhere. They're passive. I don't know. It wasn't like he was tying his shoe there. John on the half volley. Right, okay. 6 minutes to go. I noticed there was a lot of space through the centre of the park. I know we're already playing through the middle, but I do wonder if... where is it? Progression. Progression of the middle, so we're already doing that. I might just pass into space. Try and open the pitch up a little bit more. Do something. We've got 6 minutes to go. We've been the better team again, but like, look at this. Oh, hello. Wait a second. Gunners, thank you very much for the prime. Let that be the catalyst for us progressing and getting another goal back here. Wait a second. Oh, I thought he was going to let that roll past him. There's still a chance. If we score on this highlight, maybe there's still hope for a shot. That is a great pass to Archie Gray, to be fair, who looks like he's playing right back for Tottenham here. He'll probably just shoot from distance. It's a good save, in fairness. Can't post the picture. You should be able to post the picture. If it's like a Ghiasso link, I can just open it in stream. Yeah, at least we need like a motor equalizer or something. Take it to extra time, see what happens from there. Right, big header, nice. But then, well, they're going to let him have it. Okay. That's very bizarre. They could have just covered that off there. He's going to cut inside the shoot, isn't he? Oh, he's still got it. Henrique. Henrique. Yes. Come on. Right, let's go. Paulo Henrique. 2-2. Probably too late as well. From their corner. Wisła 2, Tottenham 2. There's still a chance. This is on Tottenham. Why does their guy just not go across and take the ball there? Or take down Enrique? He's not booked or anything. Just take the professional foul. He gets so lucky with this in here where he tries to like pass this, comes straight back to him because of Archie Gray. Oh, this little extra touch there. Just left foot, bottom corner, bang, 2-2. We've got, I don't know how much stoppage time, probably 4 minutes. We've got about 6 minutes to find this extra goal.
This isn't where I parked my car.
Let's have it. Of course, it's not going to happen now. And it's going to be straight from the kickoff. Wait a minute. Straight from the kickoff. Javaz, thank you very much for the follow. It'll be Spurs getting another goal, won't it? Come on, win it off them. Break away again.
Train coming anytime
Keep the
soon.
pressure.
Oh, yes, very
Yes,
soon.
Johnny's got it.
They are building it now.
Right, don't play out from the back as much this time, lads. Do not give the ball away here. We've got the ball back. 90th minute. Come on. JP Vidal, thank you very much for the follow. This might be a real highlight. Like an actual one. Yeah, in the Discord, you have to be over a certain level. It's just to basically stop, like, gore. We had someone spam loads of gore over loads of Discord servers back in the day. That wasn't what I was hoping to see there. I have a horrible feeling that might be the highlight. Maybe not. It's a very long highlight, which does make me think that something is going to happen. Motor at 3-3, by the way. So we've gone out 4-3 again. Better side in both games again. They had 3 shots on target, scored 2 goals. I don't even know what to say. That's back-to-back seasons that's happened. Genuinely baffling. We just have to hope that Motor get through. It's 3-4. No, it's 0-0. So it's 3-3 in aggregate. What a few you look for. What in an individual? I mean, XG, because it shows that I'm creating stuff. That's what I'm really interested in over long term. If I'm creating things and playing well, that's the number I'm really interested in long term, because statistically it does seem to track with that, just not in the individual matches, unfortunately. I like seeing Vanetti out there, particularly as a target man, just because he is such a little boy, bless him. In that case, right. It's weird that that's happened 2 years in a row against teams that have struggled in the group stage phase, and then we come up against them we won every single match in the league phase. Every single match. At least we got something for the recap out of it. To have that happen 2 years in a row is genuinely crazy. But, hey, what can you do? It certainly seems they turned the reputation up for sure. Who got man of the match award for this game? Was it John? It was. Bless him. John Enjoyers rejoice once more. Ah, dear. Clear cuts versus shots on target. Clear cut chances in FM is a pointless stat because it doesn't actually track properly. So I wouldn't worry about that. The only thing that I care about in terms of stats for that is the XG numbers. In terms of long term, right? Right. Let's see if they get through, I suppose. No longer a Wisła fan. Are you a Spurs fan now? Or are you going to be a Motor fan? Don't blame you. Let's find out. Did they get through? I imagine they got through. Be very funny if they did. No! Daniel Tudor. 98th minute goal. And they were deservedly... Oh my god. They were the better side as well. That's wild, bro. But on the plus side, that does mean we could try out that tactical thing I was on about next stream. With the absolute batshit. We could build something truly gothic on Sunday. I can't believe that. It's weird. It was like all this built-up potential just failed to do it. And again, I think over 2 legs, I don't really know what we can do. We were the better side in the first leg. Didn't hit the target enough in that game, in fairness. But we still had the chances there. There was a lot of blocked shots, which don't normally happen. Conceded 2 goals. Admittedly, Spurs were a lot better than Napoli were in that first leg. And in the second leg, we did about as much as we could statistically going forward, but just those 2 goals, just out of nothing. Just one of those days again. I think it is, yeah, Joe. Well, it's the same round we went out at last year, but obviously last year we had other teams in Europe with us, but yeah, everyone's gone. So that means Poland is cooked for the season. We just have to hope now that with our 14.6, Germany would need to get another 4.5 points, so getting close to 20. France would need another 6 points, so 22. I think we're safe in the top 5, or at least top 4, which is what we need. So I don't think we're going to lose top 4 spots or anything, but that is definitely a blip season. It's like a disaster year in the sense that, then again, in terms of coefficient points gained, it's actually about what we'd expect because of all the extra teams in the Champions League. I just didn't think the points would come in the way that they've come. Because a lot of that has come from the fact that MOTOR did so well initially, more than anything else. It's so very strange. Right, okay, in that case, let's, the board very disappointed with Club Vision progress. They haven't... I think I've got a long enough contract that this shouldn't be an issue. But it can't really happen again. But I said that last year. Failed. It says latter stages now, but I think that does mean quarterfinals, doesn't it? I believe. Understand that you made a difficult draw. We didn't know, but thanks for understanding, I guess. Hi. Ah, nice. Ollie Banbridge on loan for 2 seasons. He shows my matchday squads and everything, but his games don't track on the squad screen. Oh, wow. That's bizarre. Let's see. So he's at South Shields as a youngster, on a contract. Ooh, Oh, I don't... That's weird. That's the weird bit. He should definitely be showing up in there. Well, obviously, his games for South Shields should be showing up in there. Yeah, I don't know. That is not a visual glitch I've seen yet. But I guess we've got a brand new one. Have you reported that? Or had a look on the forums just in case anyone else has had the same problem? I like that we're playing MOTOR this weekend as well. Because now we both get to dry our tears on each other's shirts, I suppose. Cruz Azul. Alvarez wants to discuss future. Underpaid. No, you're not. Hang on, didn't you sign a new contract last season? Should have asked for a different deal, shouldn't he? Seems like a him problem. The thing is, though, we actually do need to, I mean, it'll be the start of next stream, we do need to play quite well against MOTOR, because if they were to beat us at the weekend, we would only be 2 points clear of them at the top of the league. And I don't think I could afford to lose the league title as well as the Champions League in the same season. That would start to make... Oh, intake. Damn, that was all the progress in one single day. We're there for each other, exactly. Now he's making positive development, of course he is. The sad derby. They came... I would say closer than we did, but it was exactly the same scoreline, wasn't it? Right. What do you reckon? Intake. I reckon best is going to be 3-star PA. But a fun nationality. That's the best we're going to get, isn't it? 4-star? I'd take 4-star. From that kind of intake, I would 100% take 4-star. Maybe Maltese? Maybe Luxembourg. Chat, there is an elite talent in our youth intake. This is not a drill. There is an elite talent in our youth intake. Tobias Steenbergen. That does not sound like a Polish name. He sounds Dutch or Belgian. Elite is 4.5 stars. And there's a top talent in there, Tomasz Mita. Please be... If he's 5-star PA, I swear to God. Oh my God. Oh my God. As if... 3 years in a row, we've... Well, technically it was... Oh my God, that's amazing. Oh. Yeah, watch him be 4'7" with -7 jumping reach. Just want to look for any other nationalities further down. Portuguese dude. Another Dutch guy. And a German. No poor prospects. So he's actually kind of sparse on the ground as far as those. Dutch, famously the tallest nationality in the world, if I remember correctly. Right, anyway. Tobias Steenbergen, if he's tall... Oh my God. He's 15 years old. He's going to get taller. He will... The only thing about him that is not brilliant is his height and jumping reach, and he's 15, which means he will absolutely grow 2 inches probably, and gain about 3 jumping reach minimum. Oh, he's got 50... What in the hell? And he's resolute. Great point. Yeah, and the thing is, that's fine alongside Mana. He'll 100% get to 14 by the time he's about 18 years old anyway. He's 5'10". Jesus Christ. Tobias Steenbergen. I hate the fact that he's not Polish. But, yeah, he's not even got Polish second nationality. Well, he's getting straight into things. Him, Molski, and Kowalski are going to get so much game time for them. We'll play all 3 of those guys in every single match next stream. This guy's straight in the squad. Molski and Kowalski. And that means Kowalski will also count as 22 now. Holy shit. He's so much better than I thought he was going to be. Oh yeah, he speaks Polish though, obviously, because he would have come through our academy. But he was born in Brunsum. Don't know whereabouts in the Netherlands that is. I think he might not need to become Polish. He might be that good. Just remember how good 5-star PA actually is in our team now. I'm so overblown by that. I did not actually expect him to be that good. Right, the second best guy is this guy, Tomasz Mita. Selfish. Balanced personality. He's a fast winger that's actually not especially good. Who cares about this guy? I was going to say, James, I bet you'd be happy if you got him in one of your VTES intakes. I think I finally got a James VTES intake. Well, you got like 7 of them a year. I can't believe that. That's so good. God, I hope he's actually got the PA. Like, I hope that that is real and it's like at the same kind of levels as Jersey and Molsky. I mean, he looks like he does. I genuinely think that he's going straight in our first teams. One, because obviously nepotism for us with youth players, of course. But I just want to develop these guys a bit more. And so to have Tobias, Molsky and Kowalski in back-to-back years, we're actually starting to build a lovely youth intake core of our side now. No, I mean, that's the thing. His tackling, marking, and heading are exceptional. If I saw a 23-year-old dude with those pure defensive attributes, I'd be happy. Now, his tackling won't get better, but his marking will. And his jumping reach will immediately increase just because he gets tall. Can he play against Motor? I don't think he'll be able to sign the contract fast enough. But mentoring system I hate the mentoring system. It just does things I never want it to happen. Like, I hate the mentoring system because basically it doesn't let you control as much as I'd like, and any benefits you get from it seem to get outweighed by players you don't want getting PPMs you don't want, so I tend not to use it pretty much. I tend to just do the individual training instead. I mean, it might get a little bit better. It doesn't really need to, though, is what I mean. So if he had, like, bad tackling, it wouldn't be worth it, but he's so good. What's Kizemka up to these days, out of interest? He's still playing. He's only 28, actually. Not having the best season of it, bless him. Holy shit. I'm so excited about that. Right, let's just quickly check the English leagues, and then I will bid you farewell. Sunday's going to be really fun. I know we're out of Europe in that, and it's going to be focusing on building a batshit system, but we've got 3 players that I'm really excited about. That's sick. I hate the metric system. Bloody metric system. Coming over here. Proportioning things oddly. What am I doing? Premier League. There we go. It must have sounded like I did say metric. I do speak quite fast. Yeah, words fall over themselves a lot with me. You know this, right? Norwich are getting relegated by the looks of things, along with Sunderland, Sheffield United and Leeds. Sunderland on the bubble as well. The usual sort of things, other than Saints being up there, surprising. Oh, the coefficients didn't change because we lost. Nothing has happened since then. Right. 2 draws. How do you mean? No one's played since our Spurs game. Did I do the points for the Tottenham? Okay. I actually can't remember if I did or not. I did. Motor played. They played the same time as we did. And went out, right? I'm a bit confused. They played and lost the same time we did. Yeah, we looked at the coefficients right afterwards because we wanted to see how much we kind of screwed it, essentially. Right, back to the Premier League. So I got confused then. I thought maybe there was another team in Europe that I'd forgotten about. Wow, Bournemouth have 90 points after... They've lost once in 37. That's mental. West Brom and Portsmouth... I say going down. They're not actually down yet. Please have Oxford come up or something. Just something for a bit interesting. But 1 defeat in 37 is mental. Already 15 points clear. They're going to probably get well over 100 points. They lost to Stuttgart, unfortunately. They were the better side, just like we were, but they lost 4-3 on the night and 4-3 on aggregate 2 in extra time, unfortunately. It sucks because that was easily winnable. They came 6th in the group. Oh, Cardiff. Cardiff looking to win that league. Oh, that's a lot closer. Stockport in there too. Stockport? It's a Dutch team. Halifax Town are in League 1. I didn't even notice that. Their goal difference isn't even that bad. They already have 42 points as well. There's going to be like a 50-point relegation there, isn't there? MK Dons top of League 2. Aldershot doing bits too. Bristol Rovers potentially heading down. Steve Madden. Boston United drawing a lot. Haven't conceded many. Just don't score any either. National League. Accrington Stanley. Who are they? Newport County bottom of the National League. Wow. Altrincham down as well. Rochdale heading out of the National League. Could be worse. Well, it couldn't be worse, actually. And then Tamworth top of National League North by a small amount. Kidderminster and Northampton, of course, down there as well. Ashton Hartlepool heading out of National League North now. They can still turn that around, but that's still not ideal. There's South Shields. Teams tend to fall down quite a bit, as you can probably tell. Oh yeah, and I mean, because it's 46 games, you often see those kind of higher Wow, Hungerford already relegated. 0 wins all season. 8 points after 38 games. I bet they're hungry. Weymouth going down with them by the looks of it. Jesus Christ, that's like old school style. Bloody hell. Right, let me find someone to raid so I can have a wee and figure out what the hell. Sunday's actually going to be weirdly very fun because it is going to be tactics building, bringing the new guy through, and just pure vibes. Just pure vibes for the entire stream. Okay, let me go over to FM26 stuff and what we thinking. Oh, let me just filter by English just so I can see who we've got available to us. I mean, it would be rude if I didn't, wouldn't it? Right? It's going to be the United City, of course. So the Lone Farm guide, or not guide, but the Lone Farm advice video, that should be up tomorrow night on the Patreon because I'm recording it tomorrow, which means it'll probably be out Sunday morning for sort of coincide with stream, I suppose. Although I could maybe pop it out Saturday. It depends on how quickly I get the what's the word? The thumbnail. Intake. We got a 5-star potential player, the piece, who might be the best youth player we've ever had. We weren't even expecting him to be good. We were expecting it to be shit. And we got a Dutch centre-back who is like legitimately first-team quality now nearly. I genuinely can't believe it. I'll put a picture in the Discord in a minute. Oh, so thank you for joining me today, friends. Thank you for keeping the vibes as fabulous as you always do. I will see you lovely folks on Sunday for us building a massively shit, horrendous tactic. I'm going to try and make Octotrack actually function. It's going to be dope. Anyway, see you guys very, very soon. Thank you for